Huh? Oh, I thought that was gift. Huh? Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful and a wonderful way to start today's convening. I'm going to very quickly walk through today's agenda for everybody, and then some logistics and preliminary business before we go into some introductory remarks from some of our partners today. Today, we're going to go through a panel entitled Land Back, where we'll go over land trusts, conservancies, and opportunities to build capacity for tribes. This was at the request of local tribes seeking to learn more how they could create mechanisms to be able to take advantage of some of the opportunities at the state level for access, conservation, co-management, and transfer of lands. We'll then have lunch, and then we will go into a panel on Central Valley Native Youth Initiatives, followed by local tribal testimony and community discussion and public comment. Please note that input from tribes and Native peoples with ancestral homelands in and near this area will be prioritized, followed by California Native Americans generally, and then followed by other interested parties. We'll then have our closing blessing, and the meeting will adjourn at around 5 p.m. We're recording this meeting, as you heard, and we'll be posting it to the Office of Tribal Affairs YouTube channel. Please let us know if you'd like us to pause recording at any point in today's session. For those interested in following the council, ongoing updates, including listening session recordings and the listening session summary documents, are available at the California Truth and Healing Council updates blog at catruithandhealing.com. You can also get updates for events by following the Governor's Office of Tribal Affairs on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. Additional details, including meeting dates, agendas, and background information, are available at tribalaffairs.ca.gov/CTHC. We will have one virtual listening session this month as we're meeting in person today. Please note that it has been rescheduled because it's a holiday on Monday and will now take place on Thursday, February 23rd from 10:30 a.m. to noon. I'd now like to remind everyone that in joining us here today, you agree to adhere to the Council's principles for respectful engagement, which I'll very quickly summarize for you in a moment. A copy of the full principles is available for use and review at tribalaffairs.ca.gov/CTHC. Refusal to adhere to these principles, which apply to all participants, including governing council members, staff, and community members, whether present or not, may result in your removal from today's convening. If you feel at any time that you need to step out, or you feel that you may be in need of assistance, please find one of our team or some of the folks who will be introducing themselves today for support, and will help you get some air and talk outside. In order to create a space where participants feel welcome, respected, and able to speak comfortably, we'll uphold the following principles in all convenings of the council. We ask that you all help us work towards sharing in their stewardship. If you're participating with us here today, we ask that you engage in the work of the council and with each other in an open and respectful way. Engage in behaviors that will make others feel welcome. Take care of your emotional, mental, spiritual, and physical well-being, and seek support as you need it. We know that there will be some challenging discussions that come up over the course of the next 2 days, and we want people to feel welcome to express those ideas, express those thoughts, express those feelings, and also know that we also receive them and are considering them actively. Finally, I'd like to remind attendees that as we work through today's discussions, this process is necessarily open to all Californians, but we ask that those here as allies ensure that they please respect the space and voices of California Native participants, particularly elders in this process. For those members of the press in attendance, we ask that you engage in this process with deference to the Native experience, and that you commit to obtaining consent and final review from Native peoples that you hear from today. We don't want this to be an extractive process, and we hope that you'll assist us in creating a safe space that is open, transparent, and welcome to all. We'll now go through some introductions. Okay. I'd like to have our council members who are present introduce themselves first. We'll start with Councilmember Harper.
Open, meek, and Polish. They have Joan Harper. I'm here from the northern region of the state, Great Rancheria in Roanoke Park, to be more specific. Thank you for all being here, and we're listening with open ears and open hearts. Thank you.
You hear that, Ron? So I tell you, I'm in Tennessee. My name is Carmen Lucas. I'm Quimby Indian from Laguna Mountains, California, Southern California, San Diego, in particular. A great, big, beautiful state we have. I would like to say how much of a privilege it was, number one, to receive the blessing this morning. That gave me chills. I'm heartfelt that we can still, in today's society, carry our traditions. So that made me a little emotional. This room makes me a little emotional. I think whoever has designed this had a real pleasant artistic consciousness. So I took time to read your history here. I think it's appropriate that you give homage to your ancestors, remember the struggle in which they went through, so that we can be here today, so that we can be educated. We need to understand the dominant society if we are to survive as Indian people. So I'm a real believer that secrets aren't helpful. I'm a real believer that you need to talk to each other, exchange ideas. But I also think within the Indian community collectively up and down the state, we need to get rid of our anger. A little bit of anger is good. It kind of motivates people now and then to do something. But if you wrap yourself up in it, it's not healthy. So I'm delighted to be here, but I want to hear your stories. I want to be able to hear and understand that. So I'm here at the good graces of my friend and attorney, Courtney Coyle. Feel free to come talk to me. I love to talk to you. I want to acknowledge all these gray hairs here. I don't normally talk to a lot of gray hairs people, but I'd love to talk to you. The reason I say that is because most white people have got gray hair. All they do is talk about their doctor and their doctor visits. I hang out with young people, but I don't hear your stories. And thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for the blessing.
Mrs. Charwe, Inca Tekarak, Isaac Bohorquez. Good morning, I'm Isaac Bohorquez. I'm Kakun from Kakun Taruk. I'm currently serving as chair for the Kakun Taruk Band of Ohlone Costanoan Indians of the Big Sur Rancheria. It's an honor to be here with you all today. Gilbert and your relatives, thank you for that blessing. As Carmen mentioned, that it was heartfelt for her. It resonated here in the room. And elder once told me, when you sing from your heart. You sing so Creator can hear you. I really appreciated that. Sometimes when we get in spaces such as this, we sing softly, mindful, but we sing for a reason. The song is a prayer. It's calling in that spirit to work with us. I really appreciated it. It resonated with me. Again, I want to thank everyone for coming, for sharing your thoughts, whether they're good, whether they're bad. We're here to work through difficult things. This council, I am tasked as a part of the council to make recommendations in our report in 2025. We're in 2023. So thank you for coming. Thank you for your input. I look forward to dialogue and conversations with you all.
Oh, sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Loretta Miranda. I am a descendant of the Congo Band of Mission Indians in Southern California. and currently serve as Deputy Tribal Affairs Secretary for the Governor's Office of Tribal Affairs. Again, just want to thank our partners, Fresno State and police, for helping us coordinate this and be in this gorgeous space, and just really appreciate you all being here. Thank you. And we'd like to turn to our council members who are joining us via Zoom as well before we go into further introductions.
Please, Florida. Good, thank you.
Any particular order? Haku Matuka Kenny, Kastroa Shukin. Hello, good morning. My name is Kenny Khan. I'm the chairman for the San Ynez Band of Chumash over in Santa Ynez, Santa Barbara, California. It's an honor to be here. Look forward to learning from you, sharing. You know, I too recognize that there's a lot of work to be done in a very short period of time. I take this role seriously, and you know, it's very, very precious information that we're all sharing. So I know that at times it certainly can be tender. Thank you for that wonderful blessing. It's certainly we need those good words and the care when having discussions like this. So thank you all very much. Kakinash.
Hatu, this is Kusla Kessler-Mata calling in from San Francisco, from the Central Coast, Yatichu Tichu Yaktilhini Chumash, and also Yokut. I'm the granddaughter of Christina Estrada, the daughter of Della Estrada. So some of you may be familiar with the Estrada family. On my Yokut side. I'm calling in today from work. Unfortunately, I'm not able to be there with you in person, and I do really regret that. And I'm thankful to the other council members who are able to be present in the room. And I hope that we get to hear some good words from folks, but also please always know that you can reach out, especially to me. I'm pretty accessible through my work email at the University of San Francisco, and I'd love to talk to folks offline as well. So please do reach out and know that we're here. Thank you.
Councilmember McCarroll.
I was wondering if we were going in reverse age order, or maybe, I don't know, I guess we're going by region. Megayam Polovo Pachangam. I love a couple of Wanariba Upum Ash. It's good to be here with you, if not virtually, anyhow. Good morning, and it's good to see everyone that I can see on the screen. Again, apologies as well in person. This is for official work with my tribe, and tribal council collides with the work of the commission from time to time and scheduled. So I had intended to be up there, but we know what they say about the road of good intentions, trying to the road. So, you know, like council member, Chairman Khan referenced 23, and we've got 2020 preparing a lot of work to do. Dedicate as much time as we can to the gathering of the narratives, the stories that you have as tribes, as tribal community. We spent a bit of time in governance, the setup of this council, and so hopefully we can continue rolling forward and making the most of our time. You know, individually, I want to hear as much information that each of you is experiences of what California did to you as a person, as a family, as a community, and as a tribe. And we need to get this reported, and we need to you know, get the truth in front of us so that we can see. I mean, the government made an apology, generally speaking, on behalf of the state. Apologizing and sorry for all these things. We need to enumerate all these things, and so that's what this is. I personally not judge, want to receive the information and record it and then make it as meaningful as possible on the back end when we get to the part where we finish and say, okay, here's what the governor apologized for, and here's how we move forward from here to create healing and positivity out of this. One last note I want to remind or just put in front of you, because something I didn't learn until I was well into my adulthood and got reminded of it more recently is how we referenced in all other things that the Declaration of Independence, and I say we as in, there's a phrase in there, most of the declaration is talking about the King of England, right? And there's this enumeration of all the things that the king has done wrong and making the case is being made for why the people in the colony should separate the king. And so every paragraph begins with the word he, and it references the King of England at the time. And so this one paragraph in particular, the Declaration of Independence says, he has excited insurrections amongst us and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers, the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an unfinished destruction of all age, sexes, and conditions. That was the framework for the 1700s of the founding fathers, wrote that into the Declaration of Independence. Any reference to the Declaration together with the Constitution of the United States, and any of these booklets you pick up along the way in state capitals and bookstores in DC and stuff like that. So there it is, recorded for all posterity. We are the merciless Indian savages. And so the U.S. has not quite apologized yet. There's more there, and I'll get to that some other people, but that is the framework that we're working from. So we need to hear the narratives of all of you. And you know, if you're comfortable today, great. Let's bring them forward. If you'd rather submit it, we'll take that too. We'll take both. And you know, somebody who has a really powerful story to tell, but is maybe on the shy side, can't or doesn't want to feel comfortable but coming forward, maybe you can help them do that, and we can record different ways that kind of story and narrative as well. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Burris.
Machixis, I am Anthony Burris, and I am from Ione Band of Miwok Indians, and I represent the Eastern region. And I also apologize for not being able to be there in person today. As with some of the others, I had an extra complicated Friday work schedule. And I'll echo the words of others in saying that it's an honor to hear from you all today as the council continues this important work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And we've also got Michael Park on from our office, who is an invaluable resource. So if you need to reach out to our office, please feel free to reach out to him. At this time, I'd like to welcome up President Saul Jimenez Sandoval from the Fresno State University.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. It's great to have you here today. It is great honor that I welcome you all to Fresno State, specifically to this space, which is yours. I want to first of all thank Dr. Lee Oliver, who organized all of this. There's Lise over there. Thank you, Lise, for all that you do. As I woke up this morning, I thought of you. And I specifically thought of the blessing that we would all receive this morning. So I want to thank you for the blessing. I want to thank you for the blessing as well. It is very particularly meaningful to me. And thank you again for being here with us. I'm deeply honored at this point to proclaim the land of acknowledgement. Our campus sits in the midst of the San Joaquin Valley, a valley rich in the traditions and representations of Native American peoples and cultures. We are grateful to be in the traditional homelands of the Yokuts and Mono peoples, whose diverse tribal communities share stewardship over this land. We gather here today in the Table Mountain Reading Room, a special room in our campus that was created as a quiet space, a space to contemplate, a space surrounded by images, words, and cultural artifacts representing Native American peoples, their families, and tribal governments in the Central Valley. Today, we two gather to listen and to learn, with the intention of reconciling the past and the present, with the objective of learning about a painful past to embark on a journey of healing and reckoning. As we embark on this momentous occasion together at the convening of the Truth and Healing Council, let us remain mindful of our shared goal towards restorative justice. It is my pleasure to welcome tribal leaders, our elders, and younger members whose example helps us all reflect on what it means to be responsible stewards. As president of Fresno State University, I offer this welcome and acknowledgement to honor American Indian peoples whose careful stewardship, ceremonial traditions, and practices of generosity have long allowed their communities and the region to thrive. I also renew Fresno State's commitment to further the growth and presence of American Indian scholarship and teaching methods so that our greater community may learn from our painful history, but also celebrate the resilience and tremendous contributions of our local tribes so that we be mindful of the past as we envision and build a bright future. Finally, I commit to the Fresno State will work in partnership with tribal governments and communities with the governor's office to engage in ongoing and sustainable partnerships with California American Indian peoples. We are grateful to all of the tribes of the Central Valley for their generosity and to all of the tribes from our state who are here present and for their tireless efforts to educate and heal our region. Thank you very much and welcome to Fresno State.
I'd like to welcome up Dr. Lise Emily Oliver to introduce herself as well.
Okay, it's quiet. Mr. Nathiaki. I'm Lisa Oliver. I'm so grateful to be here. I said hello, relatives that we can see and not see, relatives in Zoom world and everyone right here in the room. I am the director of American Indian Studies. I wear a lot of hats. I'm an auntie, I'm a sister, I'm a daughter. Today I'm here to help support this really amazing event. A few years ago in 2017, I came on board. It was at the strong request of tribes in the Central Valley who had long since had good relationships with this campus, but we're seeing less and less effective education for people to learn about Native Americans, to learn about California Native peoples, and to be Native American and feel at peace and in the place where they belong on this campus. So I'm grateful to all of the tribes that stepped up and pushed for better, good relations with the tribes. That's what led to me actually having this position here. So I'm grateful to be here. This is my life's work to do this work. It would not be possible without my family, my elders, without the blessings, without the reminders. One of the things that stood out, and thank you so much for the prayer and starting us off in a good way, is to do everything we do with a good heart. So whether we're teaching, whether we're gathering, whether we're helping with the garden outside, and whether we're just at home alone, it's the spirit of Indian people that protects us and keeps us comfortable. I've been a direct beneficiary of my community and my family holding these values, and I bring that to this campus. So today, I want, as a Blackfeet person, a descendant of the McCarty family, as a Choctaw person, a descendant of the Meek family, I have strong role models who have always put service first, who have always put family first. I always say to colleagues here who we get a little caught up sometimes in the busyness of it, well, we're people first. Let's be human first. And this is one way we can pass that on to our students, those young leaders who you'll hear from this afternoon. So just to say again, I'm deeply grateful. It is a privilege to be here and to be a part of such a wonderful event. I'm grateful to everyone who came in whatever form you're here. I'm grateful to the representatives from the governor's office, Loretta and Christina, who've been extraordinarily gracious. And to be reminded as I look around the room that all of these spaces that I'm fortunate to know now, they feel stronger because I know the work that you do. To see young people coming up to inherit what we are leaving them to take care of. So thank you again. I appreciate it. I will be floating around. I'm here to support the event. If we could maybe just have the Native American Studies, American Indian Studies faculty, if you would just wave real quick and let people know you're here. And the students, you can just wave and let folks know you're here. If you need anything at all, we're here to support you to have a comfortable visit. And American Indian Studies is a destination program here at Fresno State. We have an honors program that I put together because I was sitting in a classroom listening to Native American students talk about things like the use of the word medicine to mean what we mean. The way that those students in that room were educating their peers was beautiful. As I got to know them, I saw that these are people who are also doing community work. And so I created an honors program to honor Native American students on this campus who are representatives of that kind of work. They do their homework, they get those good grades, and they serve their communities and they respect their elders, and they deserve to be seen here. They deserve to be protected here. They deserve to have space here to grow. And so we in American Indian Studies stay dedicated to that. I hope that you will send your kids here. I hope that you will come here. And I hope you'll continue to partner with us on these really wonderful events. Thank you so much. And thanks to all the council members. I look forward to listening and learning today. Hope.
Okay. I'd like to welcome up our partners from the California Consortium for Urban Indian Health, Virginia Hedrick and April McGill.
Squanicoy, it's really beautiful to be here. Good morning. Nakna, Virginia Hedrick, Shregon Mewamechak, Kulagla. Good morning, my name is Virginia Hedrick. I'm a member of the Yurok tribe and the executive director of the California Consortium for Urban Indian Health, also in the Sikui. We are subcontractors to the state to help support the Tradition Healing Council and ensure that folks in the room feel safe and have resources. So we're just really grateful to be here with you all this morning, and thank you again to the opening prayer and really setting us off in a good way. Oh yeah, my name is April McGill. Thank you to the relatives for allowing us to be here in your territory, the Yokut people, the Mono people. My role at Sikui is Director of Community Partnerships and Projects, and I do a lot of advocacy work throughout California for missing and murdered indigenous. And I work very closely with her to bring attention to violence in our communities, violence against the land, violence against women's health, and then also working with traditional healers. So my role here is really to support you all in any way that I can, whether that be connecting you with the traditional healer or just sitting with you. I'm not a traditional healer. You know, I just work with those healers and trained in trauma. So please know that I'm here as an auntie, as a sister, like you heard, you know, and so I'm just here to support you in any way that I can. I just appreciate being there. Oh.
Thank you. And we've now have some of our Indian Health Project partners that the consortium has brought to this space, and also our healers introduce themselves. And I'd like to introduce or welcome up Darlene Franco from the Fresno American Indian Health Project. We'd like to say a few words.
Ede, and Shishalawada, Hoyo and Darlene Franco, Nata and Yana Wachumni. Good morning, welcome all of you here. I am from the Wachumni people. My name is Darlene Franco. I am also the director of the Native Wellness Program with the Fresno American Indian Health Project. So I welcome you all to our land here, especially all of you that traveled a great, many miles to be here. We welcome you here, and this is my first meeting, other than maybe a Zoom I've listened to a couple of times, but I'm excited to be a part of this. I'm very happy that Loretta asked me to, kind of guide her around this area, and I'm very thankful to Delbert, really. Oh, there he is. Very thankful to you for opening us up today in a good way. And I brought some staff here to help. And I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Thank you, Deb. I'm Deborah. I also work at the Fresno American Indian Health Project. I am a substance use counselor. I am here to support you and make you feel safe. I want you to know that I'm here to support you, and if you need to talk to me or if you need some medicine, I did bring some medicine, some of our native medicine. It's an honor to be here. Thank you, Delbert, for opening this up. Thank you, Dee. Just happy to be here.
Delane Bill here. My given name is Wachia. Mona Wachumni, Chunamni Yokuts. It's just some of the people in my family, on my dad's side, my mother's side. I come here in a good way today. First American Health Project gave me the opportunity to be here and be a part of this, and to bring what I have to help the people. If it gets too emotional for you, or if you feel sick, I'm more than happy to fan you off and to give it away, and not for you to carry it. Always told, you leave these ceremonies like this, and any ceremony, that you leave things that you don't want. And you take what you need, but don't carry everything with you all at once. We're only given what we need to acknowledge and to help us and to our families also. There's a lot of issues throughout this community with the tribes, with Mother Earth. And I hope to hear a lot of good things today, from the council. I thank everybody here. Delbert, give thanks to Chipney. A good way today. All my relations. Thank you.
Great, thank you all. At this time, just want to point out, we do still have coffee and some snacks in the back of the room. Feel free to get up and get coffee, water as you need it. We have some resources in the back of the room as well, including updates on the Indian Heritage Center, which many folks have been talking or asking about, and we'll hear a little bit more about that tomorrow. And then also feel free to leave at any time if you need to use the restroom, anything of that sort. Typically what we'll do in these meetings is we'll go around the room and introduce ourselves so we know who's in the room at the beginning of the meeting. I'd like to do that, but I also want to be mindful of time. And so we will have at 3 p.m. more opportunity for just sharing, testimonial, just whatever folks are thinking based on what we heard in the panels as well. So what I'd like to do is for everyone in the room to take about 1 or 2 minutes to introduce themselves to the rest of the group. And then we'll begin with our first panel. That works for everyone else. And we'll skip the council members because we already introduced ourselves. And we'll start over here with Ms. Coyle.
I don't like starting with myself. So my name is Courtney Coyle. I'm an attorney in private practice from the San Diego region. And what I do mostly now is protect tribal, cultural, and sacred places and burial grounds. I'm here today as technical support for Councilmember Carmen Lucas, Finding Laguna, who introduced herself earlier. So thank you for having us here today. It's lovely to be in your place.
Yeah, Betsy, Ama, Carmen Miranda.
the young Highland poet. I'm actually here to participate part of the panel, but to actually know who I am Luana Aichel, also daughter. I am the granddaughter of Felix Aichel. There's great granddaughter of Tomas Emmanuel, so that's where my relations are. So first, thank Chittenden for gathering us today. Thank our elders for the blessing. Thank our young people for being here, and I pray that we all have a good day, safe day, and leave the bad stuff off and kind of keep us safe as we go on our day. So I work for ICO, I'm a language program assistant, but I'm also working on the Circle B project in Madera County. Thank you for having me.
Go all the way and then back. Sorry, Jason.
Oh, no, that's great. I'm Dr. John Pryor from the anthropology department. Just here to just be supportive and to come in a good way.
It's a lot easier to do when it's someone else doing the introduction, I guess. My name is Cameron DC Garcia. I'm a member of the Chilon Indian Nation. I am Ohlone Esalen on my mother's side from Mission Soledad. My mother is Ariane Chao Garcia. My father is Manuel Garcia. He's a Chateco, so that makes me a little bit of all over America, I guess you could say, all over the Turtle Island. I'm a student here at Fresno State. I'm studying anthropology, specifically archaeology. I'm hoping to get into linguistics as well, but we'll see how that goes. I'm vice president of the Native American Student Association here. Just recently got voted in, so my president and a bunch of my other members are in here as well. So shout out to them. That's about it, I'd say. I'm happy to be here, and many blessings to all you who came from far away. Oh.
Well, my name is Lauren Woodrow. I'm part of the Waxahachie Indian tribe. My mother is a Yelp maintainer, and it's just a pleasure to see everyone. And I'm Waxahachie, but I'm learning Wakchumbi, so I will say it's just Shalawadaw to everybody. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Woodrow. I'm from King Woodrow, and I'm here to support him. Sashi Pride. I'm also here.
Hi, my name is Natalie Woodrow. I'm part of the Waxahachie tribe. I'm just here for support and to observe and learn everything that I can to move forward on.
Hello, I'm Ken Woodrow. I'm with these two beautiful women and my sister. Waxahachie Indian tribe. Thank you very much for being.
Hello, my name is Quentin. I have no relation to any of the tribes, but I'm here to listen and to learn. And thank you for having me, and thank you for the blessing.
Hello, my name is Cheyenne. I am part of the Seminole and Choctaw tribes, and I'm here to you to just listen and learn and be in communion with all of you.
Hello, I'm Erica. We're also here with the ACLU. We're just here to listen, learn, and hopefully find ways that we can further support you and partner with you.
I'm Lance, volunteer with the ACLU in California, just here to learn and hopefully someday work towards reconciliation.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jason McCannell. I work for California State Parks, where I direct the digital atlas of California Native Americans. You can find a link to that, I think, on the Truth in Healing Council's website. I'm also part of the Reexamining Our Past initiative in parks, looking at place names in the system, as well as interpretive materials that are out of date or reflect a mentality that we're trying to move away from. I am additionally a consultant with the American Indian Cultural District in San Francisco, and I've recently been appointed to the Federal Government's Advisory Committee on Reconciliation and Place Names. We're having our first in-person meeting in June, and that will be, discussing names that, like the SQ word last year, was taken off the national map. We're looking at other derogatory terms and things like that. So that's where I'm at, and I guess I will pass it to people.
We already introduced ourselves, so we'll pass.
Oh, right, yeah, that's fine. Right, you're right.
Thank you.
Amber. My name is Amber Escobar. I come from the Picayune Rancho Chichanti Indians. My grandmother is Beverly Graham, and I'm also working here on campus, the outreach counselor for the Native American Mission here at Fresno State, and a two-time grad. And I'm just happy to see everyone here today. So thank you for coming, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Hilly. My name is Joyce, and I'm Churchansi, and I'm happy to be here today. I am the youngest daughter of the youngest daughter, Sally Sowell Goodeye, born in the mid-1850s. And I'm happy to be here in the space.
Oh, Joseph Shoke, in my language, that means creator is the greatest. First of all, I want to thank the elders for the blessing that you gave us this morning. I also want to thank you for your service. I saw that you have service, service that you have rendered to our country. My brother Chief, to my left here, he's the one that invited me. We hang out, we do a lot of things together. My name is David Alvarez. I'm from Yoami people up in Arizona. And my parents both up in the same village, and all my grandparents in the same village. So I want to say something about what the elders said up there. And I've always been told when you're in the presence of elders and they speak, they say, take two things with you. One, something that you definitely never heard in your entire life, and that elder mentioned. And another thing you want to take is something that you have heard from the elder that you kind of knew, didn't know, but it certainly was confirmed. And one of the things that I learned this morning was, what he said was that we don't know how this is going to end, but we definitely know how it's going to start. And that sermon really resonated, like they said. It had a lot of power, a lot of strength. The song was very powerful. And I started my day that way this morning when I was praying before I came here. And I did ceremony before I came here last night. And I did ceremony this morning. And then I was joined with ceremony again. So it confirmed that all of it will start. In that way, you're allowed to. And so these talks that we're going to have. Although I'm native and I'm from there, the person that I am is I'm very resistant to a stimulation. I didn't know what a stimulation was, and I don't know what resistant was as a word, but I knew in my heart that I was one of those individuals as a young boy. I knew that what was going on wasn't right. And I knew that I wasn't going to allow it to ever be right. I have a son that graduated from this university. And I taught him one thing. I said, education is important, son. But what's more important is to understand and study. The degree that I want you to understand, that I really prefer you to get, is the degree zero tolerance to nonsense. That's what I told him. So when he came to my house, he said, Papi, I graduated with my master's with honors. And I said, really? Well, all the time that you were studying, you was giving away your time away from the ceremony. You was giving away your time from the elders, cutting wood for them. So hurry up and get your doctorate degree so you can hurry up and cut some wood and take care of these elders. And he said, all right, Papi. So he's in his doctorate program. He would have been here this morning, but he was at David in this program over there. I want to thank our sister Dr. Oliver for taking my son underneath the wing and taking care of him while he was here at that time. And I appreciate all the people that have made it possible for me to be here today. My elders, it lets them know that you did a fine job. Because of you, I'm still here. Because of you, I can see all this and these elders that were here. Furthermore, I want to thank the elders of this land. Every time that I wake up on this land, I thank the elders for allowing me to be a visitor here in a good way. Never have I ever been disrespected on this land from any tribal people on this land. And I hope that whenever you travel to my area, you will be able to say the same thing about my people. Oh, I'm a racist.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shiva E.B. Thompson, a citizen of the Cherokee Nation, she, her pronouns, and I'm very honored to serve with the Assistant Secretary for Tribal Affairs at the California National Resources Agency. And it's a true honor to be here with you all today, and really looking forward to listening and learning and being communing with you all. And Wado, thank you for the blessings this morning. Just to echo what everyone's saying, it's a very beautiful way to open up the morning and really ground us for a good conversation. Wado, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shauna Atherton Bauer, and I am the program manager for the Sustainable Agricultural Lands Conservation Program at the Department of Conservation. I am here to listen, learn, and hopefully share some resources to support land back.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kaylee Bright with the California Department of Conservation. I am an assistant director for the department, but outside of my work, I'm a descendant of Native Hawaiians on both the island side, but also because Hawaiians like to travel on the West Coast as well. And First Nation Katsi in British Columbia, because the Native Hawaiians like to hang out. But I'll pass it on from here to.
How's it going? My name is the land and the sky and the water, the air, and I'm from the land. There's no limits to where we from. And I just want to leave that with everybody here. And my main thing, as in what my employment is, I guess, I'm an artist, so I do sculptures. And that's probably why I introduce myself with the land and everything you see around you. And you just can't forget that. We can't be divided in this way. And I just want to leave, you guys with that concept.
Michael McDaniel, Gelagi, Senator Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma. Good to see others in the room today. I'm the son of Bobby McDaniel Jr., who's the son of Archie McDaniel Sr., who was the son of Reuben Bishop McDaniel, who was the son of United D. That's my personal line back to the tribe. I'm a member of the American Indian Studies faculty here. It's like one of those days, how life goes. Sometimes you get an email. Dr. Lee Oliver sent me an email and wanting to have a conversation with me about coming to teach. So I'm honored to be a guest here on the Mono Yoku's lands. I also teach at a place called Lummi Nation up at Northwest Indian College remotely. And so it's been an honor to be here and to work with. I see students that I've taught here in the room. I'm really looking forward to the conversations that we'll have today and the good work that we've begun. It's good to know that work like this is taking place. Thank you.
Again, Darlene Franco.
forgot to mention earlier, I just talked about my work that I do at Fresno Indian Health, but I'm also the chairperson of our non-federally recognized Chumney tribe. And we have a nonprofit. So I'll talk a little bit more about that this afternoon, but I'm just wanted to introduce myself that way also.
Boy's name is Cindy Juggers. I'm an elder of our Chumney tribe. And I just want to thank all of you for being here. It fills my heart just to know that we are all coming together. It's be emotional, but thank you for being here. Thank you, Delbert, for giving us a blessing. And I hope we all have a good time together and get to know each other and learn, listen, and give through your heart voice.
Hi there, Muslim Bureau. I'm happy to be here today. I am with my mother, my aunties, and I work for our tribe coordinator, our new nonprofit. I'm just happy to be here, and I'm here to learn as well. I'll pass it to my mom.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Susan Weeks, and I'm a member of the tribe and here with my family. But I just wanted to say that I'm happy to be here. This has been a long time coming because we've been working on so many things all these years, being from an unrecognized tribe, trying to educate people about what's going on, what's happening, and you know, it drops off and comes back, it drops off again, and comes back, and you know, I'm happy to be here to talk about what we've been trying to do, and you know, relaying messages from our home area.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Julia Tapileris Ramirez. I'm with Chumney. Welcome, everybody. It was so heartfelt to hear and see the families from our local area here who have come today to be together. When I hear the Icho name, the Woodrow name, Grams, Bills, Davis, you know, those are all people from our area. It's so good to see you. I think of your elders when I hear those names, and I honor them. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Anthony Lopez. I am a member of the Manchester Band of Pomo Indians. It's about 2 hours north of San Francisco around the coast. It's really rainy and foggy up that way. Way different than the Central Valley. I'm a student here at Fresno State. I'll be graduating this semester. Thank you. I'm also a part of the Native Club on campus as well. And I do plan to try to get into a master's program too and further my education, and just happy to be here and just here to listen, support, share medicine, and receive it as well. So yeah, happy to be here.
Hello, my name is Veronica Ramirez, and I come from the Coastal Band of the Chumash Nation. I'm a student here on campus, and I'm part of the New American Student Club as well with Anthony and Cameron. I'm very happy to see as faculty that I've been in contact with and grown to know more this semester. And I also work on campus with the Cross Cultural Gender Center, and I'm a student coordinator there for American Indian Program and Services. So I'm hoping to meet more of you and just learn some more medicine, and it's very nice to see everybody here today. Thank you so much.
Manahun and Nani and Charles Carpenter. Hello, my name is Charles Carpenter. I come from the Big Sandy Rancheria Band of Western Mono people. I work as a site project coordinator for Owens Valley Career Development Center at their Big Sandy office. I came here hoping that there are some things that I can glean from this meeting. It's my first time coming to a meeting like this, that I can maybe apply to helping the people I work with heal, move towards healing. And on a side, I also I go to Fresno Pacific University where I'm working on a master's program for intercultural studies. And like the Native students here at Fresno State, being the only Native, being the only Mono in my classes, I am by default tasked with educating my peers about local tribes and Mono peoples and traditional beliefs. And also working with my people to help decolonize our faith for those of us who do choose to believe in Jesus, showing that we can honor Jesus as creator through our traditions. And it doesn't just have to be the way that the missionaries told us. We need to worship Jesus. So I'm also hoping that as I listen to these meetings, seeing how creators working outside the walls of the church, that I can bring some of what I hear into the church and say, hey, this is how creators working. How can we join that?
Good morning, I'm Katarina Haya. Thank you to the elders for that blessing. I'm of settler descent and seeking to be a good guest on these lands, so coming to just listen and support. I represent a faith-based coalition called the Coalition to Dismantle the Doctrine of Discovery, seeking to address the roots of injustice on these lands. Thank you.
I told you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Professor Kapoor. I have been with the university here for the last 56 years. I have served 7 presidents, and there have been 9 presidents altogether on this campus. I'm a friend, supporter, advocate, and ally of my Native American brothers and sisters. I started working with the Native people here since I joined in '67. I will not go in details what we did, what we have been doing, but I certainly would like to join my president in welcoming all of you in this beautiful room and the beautiful ceremony that was conducted this morning. Why I got interested, just for your information, somebody asked me, are you an Indian? I said, don't I look like an Indian? I said, my tribe is 1 billion people, it's not a small tribe. It's 1 billion people like that. So I feel very blessed that I have had this opportunity to work with a lot of good friends. Professor Lee Oliver, Ken Hansen, and Amber is here. I knew Amber's mother. Your mother is not here today, right? No. She was telling me that Dr. Purvan just started working in Oakhurst area. She was about 7, 8 years old at that time. So what actually I would like to, this is a great heartfelt ceremony that you had this morning, a gathering. Not too long ago, right in this room, we had a very big event where we had a very large gathering, and the title was Human Rights and the Native People, the Indigenous People. I am the founder of the Human Rights Coalition here in the Valley, and one of our major area of interest has been how to address the issues and problems of the marginalized community or oppressed communities. And actually Native American Indians have been oppressed, as we all know them actually. What we are doing here, in addition to the academic program that Professor Lee Oliver and Ken Hansen are engaged on the campus, they are doing their job. If you have the time, we have a peace garden here. That's my legacy to the university. We have leaders like Gandhi, Dr. King, Cesar Chavez, Jane Addams, and pretty soon we are going to add Nelson Mandela, and also a monument to honor the Native American Indians in the valley here. So pretty soon we will have within a year, hopefully, a monument, a memorial to honor the Native American Indian, the heritage, the culture that we all must respect. So we will have a monument here. We already have started the fundraising and we already have collected enough money. We are going further actually to reach out the casino because we need about $100,000 to begin with. All these statues do cost a lot of money and it all comes from the public, from the community like that. We want to raise that money. And again, would like to welcome all of you to this beautiful room, to our campus. If you have the time during lunch hour, please do visit our Peace Garden Hall. Thank you very much and wish you all the best and have a peaceful day. Thank you.
Once again, good morning. And we'll say, Christian given me Gilbert Davis. My mom was born on Thule. Well, she was born from the Sachi family here. We all went to high school together a few years back. Chumley, there's also Mono, Pokemon Mono, Elaine Bill, family member there, family members in front of me here. I remember Dr. before, you probably don't remember my brother, Wayne Davis, he was director here at Central. He was ethnic studies, he taught at City College. Good words and bad. I've seen some of the letters between you, so we don't want to repeat some of them. So I mean, that's in a good light. So maybe this circle, it was meant for us to sit next to each other, that circle is complete again. You know, he passed away when he was 42, not a very old man. But also he was, I graduated from Berkeley, got a degree in economics. And he graduated from Berkeley as well. He was assistant dean at the UC Med Center for a period of time, long period of time, but we made a promise. And this is one thing, the students that are in this room here, that are being educated, we made a promise after 5 years we would come home. So I worked for the Port of Oakland making good money then. But we said we would come home back to our communities. So we left those positions. He found teaching position here. I found refuge in the service. I spent majority of my life there. But keep that in mind. That's why I said earlier, words come easy. I want to get my education and come back and help my families and my community. That's a hard, those words are hard to keep sometimes. But if you mean them, people, you know, I probably would have loved staying up there with the Port of Oakland, probably having a mansion in Marin County by now. But I chose not to. I chose not to. You know, it's unfortunate in this day that we call these ceremonies, these are a way of life. You know, what we do, we sing every morning, we sing, we go to our lodges. Unfortunately, we give them titles because many of us either don't have the opportunity or maybe the knowledge to do it. But it's just a way of life. And like I say, talking circles, whatnot. Those are just the way we grew up and do things. And a lot of times, it's unfortunate these days that there's so much resources now that it's separated us. Before we used to travel together as a group because we couldn't afford a caravan of cars. You know, who has the best cars and the best tires? Who can afford a loaf of bread and some bologna? That who's got a place to know somebody in that town? If we're going to be there, we can sleep on the floor. Not these days now. You know, now everybody's got their own SUV. They got their phones. These things are called communication things. How come we can't communicate? Got that screen up there. Everybody's got a cell phone. I look around and a lot of people, they got their phones in their hand, but we can't talk one-to-one, face-to-face, eye-to-eye. That's how I want to meet people. That's why we invite people into our lodge. You know, Elaine Bill, he runs a lodge. He has a good lodge. But again, we call them ceremonies. That's just our way of life. I live in the mountains, so before I was born, our lives was up there. You know, like Carmen, another cousin right there. You know, my mom used to visit them every day, or when they go travel, once going down to Tachi. My grandfather's from Tachi, buried down there. You know, our family cemetery up here in Long Valley. You know, again, cousins right here. So, I mean, again, On these occasions, we see each other, but we don't communicate. Got a phone, don't do it. Invite people to ceremonies, to lodge. Oh, when you gonna have your next sweat? And tell them, never come. So be of your word. Like I'm talking earlier, words come easy, but you gotta live those words. It's nice to walk, come up here and speak a few words, a few lines of your language, This is not who we are. This is just a tool, like a hammer. This is the wrong end of a hammer. You can't put that nail in. I see people walking around with tools. They don't use them. That's why I challenge all you. That's why I challenge earlier about create your rules in life so you know how to conduct yourself. It's nice, again, in these meetings, but again, what happened to our cultural infrastructure? Do you understand? And some of you, oh yeah, that's beautiful. That's not cultural infrastructure. Cultural infrastructure is your language, your traditions, how you conduct yourself. And it's not a dollar. You can't put a dollar value on it. It's a beautiful building. Yes, it is. What? $12 million. Get your cultural infrastructure. It's not instant. And remember, students that are here, if you want to learn about your people, go talk to your elders. If your grandparents are still alive, where do you think these educators learn what they did? I'd like to bring up the point, Frank Lotta done that to our valley here. Got a lot of information, wrote good books, didn't need that dollar amount, come back to the people that he got that information. My parents, my grandparents, cousins, no. But their name was on the book. And because they got some letters behind the name, PhD, doctor this, doctor that. But if you want to learn about your people, go talk to your people. They're still there. Like I said, Lane Bill, he runs his ceremony. We all still do them. But what's hurting us right now in our valley and just across this country, there's healers, but there's no doctors. There's no medicine men anymore. There's very few. A couple of them I know in California. People can pull water. That doesn't make you a medicine man. You pull water, you're healing. That's all. We got healers. So that's the level we're at now. And we look for people, young people that want to learn how to pull water, not just a pour. That's just not a mechanical thing. A lot of people conduct it that way. You got to do with feeling and do with heart. Because it'll come back at you in the wrong way, in a bad way. Power is in that mountain right there. Power is in that ocean. What's on that screen and on a piece of paper, that's not power. That's the power. Once we as individuals learn to understand that, I think we'll be happier people. Oh, under this.
Hi, Jose Vega, organizer, staff organizer with the ACLU, NorCal, based here in Fresno, and community member in Fresno first. Thank you.
I agree with introductions, but my name is Aiden Boyles. I'm a senior undergrad student at Fresno State, political science major. I'm also working as a climate action outreach fellow with the Central Valley College Corps. So in that regard, I would love to work with the council on climate change if they want to reach out to me or anybody at CTHC. I'd like to preface that I will have to leave this meeting at around 2:30 to go and attend another meeting. But nevertheless, I am super grateful to be here. Thank you for the blessing. And yeah, I'm here to listen and learn. And yeah, hope everybody has a great day.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brittany Munoz. I'm a Fresno State alumni, and it feels incredible to be here with you all today. Wow, I've never been a part of a blessing, and I want to say for my entire being, thank you for allowing me in this space. I work for the California Fire Safe Council, but today, most of all, I'm here to listen, to grow, and to support you all.
Good morning, my relations. I'm pleased to be able to be here in this space with everyone. And as always, I'm grateful to wake up in the lands of the Yokich and Mono peoples. My name is Kenneth Hansen. I'm on the faculty here at Fresno State. I'm a pre-ICWA adoptee with Shawnee, Lakota, and Salagi heritage, as far as I know, and maybe a couple other things too. Thank you to Delbert, Delane, and to Ray for the blessings this morning. Ray, by the way, is a former student of mine, a friend of many years. Thank you also to Lise for all the hard work to put this together, to Darlene, to Christina and Loretta, and for the council. Also, Maxeni Wayasoniet, that's Shalom for deliver us from our enemies. I'm tribal staff for the Shalom Indian Nation in Bakersfield, California, and I've been with them for about 10 years. I would hope that the council would deal with issues like adoption and fostering and boarding schools and non-recognition and termination and all of that, because if anybody has been in California for several decades, whether especially Cali native, but if you're not, if you're an urban Indian, which I am, and other folks brought to California since the Dust Bowl, since termination, since other periods of time here, I would hope that the council would delve into those issues and to figure out the culpability of the state government in terms of all of those things, because we're all affected by those things. I'm very glad that you all were able to come here today, either in person or virtually. I hope it won't be the last time. But I am very grateful for everyone for coming in a good way. I hope. Roman?
Hi, everybody. My name's Roman Raintree. My mother was Tina Charlie, my grandparents are Bill Charlie, and everyone knows. Yeah, just glad to be here. Wish you all a safe journey back wherever you all journey from. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Xavier Raichi, my dad, and I'm just video recording everything, and yeah, happy to be here. So thank you.
Good morning, relatives. My name is Teddy Simon. I'm a member of the Navajo Nation and also work for the ACLU of Northern California as our Indigenous Justice Advocate, and just so grateful and honored to be here and share space with you all this morning.
Just wanted to make a note that Xavier is filming in kind of his own capacity and may ask to interview some of you. So we'd love to support his initiative, and feel free to go and chat with him while he does this film.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Leo Rodriguez, and this is my partner Garrett Perez. We are detectives with the California Highway Patrol. As you guys know, the Highway Patrol spans throughout the state, and our officers deal with all your peoples. Over the next few days, we just want to learn about your culture, learn about what's important to you, all this so that we can improve our communication with you guys and build a relationship. Because California Highway Patrol strives to make California the safest place to live, work, and travel, not just for a single people, but everybody here. So thank you so much for having us.
Morning, everybody. My name is Remy Terrace. I'm a member of the Waxahachie Indian tribe. Fresno State alumni, graduated in 2010, kind of been around doing a whole bunch of things. Currently, environmental scientist at the state, working on prescribed fire and cultural fire practitioner.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Carly Tex. I'm Executive Director with the Advocates for Indigenous California Language Survival. Here representing them, and also to give a talk a little bit later about a project that we're collaborating on with the San Joaquin River Conservancy. I'm also Western Mono, North Work on my dad's side, Dunlap Mono on my mom's side, and I'm a basket weaver. And thank you all for being here.
Mishnah Roha, Karakat Lillian Camarena. Good morning, my name is Lillian. I am from a descendant of the Tongan people of Tongan Nation from Santa Clara Valley. I am also a tribal secretary and the tribal monitor. I'm here with my mother today for my very first time, and I'm happy to be in the same room with all you amazing people. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Kina Carey. I'm current chairwoman for Tongan Nation. We're a non-federally recognized tribe from the Silicon Valley area. I'm also a language teacher / learner, and like many of us here, we wear many hats. I also work in tribal cultural resource protection, protecting our ancestors and our resources in the area. I just wanted to thank the Homeland people for having us here today and actually sharing your space with our people for the last 130 years. Our people migrated here from the Bay Area as we got pushed out. We've been living here a very, very long time. And so we've been using a lot of the resources that a lot of agencies that you're here representing, and we really do appreciate you sharing your space. But we are doing our due diligence and working hard to get our people back home. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ariana Murillo. I am a member of the Tonga Gambrel Nation. Thank you guys for having me here. I look forward to hearing what's to be said today.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Jella, and I'm with Amatuluk Studios, and I'm here on behalf of the California Indian Heritage Center. We'll be talking about it tomorrow. But we do have some materials that we'd love for you to spend some time during your free time to come back and look at. We're here to listen, and learn, and take your feedback. So thank you, and it's an honor to be here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Brian Fangerstrom. I am a Nubiak Eskimo from Western Alaska. If you've ever heard of the town of Nome, which is about the end of the world, my dad moved to the woods. So bit of an understanding of remoteness, but yes, we're here to share and spread the word about the community outreach process that's related to the California Indian Heritage Center project. So please stop by. Throughout the day, we'll be here through 5. We're going to do an hour session tomorrow with Chuck Chansey, where we can get into more of the details and learn how you can participate, how you can help spread the word and spread the support of how communities can influence the basis of how the design of the project will evolve beginning next year. So thank you, and it's an honor to be here.
Hello, my name is Jeannie King-Bell. I'm the Tribal Council Chairperson for the Peking Rancheria of the Chukchansi Indians. Thank you, everyone, for being here and being willing to share your stories on how we could potentially be making amends between our Indigenous people in the state of California. As was just mentioned, Peking Rancheria of the Chukchansi Indians will be hosting the second day tomorrow up at our casino in the Chukchansi Conference Center, and I hope you guys can all attend. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you all for attending in person today. At this time, I'd like to welcome up our first panel on land back, including land trusts, conservancies, and opportunities to build capacity. I'd like to welcome up Geneva E. Thompson, Assistant Secretary for Tribal Affairs at the California Natural Resources Agency, Haley E. Bright, the Division Director of the Land Resource Protection Division at the California Department of Conservation, Shanna Atherton, Program Manager for the Sustainable Agriculture Land Conservation Program at the California Department of Conservation, Carly Tex, Executive Director of Advocates for Indigenous California Language Survival, the Indigenous Environmental Resource Center Circle B Project, and Carmen Moreno, Program Assistant at the Advocates for Indigenous California Language Survival Circle B Project. Feel free to sit however you feel most comfortable. We'll have a mic on each of the tables, and we'll leave you to it.
Give me a nod, because I'll be doing the PowerPoint over here, so say something and I'll be. Okay, sounds good.
Okay, okay. All right, OCO everyone. It's, such an honor to be here with you all today. I'm really excited to share a little bit about some of the work that we are doing here at the California Natural Resources Agency, especially around ancestral land return, co-management, and access to lands and natural resources. So really appreciate the opportunity to be with you all here today. Share a little bit, and then also hear on how we can strengthen and grow the programs that we're trying to do here at the agency. And so as Secretary Snyder said, my name is Geneva E.B. Thompson, citizen of the Cherokee Nation, she, her pronouns, and I serve as the Assistant Secretary for Tribal Affairs at the California Natural Resources Agency. We could switch the slides, please. So just as a quick, intro to the California Natural Resources Agency, we are a umbrella agency that has over 26 different departments, conservancies, and commissions underneath that agency umbrella, really kind of around the ideas of natural resources. And so some of the departments that you all might work closely with, state parks, the Department of Water Resources, the San Joaquin River Conservancy, Department of Conservation, and a whole slew of other departments that are underneath that agency umbrella. So part of my role at the agency is to ensure that the kind of executive level agency, as well as all of our departments, are being coordinated in our tribal affairs policy work. So a huge part of my role is to work closely with the tribal liaisons from each of those departments, really kind of fully understand tribal affairs policies, and then ensure that we're coordinated and collaborating with each other to be better partners with California Native American tribes. Another part of my role here at the agency is to set some of those tribal affairs policies for the agency as a whole. And really excited on our nature-based solutions work. And so I'm hoping to touch a little bit about that work here today, and then also share some examples of ancestral land return that's happened in the recent past, as kind of some lessons learned, and identifying what went well, what could have gone better, as we really collectively try to think about what land return looks like and how the state can be a partner in that space. So we could do the next slide, please. So the two policies that I'm hoping to touch base with you all today are the Statement of Administrative Policy on Native American Ancestral Lands, and also the Nature-Based Solutions Executive Order. So the Statement of Administrative Policy on Native American Ancestral Lands really is a statement from the Governor's Office directing all departments to identify opportunities to increase access and co-management to our public lands and natural resources. This takes different forms depending on which department you're looking at, depending on what types of lands and natural resources are available, but really the request from the Governor's Office to all those departments is to really do a deep dive and understanding how we can increase access to those spaces and resources, as well as identifying opportunities for co-management. And then the second component of this policy is to identify opportunities for land return. And so this is a directive to all of our departments to look at the lands that the state is managing, see which ones are in excess, see which ones are available for land return, and then working closely with our tribal partners to make sure that land return can happen. Another component to land return is to look at our funding opportunities that we have here at the agency, and identifying ways that we can support tribes in the acquiring of private lands for land return as well. And that kind of dovetails into the executive order, the Nature-Based Solutions Executive Order, which directed our agency to identify ways to work with the lands to address the biodiversity and climate crisis that we're all facing today. And in part of that executive order, we developed two strategies that I'm so appreciative for all the consultations that we've had with you all and your tribal leaders in developing. So those two strategies are the Pathways to 30 by 30 strategy, with the goal of conserving 30% of California's lands and coastal waters by 2030. And then the second strategy is the Natural Working Lands Climate Smart strategy, which really is looking at how we can work with our lands, natural and working, to really ensure that we are addressing the climate crisis in a smart, thoughtful way, and adjusting how we live in relation to the land, knowing of that the climate crisis that's upon us. Both of those strategies have a core commitment to partnering with tribes. And I really do kind of think that really is from all of the amazing consultations that we've had with tribal leaders in the development of these two strategies. And the agency heard really loud and clear that partnership with tribes is the only way that we're going to really tackle some of these difficult and complex issues that we're all facing today. And so I just, again, want to thank you for the time that you spent with us to develop these strategies. We can do the next slide. So, well, those are the two strategies I just mentioned. I apologize. And really, if you're interested in those strategies, I encourage you to visit our website at californianature.ca.gov. Both of those strategies live there, and I can also get in touch with you all and email you copies as well. But really encourage looking at those strategies. So the next slide is the Tribal Nature-Based Solutions Program. And this is the next step in the implementation of those strategies, and really where we're working to identify opportunities to partner with California Native American tribes in the implementation of multi-benefit nature-based solutions. And we are very excited to have been appropriated last year $70 million to establish this new program. And very excited about it. And these funds are going to be available for tribally led projects and for tribes into implementing these nature-based solutions projects. And I think the big project that everyone's really excited about is they're available for the purchase of private property or ancestral land return. And so we really would love to partner with your all's tribes in identifying properties that are important to you all, that you want to have returned, and having those funds available to support that. So we are still in the early stages of developing this program. We've had a 90-day early consultation period where we talked with a great number of tribal leaders and councils about what this program should include and how we should develop the draft grant guidelines. We are now in our second stage of tribal consultation where we have draft I don't know why I'm stumbling with the word, I apologize. Draft grant guidelines out for consultation now. And so those guidelines are on our website. We're hoping to consult with as many tribal leaders and councils who are interested in that draft language. And then we also have a public comment period for folks who would like to look at the program and provide your all's thoughts and guidance on how it can be improved. And we definitely see this as a first step and in guidance on how we can make it a better program to meet tribes' needs in this space. I'm all ears, so please feel free to reach out. And those resources are on our website. It's a little bit long of a URL, but basically if you go to our website and then look at the initiatives in the tribal affairs subpage, you'll see this big logo, and that's where you'll know that those are resources. I'd also be happy to email anyone who's interested. So you do the next slide, please. So you'll see in the draft grant guidelines, these are kind of the two, I guess, most important terms on how to identify projects that would meet the current criteria under those draft grant guidelines. That's really multi-benefit and nature-based solutions. And really multi-benefit means the project that produces 2 or more benefits. We're trying to make it simple. And then the nature-based solutions means actions that work with and enhance nature to help address societal challenges. And those are really the kind of the main requirements of this funding program, is that it's multi-benefit and nature-based solutions. So the goal is to try to have it as flexible as possible, because we know each tribe has its own priorities, and is also facing your own barriers as it relates to your ancestral lands and natural resources. So we want this to be flexible. We want it to meet your tribe's needs and appreciate your guidance on how we can build this program so we can be successful in that. We can, next slide, please. And then lastly, or I guess for another component of this project is we really would hope for projects that are in planning, implementation, and then ancestral land return. And so we've heard a lot that ancestral land return is what folks are excited about, but also if your tribe isn't ready to, you know, acquire land and manage land and everything that comes with that and needs kind of capacity support and building, these funds are available for that as well. And so if you have planning projects or restoration or conservation implementation projects, that is a priority for your tribe. These funds are eligible for that as well. Okay, can you do the next slide? And then I thought I don't want to take too much time because I know I'm really excited to hear what all the other panelists have prepared for everyone today. But I thought it might be helpful just to kind of go through some quick examples of ancestral land return that really kind of highlights the importance of partnerships and how different entities can bring different tools or capacity to a particular ancestral land return goal or initiative. Really the idea of sharing some examples of what went well, what maybe was difficult or could have been improved, and just so we can all collectively think about what capacity needs are out there and how the state can be a better partner in these types of projects. So I'll move pretty quickly through this because I know we're really running short on time, but you know, the first example I'm excited to share with you all is the return of 46 acres of coastal wetlands and uplands near Ouija, which is the Humboldt Bay to the Biak tribe. And the funding that came for this particular purchase was from the Ocean Protection Council's Proposition 1 Coastal Environmental Justice Program. And I really like to highlight this example for ancestral land return because it shows a funding program that wasn't necessarily like a tribal set aside or focused on tribal priorities, but was identified as an opportunity to partner with the Biak tribe for land return, while also meeting the other goals of protecting wetlands and conserving important spaces, not only for their cultural and community importance, but also for the environmental considerations. And so you'll see the partners listed there. So we got Tribe, Ocean Protection Council, Cal Poly Humboldt, Humboldt Baykeeper, and the Friends of the Dunes. And I wanted to just highlight that to show all of the different entities that really pulled the resources together to make this ancestral land return happen. Next slide, please. Another example of a direct purchase is the 1,199 acres ranch in Little Sur River to the Esalen Tribe of Monterey County. And this was funded through the California Natural Resources Agency grant and also in partnership with Western Rivers Conservancy and the tribe as well as the agency. And so just one more example of how partnerships, not only with state, but land conservancies and tribal leaders can lead to land return. Another example of land return is really the transfer of ownership. And so the Butte Creek Ecological Preserve was purchased by Chico State Enterprises through a Wildlife Conservation Board grant program. And then the partnership with the university and the tribe really identified an opportunity for land return and showing just kind of the importance of working closely with current landowners and managers and identifying opportunities to have those lands returned, that they don't necessarily have to go through a complex property transaction, but really building those relationships for return. I'm sorry, I'm realizing my PowerPoint is very long, so cut me off whenever you want. Oh, okay. Another example of land return is through mitigation. And so we have the 40 acres that were returned to the Lone Pine Paiute Shoshone Reservation. And this was part of a Caltrans project that identified harms to cultural resources through the expansion of a highway. And as part of the mitigation measures for those impacts to those cultural resources, the State Lands Commission identified property for Caltrans to purchase and then return to the tribe to ensure that the cultural resources within those parcels would be protected in perpetuity under tribal ownership and leadership. And so this is another example of you don't have to go through, CEQA and mitigations is a complex process, but it's a different type of process than maybe just your kind of standard land purchase.
And also under 1852, that people haven't been thinking about that as
Yes, yes. And so, yeah, so Secretary Snider was saying that through AB 52, which is amended the California Environmental Quality Act to require lead agencies to consult with tribes on projects that may have an impact to cultural resources or other tribal landscapes or other resources that through those consultations and identification of harm to those resources, mitigation measures can be developed to either avoid or limit or protect it for the future of cultural resources. And so that situation that happened here with this Caltrans project and the identification of impacts, and then through mitigation, land return was made available. And I like to highlight this one because that really shows the importance of consultation in projects moving forward, of how we can really be thoughtful and creative on those mitigation measures to really increase protections for cultural resources. Another example that the state doesn't play much of a role in, but I like to highlight it, is that the federal Congress can also be part of land return and really work closely with tribal leaders in the identification. This particular example was federal lands that could be transferred from a particular federal agency to a tribe for land return. And so for folks who are thinking about land return, and really encourage you to reach out to your elected leaders in Congress to identify opportunities for those land returns as well. And this is the most recent legislation that was signed into law for the return of lands to the Karuk tribe. And then just my last two examples really are for access and co-management. And so we've heard from tribes that sometimes it takes time to build the capacity for full land management, but then there's an immediate need for access and co-management of land and resources. And so working closely with the state departments and the resources under state management, the development of access and co-management agreements allow the opportunity to ensure that tribal members, tribal leaders can be on the land, can be reconnected with those lands while we're still in conversation of land return. And so the first example is that conservation easements as a way of increasing access and co-management. So this is I put the code up here, the Civil Code 815.3, that really shows that identifies that conservation easements are a way of putting a limitation on a deed or other instrument to ensure access or conservation of lands. And so this is a way of having a property right or a type of legal right to property without having that full kind of fee transfer of land. And so really encourage folks, as you're thinking about increased access and co-management, that conservation easements is a way of pursuing those goals. And then lastly, we have access and co-management agreements. And so these are agreements between governments on the management of particular areas of land or resources. And the most recent example that we're excited to share is the global memorandum of understanding between the Yurok tribe and the California State Department of Parks and Recreation, which really developed an agreement with the tribe that Yurok members can access the North Coast Redwoods District State Parks with tribal IDs for the collection of plant materials and minerals for traditional purposes in lieu of a permit. And it sounds a little technical, but it's very exciting because that means Yurok people did not have access to state park lands for traditional and cultural purposes. And it really sets out that relationship for increased access for those lands. And so really encourage folks who are interested in learning how to build MOUs or agreements with the state for particular areas or resources to use this one as an example to work off of. And you'll see that there's a website at the bottom of that slide for more resources. And with that, thank you so much, Wardo, and that's my email address, and please reach out if you have any questions.
Quick question, I just want to know if we will be able to have access to your slides.
That's a great question.
You're comfortable with it?
Yeah, yeah, I'm comfortable. You will get those posted so you can have those as resources.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you seen the reason why was
No, I haven't, but I would love to see it.
gathering policy versus there are possibilities, like CNRA doing some statements involved. Whether it's outlier, as opposed to individual private
Just a blanket policy. I think that's a great suggestion. And I think that's something that we're hoping to, through the Tribal Nature-Based Solutions Program and our Outdoors for All initiatives, to really have that consultation with tribes to see what structure would make the most sense for increasing tribal access to state lands. And hearing the BLM has something like that, that's awesome. And so would love to connect with you if you have a copy of that. That would be great to just see kind of lessons learned and what's been working. So I really appreciate that.
So before we get to more questions, I'd like folks to hold their questions until the end of the panel, and then we can engage in kind of broad-based discussion. So if you have your questions, if you write them down, and then we'll get you the mics so that we can hear what your questions are as well on the record.
Awesome, thanks.
Right. Good morning again. My name is Kaylee Ebright. I'm with the Department of Conservation, the California Department of Conservation, and I am the Assistant Director for the Division of Land Resource Protection. As a department, we run a really wide spectrum of programs that touch on oil and gas, mining, geologic hazards, and others. But I'm really privileged, frankly, to be able to lead the Division of Land Resource Protection, because that is our division that's dedicated to conserving and stewarding and really healing landscapes and ensuring that they're available for the use of our communities and our people for generations to come. I'm going to give you a brief overview of our division, then I'm going to hand it to Shauna, who runs our conservation programs. Just to give you a quick overview of what we do, we have a really interesting blend of programs that's centered in protecting our state's agricultural lands. That includes both kind of the row crop, but also our grazing lands and bigger, landscapes where our rangelands. But then outside of that, we have a host of many programs that are focused at like the biggest barrier that we see across our state, that practitioners and communities just really don't have the capacity to take advantage of the opportunities that the state and the federal government put forward to move forward restoration, conservation, and other types of work to kind of strengthen and heal our landscapes. And so we really tried to make an intentional investment into capacity building across the state for many different purposes. Again, we work a lot within the agricultural land space, but we also have a really targeted program at our wildfire resilience work that we're trying to stand up across the state. as well as community resilience even into the urban communities, like Fresno, through our transformative climate communities program that we implement for other agencies. In the presentation about our opportunities today, we, as state agencies, we kind of get really deep into the details of, program structures and all the stuff, that we have to kind of operate within. But I just want to make sure that, we focus on, all of these things we're putting forward really come down to the simple goal of us as a division is to help communities, tribal, non-tribal, participate in the programs to be able to pursue, the work that really is meaningful to them on our landscapes. And we really make an intentional effort across our programs to open up opportunities for tribes to not only just participate, because it's a horrible word, but really like create opportunities for tribes to take resources and lead. And we try to, give that power and kind of step out of the way and just make sure that we're facilitating true tribal-led stewardship and conservation. So call us out on it if you see areas where we can, where we're not meeting that mark or, where we can improve. Again, just thank you. And it's a true honor to be here today. I will pass it on to Shauna.
Hi everyone, I'm Shauna Atherton-Bauer. I am of settler descent, and just on a personal level, I'm here because I grew up in Southern California and watched our natural and working lands get converted to other uses. That's what brought me here. And as you had said, and the state has acknowledged, protecting those lands and seeing them stewarded in meaningful ways can't happen without the state's tribes. So that is why I'm here. And now I'm here to share some resources for how tribes can acquire land or rights to land for management. So I'll go over just the program in general, what our project types look like, some timelines for how you can get involved either now or in the future, and then pass it on. So our Sustainable Agricultural Lands Conservation Program was developed as part of the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Program to promote smart growth and protect strategic agricultural lands from conversion to urban and rural residential uses. More broadly, we're aiming to support healthy and resilient agricultural economies, as well as food security, and that includes food security for tribes, and to avoid increases in greenhouse gas emissions that result through the conversion of agricultural lands. Sorry about that. Part of our directive, as is part of the state's directive, is to advance equity for tribes. We've been working on this for a few years now. And to that end, we're aiming to support ownership and management and access to natural and working lands and indigenous cultural resources within those lands by both federally and non-federally recognized California Native American tribes. As I said just a moment ago, we're also aiming to support tribal food sovereignty and support the ability of tribes to engage in traditional and sustenance gathering, hunting, and fishing activities on lands. So, next slide, yeah, that's it. So a couple of definitions. Agricultural lands for our program includes both cultivated lands and non-cultivated lands that support agricultural uses. And our definition of agricultural uses includes cultivation and tillage of the soil, dairying, grazing, as well as gathering activities and promoting healthy trees, shrubs, forbs, perennial foods with cultivation of traditional foods, herbal medicines, fibers, and dyes, specifically if those activities are led by tribes. So how do we support all of that through this program? We have 3 project types. We have land use planning grants. These are broader grants that focus on the development of local and regional land use policies and economic development strategies to protect critical agricultural lands. We have a little more narrow capacity and project development grants. Those are focused on organizational capacity to develop agricultural conservation acquisition projects, both easement projects, which Geneva provided the definition for that earlier, as well as the purchasing properties outright. And then we have, we fund the purchase of both easements on properties and fee to properties to protect permanent croplands, rangelands, and lands utilized for the cultivation of traditional resources. And you covered the easements, so I don't have to worry about that definition. I do want to mention that all three of these components are competitive programs. We don't have a set aside for tribes, but we do have an investment target focused on tribes, and tribes are prioritized in our funding via those investment targets as well as scoring. So moving on to our planning grants, we have a host of eligible applicants, among them both federally recognized and non-federally recognized tribes. We give grants up to $500,000 this year. Optional pre-proposals are due June 30th, and final applications are due on September 9th. And I want to give just an example of what those grants can look like. So you can use planning grants to develop programs to protect that agricultural land base, identify infill development potential and complementary land conservation strategies, support regional food systems, and the implementation of sustainable community strategies. And then let's jump one more slide, another slide. Okay, so what can this look like? We are excited to announce that we gave our first grant to a tribe first planning grant to a tribe this past round. The Hoopa Valley tribe is using their planning grant to focus on agricultural conservation and resiliency planning, as well as their general plan and their apologies. They're creating a focus group with leadership, key tribal departmental staff, and other stakeholders to identify their various project goals to develop an agricultural conservation and resiliency plan that will ensure the protection of both agricultural resources as well as traditional food lands, and to protect those systems and resources, and to integrate the many plans that they already have into one holistic plan. So our capacity and project development grants, we'll move on to the next slide. So this is our newest component, and this is the one that I'm most excited to talk with you about today. Both federally and non-federally recognized tribes are eligible for these grants as well. We give grant awards in two tiers. The first tier is $100,000 for applicants who are looking to build their organizational capacity to acquire land either in easement or fee. And then we give $250,000 to applicants who are looking to expand capacity and really increase the rate of their acquisition efforts. We can skip. Okay, so what does building organizational and financial capacity look like? You can use these funds to develop a board or a management structure to support decision-making and providing oversight to acquire tools and track projects related to land acquisition. Specific to tribes, this year we've incorporated into the program that a tribe can use our funding to develop a new 501c3 organization, such as a tribal land trust, to assist with acquiring land. And you can use the funds to develop agricultural conservation acquisition projects. So let's skip. Let's skip this slide and we'll just jump to our project example. California Open Lands is a nonprofit. They are using their capacity grant to strategize around acquisition and development partnerships for tribal agroecology and cultural resources. Specifically, they're working on doing project development work to support the acquisition of a 323-acre property in Butte County that has significant cultural value to the Maidu tribes of that area. That was a gathering place for indigenous women in pre-colonial times, and that continues to support a diversity of native foods, basketry, materials, and medicines. They're also using the grant to collaborate with indigenous traditional ecological knowledge practitioners from 7 federally and non-federally recognized tribes to develop their acquisition proposal and create tribal co-stewardship agreements. And then beyond that, they are going to use the grant to do landscape scale strategic planning to identify potential sites for future acquisitions to accelerate their work toward food sovereignty, climate resilience, and environmental justice. So that's how you can use our funds to plan for conservation work. Geneva noted, if you're not quite ready to do acquisitions yet, we have those resources within this program. And then we have the acquisition grants themselves. Federally and non-federally recognized tribes are eligible for these as well. We have, for tribes, we have no maximum, or actually for all projects, we don't have a maximum grant award. Tribes are eligible for 100% of the easement value purchase if they're looking to acquire easements on private lands. And they are also eligible newly this year for 100% of the fair market value of a property if they're looking to purchase a property in its entirety. That is specific to tribes at this time. And that's both tribes and tribal nonprofits as the applicant or the co-applicant are eligible for those rates. We also provide up to $60,000 for costs associated with actually doing the acquisition. We know that it's not just the buying of the land that's important, but actually the negotiating of the agreements, particularly around easements. So we fund up to $60,000 of those costs. You can actually request more if you need it. You just need to submit that, and then that will be evaluated by staff through the application process. And we also provide an additional $10,000 if you're looking to develop a management plan for the property as part of that acquisition. You can see the timelines on the slide, so I won't repeat those now. I do want to highlight one big barrier that is still in place on our acquisition grants, which is that we do require limited waivers of sovereign immunity for our acquisition projects. That is not a requirement for the other 2 project types. And the reason for that is because the state does hold a third-party interest in the property to ensure that there are no violations of the terms for which we funded the property. But we will work with you to narrow that waiver as much as possible. Or, as I mentioned, our capacity grants do offer the opportunity for you to develop a 501c3 that could be a potential solution to holding those rights. Right. I'm almost done, I promise. Okay, so current program. So the amount of funding that's available every year varies because we get a continuous appropriation through the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. The exciting part of that is we know the money is there every single year. And our program receives 2% of all appropriations. To give you an idea of what that looks like, we've had between 40 million and 85 million available every year for the past few years. So, and I would estimate that what we'll receive this year is somewhere in that range. Just roughly, we're looking to give about 5% of that funding for capacity building work, about 10% for planning, and then the 85% goes towards acquisitions. That can vary a little bit year to year, but that's roughly how things fall out each year. And key dates. So if you are interested in working with us, either for a planning grant, a capacity grant, or an acquisition grant, these are the dates you need to keep in mind. June 16th, we do require acquisition pre-proposal. So if you are looking to do an acquisition grant this year, June 16th is the date. Our guidelines are currently up for public comment, so you can get a sense of what those look like. Planning pre-proposals are optional. You are not required to do one, but it does help staff to help you strengthen your application if you submit one. We like to see those in by June 30th. Capacity grants are due July 21st, and then applications are due at the beginning of September with decisions in mid-December. I think that's it. And then Kaylee, did you?
Can I add a couple?
Yeah, of course.
Sorry. So I just wanted to reinforce a couple points about this program. So I've worked across many different natural resources programs across the state. And the power, the 3 points of really important power of this program. First, the continuous appropriation that we receive for this funding gives us a ton of flexibility on timing for, moving these projects through. One of the big challenges with state funds is they're usually boxed into really short, not so realistic timeline. So people jump into a program and then the timelines kind of squeeze them out on the back end. This gives you a longer runway to try to implement a program, because these are really complicated communal efforts. You can't just say 5 years and you're done. So we have a lot of flexibility there. The other really important thing to emphasize is Shauna and her team run an excellent program with tons of technical assistance. So if you have any questions, we are, they're extremely accessible. So just reach out to us and ask us questions as often and as many times as you'd like. So, and with that, I will hand it back to Loretta.
I guess just one last kind of point, I hope you all can tell that we are really excited about being a better partner to tribes and really ensuring that there are dollars available for your all's projects, whether it be access to management or land return, and really ensuring that there's funds available to build that capacity to ensure that your tribes, your tribal governments have what you all need to meet your all's priorities. And so we always are looking to learn how to improve our programs. And so please don't be shy, don't hesitate to let us know if something's not working. We want to hear that, and we will try our very best to remove barriers and be as strong and as better partners as we can. So just wanted to reiterate that point. And thank you both for everything that you're all doing. This program is very exciting to see and get off the ground. So, thank you.
All right, Monday everyone, I'm Carly Tex. We're gonna start with the video, but first of all, I think we need to have a little bit of stretch. I know I've been sitting too long. So come on, people, work with me. We're gonna do a little bit of film today. So we're gonna go to a Pa'away. And people on Zoom, work with us here. And if you can, okay, Somerset, one more. Amag Tonoboro and Amag Tasawakina. All right. Good job. All right. Thanks for playing along. Yeah, Carmen and I are advocates for Indigenous California language survival. We're a partner in this next project that we're going to take the next 15 minutes or so and talk about. And we're language people, so we try to incorporate it into everything. I just want to acknowledge, while we have them in the crowd, we have one of our board of directors, member Christina from Woodson, and then also Chairman Mark Recaro, one of our founders from way back when. And so thank you for being here. So, Carmen, did you want to introduce yourself again?
Yeah, Yoto Yogas. Carmen Miranda, working with ICO, language program assistant, and I'm working on the Circle B project.
So this is the Circle B project. We have a conceptual design video. This was something that was created. It's about 15 minutes long. It's actually available on YouTube. And it was created with the collaboration of the architects that are on this project. And we developed it with the U.S. Green Building Council and also the San Joaquin River Conservancy. So we're involved in this project. Right now it's being called the Indigenous and Environmental Resource Center. And it takes place on some property that's west of the San Joaquin River. And if you're familiar with this area, it's just northeast of Valley Children's Hospital, and it's in Madera. So it's on 20 acres, and the project started, I would say maybe about 5 years ago. I'm just going to be honest, I didn't really know about the San Joaquin River Conservancy all too well until about 5 years ago, when I got involved via my cousin Dirk Charlie, who we all know and knows everybody. And so we a bunch of us got together and we did this nice tour of the river of different areas that the Conservancy owned. And at the end, we ended up at this property where a bunch of us went to go inside buildings, and we walked down the river where there's this huge valley oak grove and sedge. And as a weaver, sedge is a very important cultural resource for us. So we all talked about the potential for this site as a place where our people could possibly work. Groups like the Fresno American Indian Health Project could have their Gona retreats, or they could have staff retreats. For my organization, our board could have our retreats there. We could have our Languages Live gatherings. Anyways, there was a lot of potential there. So going back to what Mr. Davis said earlier today, waking up with hope and faith, our role in this project is connecting between the San Joaquin River Conservancy and tribal stakeholders. And so we did outreach to bring people to this site so they could get a feel for the land, and they could see the plants that were out there, and we could talk together about some of the plants that need to be restored. For weavers, we could bring them out and have them appreciate what's out there, and possibly make plans for the future where tribal stakeholders could form agreements with the San Joaquin River Conservancy for access back to the river and back to those plants. Carmen and I are both basket weavers, and we both know the value of those plant resources and what it feels like to have to lose access to them. So that all went into our reason for wanting to be involved in this project as well. So I just wanted to preface the video with that, and we might actually just show maybe 5 minutes of the video and then cut it off. So go ahead.
My name is Carly Tex, and I'm executive director for a nonprofit organization called the Advocates for Indigenous California Language Survival. And we are an all-native led and run nonprofit organization that serves California statewide, and our mission is to support Indigenous California communities with culture and language survival.
Yeah, my name is Carmen Moreno. I work for ICOS. I'm a language program assistant working with outreach for this project for Circle V.
Our role with the Circle V project is to help the San Joaquin River Conservancy and the U.S. Green Building Council to connect with tribes, and we help them to bring feedback to the project so a design concept can be developed that incorporates the ideas and the needs of the community that it will serve.
I'm John Shelton. I'm the executive officer of the San Joaquin River Conservancy. So as a state agency, we're the ones who own the property and manage it for the public. But we also get proposition funding, so we are the funders of this project. When I joined, took a look at this piece of property and figured we don't have a real good connection with the rest of the parkway. So what can we do to bring people here as a destination area? And we had a really fun field trip a few years ago where the suggestions were talked about trying to make it as an Indigenous Culture and Environmental Resource Center.
My name is Laura Gromes, and I'm the Executive Director of the U.S. Green Building Council, Central California. Our organization got the grant for the Circle V project. One of the biggest challenges that we've always had is that we don't have enough accessible green buildings here in our area where we can learn hands-on what constitutes a green building. And so I think that's the essence of why we got involved, because we finally can work on developing a green building. The thought philosophy of green buildings and the indigenous values really overlap in the foundation of wanting to leave as little of a trace behind as we can to make sure that 7 generations after us can use this place on Earth.
I envision that this is a multi-purpose space. This is a great remote location, but it's not too remote. There are plant resources that are here that our basket weavers and culture bearers need, and it's a beautiful location where you can take in the river and really enjoy the space. So I'm looking at it as a space where folks can come and they can work, they can have meeting space where these organizations and tribes that we've been working with can have a sense of ownership over it, and they can view it as their own, and a safe place where they can have their gatherings. Especially for the people of the urban areas, they really need a space where they can have small gatherings and cultural events. And I'm looking at this as a destination for that to happen.
Our Native community is need that support right now, because it feels like there's a change in sharing their culture, but also to be open to the community so they can see the ways of our people, our life, and our community is still thriving. And I think this makes it a common ground for everybody to learn from each other.
See it as a place where we can get youth from all backgrounds to come here. And some of that youth may not be youth in ages, but youth in attitude. I don't care how old you are, to be able to come out here and experience this stuff is going to be huge. We may get a lot of people out here, but I think in a lot of instances, you can come out here and just enjoy and listen to the birds. And I'm really hoping we still have the ability to hear the birds, see the deer running around, see potentially some of the lizards and rabbits and coyotes and all. And we're right next to a big city. So it's like, yeah, if we can get people out here to say, hey, this is a place that we can sit and relax, even if there's a lot of people here. I think there's going to be times you'll be able to find solace.
I think one of the most exciting things that we would like to create here is to create a place of learning. I think for me, thinking of creating this place where people can come and learn about indigenous cultures, where people can come and learn about green buildings, where people come and can learn about indigenous plants and trees. and for everybody together to learn about the solutions that we have on hand to fight the issue of climate change and to reflect on what can be done better, because sustainability and finding solutions for climate change is not a static thing, right? So I hope that this place will play a role in helping the Central Valley figure out what solutions we can implement to better adapt to climate change and to keep climate change kind of within a reasonably manageable size.
Arthur Dyson, Principal Architect with Dyson Jansen Architects. And we're going to take a look here at a walkthrough of the Circle V project. And the concept here was to try to do something with the spirit, in the same spirit as the indigenous people that lived on the land originally. And so we tried to minimize the impact of the built environment here. One of the main buildings that you'll see coming up here is an earth sheltered structure. Right now we're coming into the entry. What you're looking at is the meeting house. It's a round building. It has a clear story all the way around it. So the roof is open really to the sky. What you're looking at now on the right-hand side and in front of you is the carport that houses all photovoltaic panels to help generate electricity. Those panels are made out of steel that's left to rust. You'll see the paving here that is all permeable concrete block paving. And in the background here is where you see the earth sheltered structure. We're going to turn here and go right, and we're going to walk out to the outlook. And on the way, you're passing right now a walkway that will go out to recreation of some of the original dwellings that indigenous people in this area used. Now we're passing an organic garden, both an herbal garden and permaculture vegetable garden. And this walkway takes us out to a path. You see on the left-hand side, there's an arbor that goes from the existing structure. On the right-hand side here, you're seeing a restroom building that has showers, toilets, and lavatories in them. That's a rammed earth structure. And right now you're going into a bench seating area and an outlook with viewing platforms here and viewing areas looking out over the river and looking back at the project. This is panning out so you get a view of the overall project. Now this video leads us into the main building, which is the visitor center. This is an earth sheltered structure, but you can see it's also very open. It's open on the side. What you're looking at right now in the front are the grandparent stones, the grandfather and grandmother stones that will be collected from the areas of the different tribes. You're walking up here on the right-hand side. There's a ramp for wheelchair access around a small pond. Now we're coming into the building, and there's a reception desk, displays all the way around it. This opening below looks down to the lower floor. Up above is a skylight that allows natural sunlight to come into the building. And this is the viewing area that looks across the river out to the mountain range to the east. And this is a viewing platform, a cantilevered concrete slab that jets out over into the river area. This is looking back into the building. And we're about to turn left and go down a stairway. When we came in, we passed an elevator that takes you down to the lower floor and also to the rooftop. So here we're going to go underneath the viewing platform out to the lower area. And this is an outdoor terrace. We're going to be coming into the building. Again, you can see the opening up above that allows the sunlight from the roof to come through. These are classroom spaces and meeting spaces. This is a stairway that takes you up, another stairway to the second floor. This is another display area, and just beyond it is an elevator and the restrooms. This is office space and meeting areas. And now this is looking back out, going outside to the terrace. And this takes us up above for an overall view of the east side of the building. Here you can see how the terrain slopes up and goes across the building. It'll have natural grasses to blend in with the existing landscape. You see a hill climber right here that also will take folks down to the river bottom.
It's been a wonderful experience reaching out to the community, and
We'll also share the link to the video because the quality here didn't kind of cover through, even though I was watching it really well on.
So you could hear it, but the video was a little glitchy. So I think we only have, well, we're over time, so.
And we'll open up into discussion.
Okay. Can you go back to our slides? And we'll start with number 4. So yeah, the goal of, like I said, it's called the Indigenous and Environmental Resource Center. And through our outreach, we've been having listening sessions. So we used to meet once or twice a month over Zoom because we were trying to be safe. And so we've had these sessions where we invited tribal stakeholders to join us and we collected their input. We also invited people out to the site to have a walkthrough and then have a comment card. And so we prioritized the comments from the local Indigenous people because we wanted this center to really reflect them and their view. And it's a project that will also serve as a hands-on green building because, as Laura said, we don't really have a demonstration area or a building in the valley where you can actually see how green building sustainable practices can be done. So the goal of it is LEED Platinum. Next slide, please. And so our partners on it, the architect, Arthur Dyson, he was selected because we felt like he had a really good, he had a lot of experience. And then also we felt like he would really listen to what the people had to say and incorporate that into the design. And of course we have San Joaquin River Conservancy and the Green Building Council of Central California. Next slide. Fresno State is also one of our partners. They're written into the planning project because the students are helping with creating a business plan to give us an overall vision of how the place might sustain itself. And also the Fresno State Art, Design and Art History and Construction Management. Their students have been involved in it and they've gotten a crash course in Native American history and California cultures and how we live off the land. Just how we live in general. Next. As far as our outreach, we talked a little bit about this, but we have meetings, we have in-person and virtual sessions. We've hosted roundtable discussions. So in these images, you can see we've had sessions where we discussed specific things like we focused on landscaping and what kind of plants to bring to the area, what kind of plants weavers and other culture bearers might need. We've also had sessions to talk about what kind of green building sustainable practices would you like to see. And we've had sessions with elders. We had a blessing. You can go to the next slide. We've had a blessing with them to kick off the project. And we also had just a special elders meeting with the architect. So he could show them some sketches and to just ask them questions like, is this relevant? Is this an appropriate kind of design to incorporate into the concept? And so basically get their approval on what's appropriate to use.
And I think it was important by each group that they wanted to start off with some sort of blessing or I guess acknowledgement of the people of the area first. It wasn't shifted to what can we build right away. It was more like what was the needs in our intertribal or tribal area. So it was important that we all met. And it was difficult because during COVID, it was really hard. So that was why there was a lot of Zoom meetings in the beginning, but we were able to gather. And that was a special day.
Yeah. You can skip the next slide and go to the next one, and they'll just start moving. But what we learned from our outreach, and as you can see, that was incorporated into the design, was meeting spaces for large and small groups, also educational spaces to meet and teach. We had a lot of culture bearers come out and say, we want to be able to just hold a language class, or we'd like to, what if we want to hold a basket weaving class? Could we also take them out to the garden and then gather some of our materials out there? So then it was important to communicate that to the landscaping that, we need redbud, we need white root, we need elderberry, plant some more of these materials. And that way people can go out there in a safe place and then gather those items of what they need. You can just give each one like 5 seconds. Yeah. And then also art studio space. So it wasn't included in the next set of renderings or in Art's video, but he incorporated some space for artists if they wanted to rent out some space to work. There was also in the programming needs assessment, folks that indicated maybe we could have like an artist in residence type of opportunity to bring people in. They could stay there and then they could work while they're there. So an overnight stay opportunity. Cooking is a big part of our gatherings. We like to be able to have community gatherings and then to feed everyone. So if there's a space for indoor and outdoor cooking, so that's being incorporated into the design. And overall, just having this place be a space to educate about and maintain our traditional practices, where, like I said, it's safe, but it's remote, but not too remote. You're still getting out onto the land, and we're making those connections between culture, language, and the land and the people.
I took part of each part of this phase, but the part that I honed in was the outreach part. So it was our different groups, our different elders, and the one that it's so important is that some tribes don't have a facility or an area to take youth. Okay, so there's big things in up north, big things down south, but we don't have anything in the valley. So we were trying to create an area that was somewhere safe for the youth to kind of like reconnect with the land. And I think those cultural bears could use that skill in that environment of, we can take time to teach. So it's real close to my heart because I have 4 kids, 3 daughters. The oldest graduated from UC Merced, but it wasn't because someone had to plant that seed for her to keep going. So I paid that respects to my mom because she was very, really encouraged kids, like school is important. You guys got 2 hats and you guys got to make sure that they know about us and that they don't forget about us because not everything is in the books. So I think this kind of brings that environment being safe. And I think about all the youth that went in there, and there was actually even a workshop just for youth to give their feedback. And it was neat to see all these youth gather, and there was like probably maybe 5 groups, but they all felt excited to express what they wanted to see at this property. So it's kind of like everybody's generation getting combined together, different groups, but it's not just saying it's one particular group. It's saying it's in tribal meanings for everybody. And then the other thing that we keep on talking about is safe, is because maybe some of you don't know in the room, but it's not easy access to get to our own materials, our own medicinal, our own, food consumption, and I think there's a lot of that being introduced is kind of going back to our roots and how do we do this, teaching our youth in a safe manner. So that's what we're trying to protect them because they're the ones that are keep things going. So I appreciated everybody that made an effort to come out there, even the basket weavers, and there was times that maybe we had 2 groups kind of interpass each other, and one group was teaching the other group why we do this. We only gather what we need. So there was some cultural teaching in that moment. So for me, I never thought cultural like, everybody talks about our cultural, you know, traditions and stuff, and some of us, we didn't know it was a cultural thing, it was our everyday thing, it was our everyday life. This is how mom, grandma taught it, you know, but now we see like, oh, you know what, that was something that really needs to be carried on. So there's a lot of other groups out there trying to do their best to teach, and they need a place to teach. So this is kind of like a good open door, I should say. So it's kind of why we were really trying to promote it. I'm the one that was blowing up everybody's emails, so I apologize. That was me. I was Carmen. But it was because I feel like it was so important to have something within our valley, but also because we were for ICO's language immersion is the heart of it too. We don't want to lose what a lot of our elders have put forth in all their work. And so anyways, this is kind of where I wanted to express the outreach part, because Carly and I were both there. It's just kind of going through my mind, like how much we were really trying to promote it all the way, and to get it to a place like this is exciting because it's in the public, you know, and we're not being hid. We could not be ashamed. This is our people. So, but anyways, this is what it is. A place that we're calling an Indigenous Environmental Resource Center, but also the youth that came from Sierra High School, I think that opened their eyes a little bit too. And then a lot of them, like, you know, people say they're on their phones and, you know, but for a moment, I seen them as Native kids. That's what it was. They were just being them, connecting with the land. So I think this kind of gave like a little window frame or an example. Thank you.
Yeah, we actually took them down on a walk down the bluff to the river, and we always, when we take our groups out there, if we're guiding them, we take them out to this certain point on the river and we tell them, okay, you guys are gonna put away your phone and we're just gonna sit here and we're gonna appreciate the silence. And so we, you know, we'll sit there for 30, 45 seconds or so, you know, some of them giggle and stuff, but in the end, we ask them, what did you hear? And then they say, oh, I actually heard the wind, or I heard the crickets, or I heard this leaf over here flipping around, and they heard the water. Those are things they wouldn't have paid attention to if we hadn't taken them down there and done that. So anyways, that's the potential. That's how we're looking at this place. That's our vision. This is a retreat. And through this planning project, our goal, of course, is this vision, which then would be turned into another project to go for funding for construction. And funding for it right now is coming through the Wildlife Conservation Board, and it's being managed by the U.S. Green Building Council. So these are partnerships that I never imagined that we would be involved in 5 years ago, but it's going somewhere, and I think it has a lot of potential, and I have hope for it that it'll be for the good for all of us.
So we'll now open up to comments and questions, and then we'll try to start lunch around 12:30, but want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to get their questions in. And I know we have a couple of council members who have been waiting to ask questions, so we'll start with them first. If you have a question, just raise your hand and we'll run a mic to you. We'll leave one of the mics up here for all of you. You have any raised hands on the screen? Councilmember McCarron.
Yes, good afternoon. And I realize we're into the lunch hour now, so I'll be brief. I thought I would be. First, I wanted to say hi to those folks. I was a charter member, a founding member, along with about 24 other folks. One of the other founding members, I think, is in the room there, Darlene Franco. She was also a charter member as well. So I wanted to make sure she was acknowledged, but thanks for carrying on the work of ICOLS. The other thing, commenting on the presentation by the conservation group, I had a note here to myself. Well, here's the thought. It's a good program. It looks like it's taking an existing state infrastructure program, right? And I don't know, there's some tailoring that's been done so that it's appropriate, which is fine. it's good and it needs to be. So it could be better if it had a number of other elements to it. One is, I think overall, bigger picture, bigger than conservation department is, thinking about during the presentation, if, the governor made this apology to tribes, one of the ways this would look really different, truly like following through on an apology, is if there was a separate line of funding just for tribal specific activities, where tribes would be able to do stuff like this capacity building and acquisition, but not to have to compete with cities and counties and recreational districts and every other entity in the state that's been competing for grants like this for 6 or 7 decades or better. And that many tribes don't have this kind of capacity even to go after grants like this. But if there was tribal specific only, where you remove the rest of those participants and it makes it just for tribes, that would be more meaningful. It would be a guarantee of essentially a guarantee of funding for these purposes of acquisition. So I'm not really taking issue with the program as you've laid it out. It's remarkable to see these things are there, and there are tribes already making use of these programs to accomplish things that are meaningful to them. In the bigger scheme of things, I'm trying to look at how this program with conservation in particular, because you're in front of us, how it squares with the mission I see that we are on here as council members to help the governor manifest the apology. So, and so it needs to have a primacy for tribes and Indian people. And right now, I think that's where it falls short, and why it stays in the category of good, but not great, is you have tribes competing with every other governmental and local jurisdictional entity. And it's like we're just another one of open districts or authorities or whatever. And there's nothing that carries it in terms of theme through saying, look, we really are apologizing here, the state of California, and we're going to help you reacquire lands, not in competition with cities and counties, et cetera, but just you tribes, we're going to help you do this. So anyway, I want to belabor the point. That's a big idea. Thank you for the presentation today. I learned a lot about something I knew nothing about. So thank you, Conservation.
Any comments?
Yeah, what comes to mind for me following along with that is just, I think it was last year or the year before, the Administration for Native Americans did a round of emergency language funding. And of course, it went to federally recognized tribes. It would have been great if it had gone, it would have been great if unrecognized tribes were also eligible for it. But it was funding that was allocated specifically for language preservation. It was pretty open. That's what brings, Mark's comment brings that to mind for me, like a line item just for tribes. And, these ones are eligible for it. And it's like some startup funds or something. I think the funds were they weren't that much for tribes for language. But if you're just starting like a small master apprenticeship program, it was good to get going. If you just want to start, get some money to support your language archive, or to support getting some books for classes, or teaching classes and paying teachers, then it was a start. So, yeah.
Do you envision your center teaching language?
At this center? It's open. I think it's open to what people want to use it for. So that was a common need, is we just need a place where we can rent, so we can have a basket class, we can have a language class. Our organization, we have Language is Life. It's a big gathering that 200 to 300 people come to. And so in my mind, I'm thinking that's a possible location for us to have that. So I think it's open to whoever wants to use it. It's really open right now because it's just a vision. So yeah.
Do you envision Native people having to pay to rent those spaces?
So yeah, we're at this point where we're asking people about that and what would be appropriate. I think, some are willing to pay, but if you can keep it kind of low, yeah. And then I think the Conservancy is open to things like agreements, for certain periods of time for free access. But right now it's really open. So that's where, we're still interested in hearing from people about what your needs are, what you're interested and willing to contribute to the center. So we're still collecting that feedback.
So just a kind of a quick response, and thank you for the point on the program. So in our other programs, we really do always try to put a tribal set aside in the programs. I think functionally it's really important to have that funding not in competition with all these other jurisdictions, and it's just symbolically and morally and all the things, like it's the right thing to do to put that set aside in place. And then there's also another thing we try to do in our programs is create timelines that actually work with tribal, like work to create successful projects and not box in the timelines as much for our tribal partners. With the program that Shauna presented on SALC, we actually, Sustainable Agricultural Land Conservation Program, we actually have some legal, like, I would call them not they're light concerns about whether or not we can create a set aside in the program. So what we have done functionally, like programmatically, is just try to create as much, really layer on prioritization for tribal participation, put as much technical assistance, put as much emphasis of importance. And then programmatically, like we see those projects rising to the top of any competition in the program, just functionally. So I think it's a really great point, and it's something we'll bring back to the Strategic Growth Council, who actually we run the program for, so that's separate.
I think on that point, it might be helpful in those slight legal concerns to identify what those might be, because I think this council could take up how do we restructure state law and how it functions to better serve tribal priorities, and be more inclusive of that. And I see Councilmember McCarvo, I think you have another comment? No, okay. And
when is lunch?
oh, he asked when is lunch, I think. Almost. We have some comments in the room. I'm going to shift the camera to focus on the room, so no offense to our panelists.
I don't know if this was already addressed in the presentations, but I was just wondering where is the Environment and Resource Center is going to be located, and you mentioned a little bit about getting more funding to implement construction. So I was also curious about what the timeline is for implementation. Like, are you still waiting to get more funding before it can actually happen, or like just how far along are you already in?
Right now, they're going into the schematic phase, and we'll be sharing that probably like March, maybe April. They do have a timeline, but there's they are looking for additional funding once they get to that end of that phase. It's just because USGBC is the one that was kind of taking the lead of it. Even though San Joaquin Conservancy purchased the property, it's actually in Madera County, barely the county line, right past Children's Hospital. So that's the whole reason of continuing doing that outreach part that we do, is try to kind of, everybody has this same part of trying to look for that additional funding. And this project kind of took place apart from what was already going on. It was just, this was something that was with an idea, but we're going in the schematic phase now. So yes, we still need to look for additional funding for the building.
Is that government funding or just donors or sponsors, or what kind of support do you need?
Well, right now we're having support by the Wildlife Conservancy Board right now. They have some funding, but it's just kind of basically looking for any kind of funding, whether it's organization or that's kind of why Carly said we're still doing that outreach to see who kind of wants to support this project as we're going into the next phase, if that makes sense. And so it's kind of sharing that vision with everybody that's around, to see what this valley can have, but we need it with the support of a little, additional funding. So, but right now we're just in the schematic phase, so it's really hard to kind of say what the additional funding is, because we still are basing it off of what the needs are for our community. We don't want to, I think the main goal of what I understood was, they just didn't want to build something, say, here it is. They're actually looking for that specific feedback from the community and the group. Okay, well, what is your needs as we're creating this, plan? But once we get to that end, then yes, there's additional funding that we do have to go. And that's why we try to involve with the next, every time something is completed, we do have a public meeting. So that's usually where we really try to push to invite different groups, individuals, even councilmen, people to join us to kind of give us their feedback also, that maybe if they do have some sort of support for this center. Hope that answered that question.
Thank you. Other questions, comments?
Thank you. I have a question in regards to the SALT grants and the planning or the capacity projects. So, you mentioned about under this, we could form like a 501c3 specifically for tribal land trusts. Do you offer training or resources to help establish that? Or where I'm going to find it and you'll fund it?
So this is very new, like we actually haven't, we've just incorporated it into this round of the guidelines. So as of today, we do not have those resources. But
I mean, we do work with other tribal land trusts and other experts in the field across the state. And one of our other goals is to create that peer-to-peer learning, because it's really the only way to build capacity is to connect people and their experience. So we would commit to that. And since it's new, we'd love to have people come try and experiment with this.
Thank you.
And I think it's a very helpful question. That's something that we're trying to do across our nature-based solutions work, is really identify the training and resources that would support tribes and building the capacity to do this type of work. And so I just wanted to let you know that it's helpful to hear that. It's like, yes, that would be helpful. And if there's other trainings or resources that we can try to work with and find partnerships or relationships with other either tribally led land conservancies or some of our other partners. I know something that we're kind of kicking around right now and would love to hear from folks is establishing like a sister land conservancy program or some type of peer-to-peer relationship. And so folks who have built their own 501c3 land conservancies can share best practices and work to reduce those barriers. And I know that a lot of the land conservancies that we work closely with have expressed interest in setting up a relationship like that. So if that is something that you all would think is beneficial, we would love to hear how we could partner and build a program to support that. I think partner with the Department of West.
No, I think that we have, and right now I'm learning from different people, mostly non-native people, but just trying to learn. I mean, all this stuff is new to me, especially we're talking about conservancy and land easements. I didn't know what that was, until a couple of months ago. But and then understanding the different types of nonprofits, because some you can't own land under, some you can. So and I'd be happy to share some of the resources that I've come across for the betterment of everybody in this room, especially the non-federally recognized tribes that don't have access to land. So so I just wanted to see what you had, but yeah, I definitely could share my resources also.
And just one last thing, not specific to tribes, but that is available, is Land Trust Alliance does have basic resources around what you need to develop a land trust. So again, not specific to tribes, but if you are looking to develop
Is that
a land
in your
trust,
materials?
it is not in our materials.
We'll add that to resources for you all.
Yeah, there are some certain legal requirements that land trusts have to abide by when you take land into the conservation easement. I worked for land trust years back, so I kind of know the basics. But it would be nice if the council was looking to, we're talking about transferring land back to tribes buying land, but figuring out a way to minimize the tax burden so that they don't have to have a large pot of money set aside for those constant reoccurring costs. So, like I think a lot of us folks here in this room who are part of the not recognized tribe, we had a lot of land and trust, whether it was Dawes Air Trust or if it was Indian Homestead that converted to deed, and we've lost a lot of properties. At one point, we've had, I think, like 4,000 acres of property throughout Tulare County that was in on different families, and now we're down to that's less than 1,000. So that's one thing that's very difficult. So it's super exciting potential to get land back, but looking into the future, care for the land, but also being able to pay for the fees that aren't always an acceptable line item in the grant. My husband and I would just focus on trust the land trust, like trying to build a relationship with the landowner, land. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on and reaching out to a local land trust. Working with tribes to get land back is a big passion of hers, and she's very skilled.
Go ahead. No, get back here. You're back there.
The rules are elders first, sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay, a lot of this is just going above, my brain here. But I have, as you were talking, I had a question about the land acquisition. I know I came in a little bit late on your presentation, but because we are not federally recognized and we just started a nonprofit, we've been getting a few grants here and there. Does the state have land in Tulare County that we can consider trying to acquire and get access to? Our tribe has trust land, but it's landlocked, and nobody's been on that land for a long time. Even, I know it's our heritage land, if we can't just somehow get other property that is more accessible to help our people.
That's a great question, and I think every time we talk about the governor's policy on return of excess state land, we get this question about where are the actual state land, so we can understand the parcels available and work collaboratively with state departments. And wish I had go to this website and you'll be able to look it up, but unfortunately we don't have that resource just yet. But what I would recommend is kind of looking at the different state departments within the area, and if there are areas that you're interested in increasing access, co-management, and maybe even land return, you feel free to reach out to me and I can connect you with the right person who's there, and we can start working on those relationships and opportunities. And so one that I know that you all are partnered with, the San Joaquin River Conservancy. That's one of the departments underneath the California Natural Resources Agency, and they do have land as part of that conservancy. And so there could be opportunities for access and use of those resources there. Another great department to always look at is the state parks. There are state parks across the state, and not here.
It's not
Okay.
But there is the state forest.
It's a great flag.
There's Mountain Home State Demonstration Forest, and CDFW does have quite a bit of land in and around the city.
CDFW is a good one to start with.
Yeah, if I can get the ritual.
Okay, well, that's great to hear. CDFW and the demonstration state forest, and so I'd be happy to connect with you and you can connect with folks on all of those parcels.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. This is a really exciting time for us, and especially for non-federally recognized tribes. We don't have a land base. So we're really grateful for a lot of the opportunities that you mentioned today. We really want agencies to know and to understand what Indigenous land management means. First thing, the term management or stewardship has like this connotation that we somehow have control over the land. But in fact, Indigenous people, we have a contract with the world, right? It's a reciprocal relationship. We work with the land, but we don't hold up our end of the bargain. 200 years of things like fire suppression, we get things like climate change. So as humans, we're doing this to ourselves. The world will renew itself. It always has. It's historically has done that, but it will renew and be new without us. And so with that being said, Indigenous land management is vital. For us, it's not a 9-to-5 job. Proper land management isn't just living on the land, but living with the land. Indigenous land management is praying the land in the morning, providing offerings in the evenings. Ceremony is also Indigenous land management. We have world renewal ceremonies. We have ceremonies when the leaves change colors on the trees, when the oak leaves are as large as a squirrel's ear. We dance for the flowers, the waters, the grass, for everything, right? Where people are connected to the land, literally. Even our oral history tells us that for us, we were molded from clays by our deities. So we're literally the land. Our language also tells us that we have a suffix in our language. When you attach it to your land, the name of your land, it literally means there is no, you're inextricably tied. There's no separation. So we are one. So today we heard that tribes can acquire lands or rights for land management. So these initiatives often, they sound great, but land acquisition agreements often prohibit tribes from living on the land. So prohibit building anything larger than a 10 by 10 foot shed to store tools. This restricts building ceremonial roundhouses. So ceremonial roundhouses are also not meant for parks or open spaces. They're living beings and we need to live with them. They're part of our community. So although there may be some tribes that are okay with these restrictions, many times the tribes are recognized tribes and we also have a land base. So land back means just that. Giving land back to our nation to live on and to work with the land as we have done for thousands of years. So we'd like you today to open your minds and be creative when working with tribes and hopefully find a solution for some tribes, who are willing, able, and want to and need to be able to live on their lands as they're managing. Thank you.
My name is Blaine Bill again. I'm from my non-fully recognized people also. And it seems like we always have to prove ourselves to even be indigenous, to be of the land, to prove all our sacred grounds that our people are buried at, getting land on, getting kicked out from other tribes that are recognized, not being recognized by our cousins or people that we're related to in these other tribes. And now we're just, just trying to survive in the society. It's a good, program that they're looking at to get for the people in the valley. There's a lot of people here I don't see from the valley. There's a lot of tribal members, federally recognized people I don't see in this room. I see more non-federally recognized people, and it so happens they're my people. We've been doing this for years, and you're like a new committee, you said. So how many years is it going to take you to have a story like you told us about the coastal Indians? Who have you done here in this valley that you come here to talk to? Come out with a good story that we've got land back or we have usage. We're always fighting with, Forest Service to gather. We barely even got a gathering card that we could use, but we still get called on it. And some people just show their IDs and they get through. I've been doing this and listening to people for over 30 years. I know that these things won't be happening in my time. We're all talking about our great grandkids, maybe, hopefully. This change of our lives, of our ancestors, it's been going on forever since it's been taken over by this government. And it hasn't changed. You know, we don't even have a place to have a sweat lodge down here in this valley. Because it breaks, or people don't like it, or people don't want to hear singing or drumming or carrying on like they sing. This place here has a lot of land there. We can't survive without ceremony. We never could. That's why we're here. We are ceremony. And getting to these lands that are ceremonial, but we're taken away, is everywhere. So it's not just little spots here and there. It's Kings River, it's San Joaquin River, it's everywhere. But yet we have to be placed and prove ourselves to get a use of it. I live on trust land by my grandma and my grandpa, 40 acres. And there's 20 acres next to us that are not a lot of land. I went to BIA and asked if they would purchase some land for our family because it's growing so big. And they said, we don't do that no more. I said, so you can take land and go ahead and sell it, but you won't buy land for families. So, no, it's not permitted by us. So now I'm hearing that we can get land, but yet don't own it. And we can charge people to come on it and use it by some other organizations that have these top big jobs. I'm sure they're going to get paid well to run this organizations. Just like, so are you getting paid to be here today? And just like, well, I might get paid here today. You know, where does it begin and where does it end? I guess I'm asking. I mean, how far are you going to take this meeting or wherever all your research that your job allows you to do? And then when is the starting point of talking to the other people that are going to make the decision if we're going to help these people or not? Another 20 years from now, we might hear something. And then the change from the 20 years will go into another 20 years. You know, it just doesn't happen fast enough. But things can get taken from us real quick and easy. That's why we start with ceremony. For those that you believe in ceremony, you stay in there. Because we're not just fighting for ourselves, we're fighting for the ones that are going to be following us. That's straight up true. So I think everybody, for their concern and vision. Thank you.
I'm gonna get a deep breath in real quick because my heart's racing. It's very powerful words from all you elders and other natives in here and my relatives from Tamian Nation. I'm Maloney and we share blood. You know, you're our neighbors up north. And I was gonna have a little bit more of just a mundane question, but I feel a bit more empowered right now from all your guys' words. As you know, I am Cholon. Cholon is the southernmost band of Ohlone peoples. We are also Esalen. When we came to the missions, our whole entire line was started by the marriage of an Esalen woman and a Cholon man. And my question regards into land back and stewardship is because my homeland, the entirety of our heartland, is contained within Pinnacles National Park. And sometimes that's a blessing and a curse because there has not been a lot of major development on that sacred territory. The Pinnacles, that's our homeland, that's our heartland. That is literally the heart of our people. That is where our condors fly. That's where the wildflowers grow. That's where all our native biodiversity still exists in its natural state. You know, there were a lot of ranchers who went up in there, but a lot of them abandoned that land and they sold it off, and now it's a national park. You have to understand, my family, we have not lived in our homelands for almost 150 years, almost 200 years. It was only in 2015 that we first went back and did ceremony there, and we're trying our hardest to relearn our culture, to learn these ways from our neighboring bands, because we lost our way. We lost so much that we couldn't speak our language. We didn't even know what mission we came from. You know, my elder, I had my Aunt Irene, she, I had a whole conversation with her in her home. The fact that she told me, she's like, Tammy, when I was young, we didn't know what type of Indians we were because we had lost all that, because your great-great-great-grandmother Vicenta, she hid that from us because she was afraid. And I was proud. I was proud of what I was as an Indian, but I was also afraid of what I was because of what could have happened to us. You know, we had to leave Mission Soledad and Monterey County area so we could go work in other places because the settlers were coming in. And we had to leave and go to Tejon area, Fort Tejon, to work as vaqueros, as maids, as servants. And we were poor peasants for a good while, and then working class indigenous people. And now, only now, we're regaining our knowledge. Most of our population lives in Bakersfield. Some of us live in other places. I got a cousin up in Vancouver, BC somehow. I don't know how that happened, but she's great. She's a great help. Our people, we live in Bakersfield, and a lot of us, we only really have high school education, some college. I'm like probably a handful of the only people who are trying to go for a bachelor's in my family, in my tribe. You have to understand, we don't have anything. We have buckets, essentially. We got a 501(c), and you know, that's nice for things, because that's the only form of government we have, but it's not sovereignty. We don't have a land base, we don't have anything to develop, we can't gather, we can't do ceremony, we have nowhere with ceremony. My cousin Julian, the only place we can really do ceremony is his mother's backyard, his relative's backyard, essentially, where we can do sweat in the middle of the city, and not particularly nice part of the city at times, but you know, it's our hometown, I can't complain too much. Bakersfield's gonna be Bakersfield. The armpit of California, I'm a proud trash baby, I'll say it. Hey. But we need our land base, we need something. Nations cannot develop without that land base. You cannot have your culture and your language. You can have those things, but without a place to practice them, it's so hard. It's so hard. I get to go back to my homeland maybe once a year, twice a year, because I have to live down in the valley. It's like a 3-4 hour drive, and we don't have the money for gas to get up there all the time. And we can't gather up there. We can only go there certain times of the year. And by the time we get up there during that time of the year, you know, it's too late to gather anything, or it's frost, or it's too hot, and my elders, they can't make it up there no more. We need a land base, we need some land. I don't want to have to live in Bakersfield for the rest of my life. I love that town for as many problems as it has, but I want to be on my land. I want to be able to go connect with my cousins in the Bay. I want to be able to go connect with my relations all across here in the Central Valley, but I just want my land. I just want to be home. That's all I want. And all these people, all these tourists go to the national park, Pinnacles National Park, you know, Panache, they get to go there whenever they want. I'm a native man. I'm gonna be 22 this year. I've been there maybe like 12 times because of just how things play out. I want to be able to have a piece of land. Have just something. I don't want to say I own land, but I care for it. It's in my heart that I care for it. It's in my soul. It's my very being that is who I am. You know, that's where we originate from. We've lost those origin stories because of colonization, what the Padres and the Spanish missions did to us. But we are still here. We're one of the last bands of Cholon, and all the other Cholon are up in the other tribes, and I respect their sovereignty and their identity. But not a lot of people will say that they're just Cholon anymore. Just, it's a little request, I'll take freaking 1 acre, and just put a tent up there. I'd like a lot more, and I'd like to not have to pay that much to get it, and have my tribe pay that much to get it, but we just want something. Should give us a McCabe Canyon where the Mutsun were doing their burnings and stuff, and we can have our roundhouse up there, just something, I want to know how we can just get a little parcel near or on the national park, or if there are private parcels around there. That's all I ask for. It's a humble request, if anything, for us who lived there for thousands of years and had our whole way of life destroyed within less than 200. So, yeah. Ooh, how y'all feeling? Yeah, right.
Okay, I'm gonna switch my hat for a quick second, because a lot of our relatives that are speaking, I could really feel this, even though I am a lineal, right, descent of the CTHC tribe. I am who I am, like my mom used to say. I myself, I'm not better than recognized. And my family that would shut me say, we're not going to be recognized. And I can remember as a small kid, all of them trying to gather together to try to make things happen. And the main thing was to try to find a place to call home, And it's majority of us in here, we all come from a line of strong elders that did a lot of footwork. They may not be physically here with us, but I know darn well they're spiritually with us, because these people that are talking are from that bloodline. And so we always depend on each other out here in the valley. And I'll just explain that some of the families had to up and leave, either to protect the family or to provide for the family, and they had to go look for work. And some people look down at it and say, well, you left us. No, it was that elder's decision to try to take care of the family, because there was a lot of things happening. They were being taken away, and there's a lot of trauma back there. So that's why there's a lot of defensive. This is not, it's sometimes at some people's eyesight, it's just a little too late, but at the same time, there's efforts and it's appreciated. But you hear the stories because that's the trauma that they, not just them, all the other elders before them. And so I always think, I try to keep in mind what my mom said, she's all, it's in your blood. My grandfather said it too. He's like, oh, no one can't tell me who I am and who I am not, because as long as I live my life the way we were taught and take care of each other, that's the way it is. The only sad part is that we have to really depend on each other in this community, because we don't have land. We don't have a place to teach. We don't, and we're doing the darn best that we can. And for example, my mom decided to, when she retired, she was a laundry worker at a convalescent, okay? And we at one point witnessed her working 3 jobs and then making time to go to the schools to do presentations, because that's how important it was to her about her people, that we're not forgotten. And what she got out of that, I think, and she knows it now, but what she got out of that was 4 basket weavers, a little mini family language, and we support all these other families out there, just like they supported us. And so, for example, not no secret, I lost my dad a month ago, right? So I had to rely on those same people that I always try to make sure to help. They were there for me. This is us leaning on each other. It's no government, not nobody telling me. We're doing it by how our traditions are. Someone help me, get me up to the property so we can find a space for my dad. Someone had to come and gather. The men helped dig the hole. Then, it's them doing it on their own, and then someone doing the blessing. So, some people think that we still live in teepees, and I laugh when I hear that, because when we're working on this project, some of the students kind of refer to that, and I kind of giggled, but then I thought, wow, we're in 2023, 22. We should be a little bit more educated about our our community, our tribal community, and we say it in a nice way. You need to go back, you need to find your locals and actually research your information, because you might offend somebody, and it's kind of hard, because I'm looking at it at the standpoint of, we've been working on this project, and there's so much motivation behind USGBC and San Joaquin Conservancy, and they really have good intentions, but at the same time, we have to educate them. You are trying to talk to a group, a community that have been told so many stuff, and the rug is just pulled right underneath them. How do we take your word? How do we take it with a grain of salt that yes, something's gonna happen? So that's why people are very apprehensive, because there's just so much blood and sweat. I can literally say that came from relatives. I think of like Angie Osborne, I think of Lawrence, I think of Mom, I think of all the other people that were trying to lay down the tracks for us, because they knew it was not going to be done overnight. Exactly like Delaney saying, may not see it in our lifetime, but we sure didn't want to see it for the future, and that's kind of where we're at right now. It's like, we do need the land back in order to try to regain a part of our, of who we are. But at the same time, there's a rush of, okay, let's work with you. So you guys are the stewards of land, stewards of the land. And it's like, yeah, but we're playing how much years of catch up with work, but the thing is if we can have something to teach the next generation, they might be the ones to kind of turn things around, but it's very hard, because to live in two worlds, you have to work and take care of your family. You have a family. And then the other part is you're trying to promote your kids to, hey, go, get education. And then, because my daughter was not really recognized, she really had to work her butt off to go through BC set. And I could say the last year we paid for it. And there was a lot of peanut butter jelly sandwiches I had in that last year, but because it was so important to her. And she could have went anywhere. She wanted to come back somewhere and work with Native kids, and that's where she's at. Because to her, she said, that's where grandma wanted. And that's what I think is important, that this is why everybody feels so strong about getting that land back. Because we still have a lot of work to do. Our ancestors didn't work for nothing, So they related with strength, right? Turn into agriculture. Today, I participated in an event last weekend, and the gentleman's like, only about 2 months ago, I didn't even know there was a huge lake here. And he said, and I didn't realize how it changed the area. So when we say yogas, understand that means people. And that's who we are in this room, is people. And that's how they are very strong on how they feel. Like, because I'm not even saying, like, it's wonderful to hear all these, opportunities, but who's actually taking the time to teach our people how to actually apply for the process? What tools do they need? That's kind of the same thing that's needed. Don't just put something in front, provide the tools so they can get to that place. And I think that's kind of what we're saying here is like, everybody has a role. And this is kind of what we're saying is that you're going to have that apprehension because of what has already been promised in the past. So some of us kind of take it really, you could either take it one way or another, but the most important part is that we're going to achieve it together, because doing it separate, it is not working. It is not working. The only way we can do this is to supporting each other in the community, so that way we can get to the next place. So just wanted to share that, because I'm out there doing the same thing too. Our famous Mom's Ford Ranger truck, we load that truck up with materials, baskets, grandkids. I don't even know how my oldest will get in there, because she's like 6 something, and she's just crammed in there, wherever Grandma and Uncle Greg wants to go. And that was our thing, is that we never did it we did it to keep sharing, because my mom said, you gotta let the people know that who we are, where we're from, and we're still here. And that's a common saying. If you hear everybody in the room, we're still here. Regardless of what the books are saying or whatever. Things are changing now, which is great. But I think overall the goal is that we need to also not just have something put in front of us. We need the tools to know how to get to that point. How do we reclaim land? It provides us the tools, because the tools were taken away a long time ago. We lived on this land a certain way, you know, people knew how to live off the land, fish, gather, hunt, you know, cook, medicinal. Like, you know, there was times that we would drive up in my uncle's old Willie Jeep to, I don't even know how we made it up to the park, you know, to try to get some of the herbal stuff that they needed to treat their ailments. This is why I think you might have that apprehension and standoff issues, because it's great to see, and it's great that it's acknowledged, but it also needs to be followed completely through. That's the main thing. So, but I want to thank you guys for your time, and that's why I really enjoy working for ICOS, because they supported us regardless of whatever our mission was. You know, as a family, we just wanted to try to keep those key elements going, and it is, you know, and even to my son to this day, you know, I tease him. He's 13, and he doesn't like me singing his little bear song no more, you know, but he remembers it, and he'll sing it as we're going to school sometimes. So I know there was something enriched in him. So that's all I'm saying, is that we need to kind of, as our family, we have to follow through. That's the same thing as our husband, follow through completely. You know, thank you.
Then we'll have one. And then we'll break for lunch.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that, I guess I'm gonna get straight to the point. I've been around here for years. I see, you know, worked with different tribes, and technically I'm an outsider, you know, I'm not California native, but you know, my kids are. Okay. And what I have to say may feel offensive to some of you people here. And, you know, I don't practice any American holidays. You know, that's just not me. You know, I was baptized as a child, you know, I went to church. And I was processed to be fit in with the everyday American. And that was a struggle for me. You know, I couldn't fit in. But with that said, we're all talking about land back, or we're all, you know, I forget the two entities up there. I guess one is dealing with land. And my question is to you is there a percentage that, you know, California residents have a tax to the local tribes? Are they taxed for that land? And, you know, I hate to hear that it's going to take years and years to really establish, you know, home bases or lands for the tribes. You know, right now in today's age, you know, it's not really feasible to really talk about that land, because living here, I experienced, you know, Fresno area is one of the most diverse places that I have really been into or seen. They have different cultures, you know, you have the Hmong, you have the Asians, you have the India culture, you have, you know, all these cultures that live here. And you know what? They're together. They buy property here and they have their own gated community for them. And it just baffles me that why are these other cultures working together and try to establish a footprint here in America when our own people here in California cannot do the same? So that's why we keep repeating it. I'm not the first person to say this. It's been done for years and years. Okay, I'm just glad to be here to repeat it again. it just baffles me to see the tribes, you know, in this area, all the way up to, you know, the Table Mountain, to the Picayune, you know, to the Miwok, you know, all the way up in the foothills, even down, you know, down here in the valley. If we stuck together and stop fighting each other, the reason why we're fighting each other is business. One major business, casinos, right? I just listened to a casino ad. Oh, come to our casino. We have the best of the best. Don't worry about the other. Why can't we have an ad that says, come to our brother's casino, come to our area, and stop belittling our local community people? Then, if we think with that concept, and start raising our own people and start investing in our own community, we would have a stronger footprint to rekindle, to regenerate, to, you know, reconstruct our own communities as Indigenous people. It has to start with that, because business is key. We all know that. Look at this room. Who sponsored the room? Okay? It just baffles me. We can't talk to these guys up here and tell them, you know, we're trying to rekindle our land. We have to fight fire with fire. And fire is business here in America. Welcome to America. Okay, that's just the key. That's, you know, that's what makes people move. Okay, if we want to be successful and rekindle our culture, we have to learn how to work together. Okay, I can see it because I'm from the whole planet. Okay, there's no division where I come from. I'm from the stars. Okay, once we have that concept in our head, we can bring our Indigenous community back together. We were bred to be against each other. That, understand that, you know. Then we have these mixed communications, the American holidays, these Christmas, these, you know, and that just blinds us. You know, it makes us feel all warm and good inside and give everybody presents and all. But the bigger picture is not being thought about and not being worked on. It's about community development. We gather here for that purpose, and healing starts with basic business knowledge. And if we keep fighting each other and preventing people or tribal nations on trying to be successful in creating businesses, like we have a new business that's going on 99, casino business. But you know what? They're struggling to get that place built. Why? Because we have a couple of other major businesses, casinos, that are fighting against them to build this. What? We're here, everybody, I'm pretty sure every tribal entity, casinos, they have powwows in this area. Oh, we all dance around, we all get together. And that's not even our culture. It's not even, it's adopted in this area. But when it comes to business, I'm gonna take you down. So the healing starts with working together. And if we listen to all these investors and charge people just to be on their land and say, no, you know, if you want to be successful, we gotta belittle our neighbor, which are cousins and relatives. We're all related here. You know, like Bill was saying, it just baffles me that why can't we be this big powerhouse? We have the means, we have the businesses, we have somewhat of the land base, but no, we've been bred to destroy us. Okay, it's destroy ourselves. That's America now. America is fighting against each other. It happened to us already. So we can talk about land and all that stuff, but the point is, when are we gonna work together with some of the major, powerhouses in our local community? Then we'll have stronger force to battle the government, the United States. Indigenous people, we've been fighting against the United States. I don't know for how long, and we still are. And we're losing. Why? We can't get together. Okay, I'm kind of getting hungry.
Thank you all for your active engagement. We'll conclude this panel. Thank you to our panelists, and we'll break for lunch. The next panel is scheduled to start at 1:30. We'll play it by ear. Lunch is in the back of the room. So if you don't go far, we'll try to have our panel be as close to on time as possible. But do encourage you to visit in the meantime. And we will stop recording and streaming for lunch period. If you had comments that you wanted to share at 3, we'll open up again for just general discussion. So we encourage you to bring in then. So thank you all, and grab some lunch. Again, elders first. If you can help an elder get some food before you line up, that would be great.
And you don't have. I guess like I'm working and I want to know the bottom line.
Well, they're my first love too. They're the reason I'm still here. I know Clint is going to be doing a demonstration. Would you are you from the area?
No.
Say too loud because the young guys get all the Okay, so we're gonna get started with our second panel. And I'd like to welcome up for our second panel entitled Central Valley Native Initiatives, Young Adults in Community Service. I'd like to welcome up Dr. Lee Oliver, Director of American Indian Studies here at CSU Fresno, Ariana Murillo from the Tongva Gabrielino Tongva Nation, and peer mentor for the Fresno American Indian Health Project, Anthony Utterback, tribal citizen of the North Fork Mono Indians, and Fresno American Indian Health Project Instructional Aid, 2 education coordinator and field organizer for Central Valley Movement Building, Amber Esquivel from Picayune Rancheria of Chickasaw Indians, and Fresno State Outreach Counselor for the Native American Initiative and co-advisor New Native American Student Association, and Cameron Garcia from the Shalom Tribe, Fresno State Student and Vice president of new Native American Student Association. So I hope I got all of those titles right. And please feel free to sit wherever you feel comfortable, and we will leave it to you to begin your panel. You can bring up food too if you're not done eating or drinking.
All right, this is just delightful. These are incoming and students, current students, graduates. So again, I'm Lisa Oliver. I am the Director of American Indian Studies. It is always such a privilege for me to get to work with students like these folks up here. I recognized so much of their ideas and some of the ways that elders talked to me when I was younger and my friends in our community. And that I also heard from tribal leaders here in the Valley who had started to really listen to youth and build tribal youth councils so that you could learn, as we say, from the ground up, from learning from below, learning from above. And so each of these persons here represents so much more than any title. So each of them I see as people who do many different things in this community, where they are of service to the community, where they're keeping their eyes on different aspects, where challenges are faced, where they're learning to bring together tools for themselves so that they can be part of that sea change of changing how things happen, like archaeology, right? The engagement of tribal leaders and tribal wisdom is part of that. Doing things the way Native people do them is a really important part of that work. We have people here that you'll hear from talking about the importance of understanding how education systems actually end up pushing our Native youth towards prison, rather than recognizing their leadership and their knowledge. Sometimes they're either silenced in the classroom, misunderstood, or nobody cared to understand, right? I have learned from everybody in this group to think about, really close to my heart is also all of those young people who were pushed into foster care, right? And then who age out and end up so vulnerable. Where did they find support? And the outreach and the encouragement to get our people to go to college and get degrees, or go to vocational school and get a certificate and tools, right? So that they can have gainful employment, so they can eat, so they can keep the lights on, so they can have families, so they can have choices, so they can have gas money, right? And we're talking about quality of life changes. This system of education is academic only, though. It's certain tools, it's certain readings, it's certain practices that you utilize. All of these people in front of us here are bringing in wealth of knowledge from their elders, from their tribes, from their peoples, and it's ongoing learning on their part. And so I just appreciate so much each of them for my relationship with them, for the learning we do together, the growing we do together that shapes the work we do on this campus, and also opens those doors so that a campus like this becomes just a fluid space, right? Where we can move in and out of a technical classroom or a room like this onto the land, or go by the river and learn, really learn. So when I was invited to consider putting together an academic panel, I thought, well, why would we do that? We don't need that here. What we need is more of the knowledge. And I thought it would be a really beautiful thing to bring together young adults to learn and listen with them as they share from their perspective the work that they're doing, what they're seeing, things they'd like us to think about and consider with them and take on some of that work ourselves. And I do want to say that I apologize. I think because I think of them as young, I was using the word youth, and that maybe happens as we get older. These are young adults. Even though the program, I think I use the word youth. You are youthful, for sure. But you are lovely human beings, committed to your Indigenous peoples and ways. And each of you demonstrates a type of generosity and openness that you share your talents and your gifts with others. And that's just a little tiny bit of why I asked each of these members of this community to come up here today. I'd also lastly like to invite Professor Michael McDaniel. He will be moderating the panel today because I would really like folks to hear and see and kind of engage with us here on this campus. And Michael is known as, wherever you would like to. Michael is known already in a few short years as an incredibly supportive mentor, a great teacher. What we strive for in American Indian Studies is that we think of Native American peoples, societies, governments before colonization. And then we look at the ways life is shaped by us and by other forces. And Michael's work is just really beautiful, committed to Native people, Native knowledges, and also very committed to understanding that each human being comes in with knowledge. And if you're going to be a good teacher, you listen for that and you help nurture that to grow. And so I welcome Michael McDaniel to work with the young adults today and moderate this panel. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Lise. I seldom take praise very well. So humble that you would say that. Once again, I just want to say that I'm very honored to be here in the Central Valley, to be here as a guest. When I was first, my wife got a job here at Fresno State first, and I kind of followed her. I was working up in Northwest Washington with the Lummi people up there, Coast Salish people. And when I told them I was going to Fresno, I heard all kinds of stories of the Central Valley, right? All these kinds of reasons. Are you sure you want to do that? And I mean, and these are people that most of those people that I heard that sort of comment from were people that didn't know me very well. But those people who I did know and who I did have a more lasting relationship with said, "You're really going to love it, right? We know you, and we know your life experience, and we think you're really going to love it there." And I do. I've been living here for about 3 years now, and I seem to grow. I learn from it every single day, and so and at least we didn't want to do too much academics here, but I will start off with this. In our field of study, probably one of the most famous scholars is a gentleman by the name of Loretta Jr. And maybe some of you from the old days of the American Indian movement in the late 1960s, I'm sure you're quite familiar with that name. Mr. Loretta's first book, he's a Standing Rock Lakota guy, and his first book was called Custer Died for Your Sins, an Indigenous Manifesto, which is a collection of essays that really sort of put Native studies on the map. And then his second book was a book called We Talk, You Listen, New Tribe, New Turn. And then his third book was a book called God is Red. And you could just sort of see him moving deeper and deeper in his scholarship into the powerful positions that Native people have had and how we've always been here. There would be no United States of America or representational form of democracy had it not been for the Haudenosaunee and others, right? We provided the very foundation for this place that's now called the United States of America. And so I want us to sort of think today, as we come to these youthful people here before us, that it's now time for you guys to talk and we'll listen. Okay, so I have a series of questions for you, and you can take them, and you can go left or right or whatever order you want. But I think first of all, it would be good for the audience to hear just please share what shapes you're thinking about leadership and service in Native communities. Anybody who wants to go first?
Is it rude if I don't let ladies go first?
We good?
Hi again all, I'm Cameron DC Garcia, Cholon SLN from Cholon Indian Nation. You said what shaped our thinking very early on?
Yeah, I'm always going to repeat the question. Let's see, please share what shaped your thinking about leadership and service in Native communities.
From a very early age, my mother and a lot of my aunties and uncles, they were serving on tribal council. And I saw them always doing their work, always doing the meetings. I was in the back room while they were having their board meetings, and I was, drawing with my crayons and, eating sweets. And as I got older, and when I got put on when I was about 10 years old for ceremony, doing it at Mount Pinos near Kern County, is where I'm originally from. Not my tribe, but where I was born. I saw how much power these women in my tribe had, and how much they took the lead to do things. They didn't wait for things to happen. They just got on it. A lot of my family were members of the American Indian movement. They were old school Aimsters. Didn't necessarily agree with the national movement all the time, but they did the best work that they could down here locally. And with all that, these powerful women in my family, and as they got older and my elders, they started passing away. They always kept looking down to me, the baby in the family, and a bunch of my other cousins started saying, "Well, we're not going to be on this earth for too much longer, and we got to pass over the torch, and you got to take this fight up, because we've been fighting for our whole lives, and now you got to fight a little bit too." Sucks to say, but the fighting won't end probably within your lifetime or your kids' lifetimes, but it's our way of life, and we're going to defend it the best way we can. So a lot of those sentiments really shaped my thinking, especially the sentiments of my grandparents, who they're working class people in Bakersfield, and they were salt of the earth people. Because we went from being essentially peasants under the mission system and the Mexican Republic once it came in, and then once the Americans came in, we were still very poor. We had to struggle for a long time to get where we were, and we realized, well, you have to fight real hard to get what you get in life. So all that together, all those powerful people in my lives, that's what really tailored my thinking, and not just my family, not just my tribe, but my community. My community, because I was raised in a very multi-ethnic, multi-racial community. Something that people have never said about Bakersfield, but when I was growing up, at least it certainly was, the area I was in was pretty diverse. So all these different ideas, all these people who came to my life, my tutors when I was going to the tutoring program at Owens Valley Career Development Center back in Baco, and they would take us out to the Native American student conferences here at Fresno State. I have a pennant from middle school that I got from one of the trips there. It was meeting people like Professor Kenneth Hansen, Professor, I don't know where she is right now, Professor Beasley Oliver, eventually getting to meet Dr. John Pryor. These people in my life who just came by fate. The elders up in Haslett Basin, Delbert Davis and Ron Alec, the other one as well, Ron Good, who I've gotten to a good relationship with. Martin Davis, these people who just come into your lives out of fate, people who were working with my aunts back in the Inkster days. It's crazy how life works out, and it's all these experiences that gave me, and it's what made this up here change for the better. So that's my experience. Who wants to take it up? Anthony, how do you feel about it?
Hello everyone. Again, my name is Anthony. I'm a tribal citizen of the North Fork Rancher Mono Indians, and really happy to be here today. I just want to, give my thanks to Lise for inviting me to be here today. And, I really want to give thanks to the original peoples of this land. That's why we're here today, to talk about the people, the elders, the youth of the state of California, before it was even called California. And so, thank you. And, when I think about leadership and service in our community, I think back to a few years ago during the early days of the pandemic. A really big ash tree fell in my backyard. And this was it was a night, you know, it had some strong winds, and you always hear the saying, like, if a tree falls in the forest, it make a noise. It fell in the backyard and nobody heard a thing. So we woke up and there's a 40-foot tree in the backyard. And so a few days go by and I'm telling a brother of mine, David Alvarez, about it. And he says like, oh, well, you know, like, let me come by, like, we'll take care of it for you. And so David and his dad, David Sr., they bring their saws, they bring their truck, and we just spend the day cutting wood, talking, chopping the wood. And in that moment, I recognized that these two brothers were leaders because they're always at service to the people. Even if it's something small, like, you know, cutting up a tree or bringing groceries to elders or whatever it may be, smudging people down, healing people in the lodge too. A lot of the mentors in my life are professionals in their own respective fields. So educators, writers, spiritual leaders, cultural bearers, these are all professionals. And what makes them leaders is their service and their dedication to their tribe, their land, and ultimately their people.
Hilly. My name is Amber Escobar. I work here on campus as the outreach counselor. So this question kind of has me thinking about a lot of different things, leadership and service. One thing I think about in leadership is to be patient and educating the university to be patient and to not rush things all the time or rush things too fast and then people are not happy with the results. Or we could have done this, or why are we focusing on this issue when this is more pressing? That's something that I'm cautious of, is things in community take time. And we have to be accepting of that. And this is just something that I've learned with our club on campus. Anthony Lopez is now our club president, and he is also like a mentor towards me. And he was the one that brought this up in our club for our spring ideas that we wanted to do in the club. Like, let's just make a list of all the things that we would like to do or your wishes. And when we were looking at this list, we're like, that's a lot of things. Where is the time gonna come? But some of those things on our list, we know are going to take time. We won't accomplish this in a semester or a year, but it's still on our list to do. So let's not forget about it, but we know it's going to take time, and that's okay. The other thing I feel with answering this question is the service. In my position, I feel that the work that I do in my job is very intentional work. And I think that's important for our Native students and our Native communities, is because we've been forgotten for so long. And we see all these services and programming going on for others, but why not our Native students? So the work that I do in to stay in the campus is intentional work. I will share with people that, oh, I give campus tours of our university, but it's not just a campus tour. This is a tour that is intentionally designed for that specific group, for what they want to do, what are their interests and where do they want to explore. And it's unique for the next group. Maybe they have more time with us, or maybe they want to do something else. And it's like, well, let me see what I can do. But it goes around all of what I'm doing, whether it's physically on campus, whether it's newsletters that I send out, programming, event, everything is intentional. And for me, it's to service all, to serve all Native students who are recognized or non-recognized students who know their tribe or who don't know their tribe, but they know somewhere down the line they have Native connections, right, relatives. And for me, again, when I think of the leadership and the service, every single student that I work with, they're like little diamonds, because they're all unique. And that's why this work is intentional for every single one of those students to feel seen, to feel welcomed, because we're trying to get them to the long run, to graduate, whether they're going to a community college or four-year university, because once they graduate, in my eyes, they turn into 24 karat gold when they graduate that university. But it takes a long road, right? It takes a long path to get there. And that's just what I do in my area to answer this question. But again, I see this in other areas too, that when we work with Native students, it's very intentional work that we're doing with them.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ariana Murillo. I would like to, thank Lise for inviting me to be on this panel, as well as I feel very honored to be up with these individuals that I've known for a while. To me, what shaped leadership is, do you know that saying that it takes a village to raise a child? And in my case, I don't know how something could be so true to describe my growth into the person who I am today. I grew up in a community where our youth are the future. They're the ones who are going to make the changes that we want to see. We plant that seed, we do the work, and then when it's their turn, they're going to be here like today to talk about these sort of topics. I don't know if any of you know what GONA is. For those of you who don't know, it stands for Gathering Native Americans. When I became of age to attend that camp, we talked about topics such as belonging, mastery, interdependence, and generosity in our communities. And we talked about other topics such as the challenges that we see in our communities. And because of those topics, it allows us youth to share our own stories of what we struggle with. And I made a lot of connections with those youth, and we bonded over our challenges in life. And it's because of that bond that inspired me to be the change that I wanted to see in the world, and why I came back and I wanted to get an education and I wanted to do this type of work. A lot of the time, this isn't easy work. This is probably the most challenging work, depending on the area you're from. When you've been in a community long enough, you know that there's different norms, there's different needs, and sometimes those needs can be very heavy. And part of the reason why I chose to do this is because a lot of the times those needs hit too close to home. And so I guess my view kind of shaped from the community that I grew up in. And there's certain individuals in this room who helped shape my view because of that. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thanks to all of you. I think one theme that's kind of bubbling up as I sort of hear each of you speak is this a concept of time and planning, and how it's this sort of historical moment from even Cameron's sort of beginning with those ancestors back in that time, and that sort of long lineage, right, of leadership and this cultivation of people over time and the intentional work that others do. So that, and that, in my work, I've noticed one thing that, as Native people, we tend to really think long-term planning. I'm thinking, seventh generation types of philosophy here, right? Looking far into the future. And you can sort of see that, I think, in much of your responses and how leadership is cultivated over time. And it's that service to the community that sort of develops that. So let's think about a little bit about your current work. If you could explain a little bit about your current work and where you're at, and then maybe where you see that leading to the future at some time.
So I currently work for Fresno American Indian Health Project. I was employed at 16 years old under a suicide prevention grant. So what I tend to do is I incorporate the 4 areas of wellness for our youth, and I teach them about what mental health is, how it can affect every individual differently, and most importantly, how that topic is important in Indian country. And so kind of where I see this going is a lot of the time Mental health is connected to everything, all 4 directions, all 4 areas. And a lot of the time when you're out of balance in one area, then most likely you're out of balance in all 4. And so this has been ongoing for many years, and it's starting to grow into something more. And so I started out working with our younger youth to now working with our young adults. We recently started a group called NIAC, which stands for Native American Young Adult Committee, where we talk about what are the needs are for our own age group, not only, mentally, physically, emotionally, but also financially, environmentally. It goes more into depth than that. So it started off 4 areas, and now it's bleeding into 8 areas of wellness.
As I mentioned, I work here on campus, but I'm an outreach counselor, so I also work out of the office a lot of the times too. And that's just with doing the outreach in the Native community, talking to future youth and students about Fresno State and higher education in general. Talking to them about different pathways into going to higher education. And we've, it's not just me, there's also some other recruiters from Fresno City, Columbus Community, UCLA, UC Merced. We've created this mini group of Native American outreach recruiters group. It's unofficial, but we see each other all the time. So we've also created this group where it's like, well, let's all go to this school together and talk to our Native students all at once, because whether they come here or there, we all know each other. And we work together that way. So Fresno State works closely with Fresno City. We know those students are going to jump over here when they're ready to go, right? And if they don't, then you got the UCs, we got contacts. So you're going to be taken care of wherever you go, because we all know each other in this small community. What was the question? Right?
Yeah, that's the word.
I think the other thing I mentioned the campus tours I do intentionally. I also host a youth conference every year for 6th to 12th grade students here on campus. It's the Native American Youth Conference. It's completely free for youth to come and attend, and they can come every single year. We give free t-shirts, free lunches, there's a keynote speaker, and they can come from anywhere, up north, down south, out of state. It's kind of been growing a little bit over the years. I think last year or the year before, I had a group from Wairika come down, and they brought about 7 students. And I was like, wow, they never heard about it because Humboldt wasn't hosting theirs. And they saw it on Facebook, and I said, well, yeah, bring your kids, everyone come down. But again, this is a tradition that I'm hoping to, again, continue on the campus, that this is a statement piece to our university that we can't ignore and we can't forget about. It needs to continue, because these students graduate high school and then they say, I went to that youth conference when I was in 6th grade or when I was in 9th grade, and I got to do blank out there, or I saw this really cool keynote speaker who influenced me in something else, right? It's just a place for them to grow and become exposed to build connections with our staff or faculty on our campus. Maybe it's other students as well. But again, it's that exposure. And last year, let me tell you, the kids did not want to go home. We had to get them off the stage, say, cut the mic, because they were having so much fun. And I'm like, that's awesome, right? They're feeling like this campus is home. I don't want to leave. I want to stay here, and I'm able to get on the stage and, give a shout out to somebody, so they had a good time last year. And if you have grandchildren or nieces or nephews or children of your own of these age groups, please bring them to the conference, because we get a pretty big crowd every year. So that's one of the things that I also do, which is very intentional work, again, like I mentioned. But also, there's just a lot of promotional things. I have a newsletter that I put out every month as well that has intentional information. So if you can't see me physically, There's a newsletter that I send out information for our current students, our future students, parents, educators, teachers who are non-native and they're trying to just be in the loop. It's open for everyone. So if you're just trying to be in the loop of what's going on at Fresno State with a twist of native resources and events and those types of things, you can subscribe to the newsletter and be involved in that way aspect as well. For the future, I don't know where I'm gonna go, but I love the job. So I'm happy to be here on campus and continue the relationships that I have and grow those as well.
Yeah, I also work at the Fresno American Indian Health Project. We're just down the street here. I'm the instructional aide to and education coordinator. So part of the work is academic support and tutoring, working one-on-one and in groups with students on homework, school assignments. And the other part of the work is organizing and planning education, cultural events and activities. So every month, the other instructional aide and I, her name is Victoria Garcia, we work together on doing different projects with the youth. So one of our most recent ones was storytelling. So we had a traditional storytelling week where we shared creation stories and we made props for them and just had a good time, you know, sharing stories and teaching the fact that they're teaching tools, right, and that they're meaningful. And we also did a clapstick workshop with the youth. We've been working on an elderberry curriculum, so to teach the youth about the cultural and medicinal values of the elderberry plant and how, you know, important it really is to California Native people. And the main project that we've been working on the past few months is our winter storytelling series, which we've actually been doing here on campus. We've been hosting it here in the Table Mountain Room. Last month, our guest speaker was Ron Good. He's a master storyteller from the North Fork Mono tribe. And the month before that, in December, we celebrated the winter solstice with a lot of the families and in our local community. And we invited some relatives from the San Ynez Chumash Reservation to share their book, Hoops. This was a story about their ancestor grandmother, and they brought it to life in a really fantastic book. And so we had Antonio Flores, who was the author, and Bobby Duran, the illustrator, come and share their story, share songs and their history. And we're having our third and final session of the storytelling series on Wednesday, featuring Bobby Yvonne Martin, who's a local Native artist from the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. And so those types of events, and I also help facilitate Sons and Daughters of Tradition at our facilities. And tomorrow we're taking a pretty fun trip to Mariposa, where they're gonna have the opportunity to learn and burn with Ron Good, who's gonna be doing his cultural burning this weekend. So that's mainly what I do, just focus on Indian education, whether that's you know, teaching students about you know, culture, what I know, whether that's songs or language or history, or you know, getting them out on the land to gather and to learn from our elders, learn from our cultural bearers and spiritual leaders. That's really what we do at the Youth Services Department at the Health Project, is you know, provide those positive and healthy opportunities for learning and education for our Native youth.
Well, before I get on my high horse, because I'm joking, I don't have that big of an ego. I want to give some praise to my other panelists right now, because these people like do a lot of work like you would not believe. Amber, she helps us run our meetings. Anthony, I know that you're always out and about. You are amazing. Excuse me. The work you do over at the health center is vastly important, especially in regards to mental health. As many of you know, mental health is a very important issue in Indian country. And I don't want to be potentially like, give a round of applause for these people, but give some praise to these folks because they do a lot of work. This is hard workers. The work I'm doing right now, I'm not on any big projects at the moment, mostly just because I'm focusing on my bachelor's as an undergraduate student. Yeah, it's a big thing, but like, it's work, but like I said, going in for anthropology, archaeology. I want to focus on linguistics soon. My professional work though is mostly here at Fresno State. I'm on 2 internships right now. One internship is interning under Dr. John Pryor for CalMag prognostications with the various tribes here. We have a couple of collections, and the remains have always, like almost all the remains have gone back. I'm pretty sure all of them have gone back. But there's plenty of other cultural artifacts and resources that we want to get repatriated. Tribes need to have their manos and matates, their moras and pestles, what you call them, and any other cultural resources we have in our collections need to go back to the people they come from, especially with some of the collections we got very recently. Some of the collections we got really recently will blow your mind. Check out John's Instagram, you'll see them. They're pretty crazy stuff. Obsidian blades that can kill dinosaurs, I'm telling y'all. I love working in the lab. That's my one internship right now. The other one is my other internship, which is an ethnobotany based research project kind of. We're trying to put together a database, and it has various resources of ethnobotany regarding Yokesh knowledge from Mary Gordon, I think. Yeah, Mary Gordon, and several other. Her knowledge is of Miwok ethnobotany, but Yokesh ethnobotany, pardon me. And the other is several other authors who have Miwok ethnobotany knowledge. So we're putting that all together. We have a team of about 10 or so, a dozen people, and we have people who are native, people who aren't native, but have these great knowledges and resources on their side. And I'm very happy to be working with that. Besides that, yeah, besides school and those 2 internships, I'm mostly just, for my tribe, I used to be a youth leader. But since I moved up here, it's kind of hard to really plan anything. I have to focus on school. This is the sacrifice you have to take to get educated. And but what I am doing up here is I'm trying to focus more on the ethno-linguistics of my people, because though our language is very limited in terms of what we have in our dictionary and our phonology and the research done on it, these catechisms that were collected by the Padres, they weren't that many, but they were enough. I'll say that they were enough that we can start to get back into bringing our dialect back to life, especially if we borrow words from our neighbors and our cousins from other tribes. So that's my main focus right now: school, interning, and trying to bring back my language. I keep telling all my family, I'm like, well, we have to learn our language. I don't, you have to stop thinking about it like it's a burden to learn your own language. It's a blessing that we can even speak these words. And yeah, I know it's kind of weird to say these words, like the word for oak tree, which I always, say to myself because I love it, arua, that, yeah, it's an ancient Indian language. It's gonna sound a little different to us, but it's important we learn this so that our ancestors can hear us, so they can hear our prayers. But those are my projects, and once I do graduate, I don't know if I'll be able to do a master's program. I really do want to spend some more time in the community doing things, but as of now, it's just, undergraduate life is what it is.
Don't undersell yourself, Ken. That's a lot of very important work. And I hear John's looking for a replacement one of these days, right? It sounds like he's building his own pipeline. So keep that in mind. There's a lot of work to be done.
I got to wear a lot of hats sometimes, though.
All right, so let's turn to the final question that we have, and that's that we often look to the younger generation to reflect on what they see as important issues in the community. So can each of you just share what you see as sort of critical issues that are facing our communities today? This one in particular.
So critical issues facing our youth and our communities. I'm not gonna just say land back, because there's a there's a lot that comes with that, but land back definitely, that's one of the main issues. We need to get our territories back. We need to be able to get back on our land. We had that big discussion earlier. That is very important. That's what we need to do. But I guess in my field of work is bringing back our culture and our language. That's what's really key to me right now. Having that ethnobotany, ethno-linguistic knowledge being brought back. Because we were raised, like my family, we're urban Indians. We were raised up in Bakersfield in the city, on the east side of the town, and central Bakersfield, a little bit of a rough area. We didn't get to be out on the meadows or be out in the marshland or the grasslands or wherever, you know, the chaparral of our homeland. So we kind of really lack that critical cultural knowledge and those cultural resources. But the beautiful thing about it is that can change. I'm gonna use a quote from a long dead anthropologist, an archaeologist sort of type, Albert Spalding, who I've been doing a lot of reading with John's class. He told one of his students one time after like a brutal lecture, because this guy was a piece of work. He told his student, look, you're not stupid, you're just ignorant. And as brutal as that quote is, that's how I feel a lot of times. Like, I'm not stupid, just ignorant. That's completely different than being stupid. We can learn these traditional knowledges. We can bring back this way of life. We can learn about what plants to collect, how to pronounce our language, how to process acorn. That's one of my other things I want to do. How to bring back basketry, especially with how much, you know, that's just an amazing art form. So to wrap it up really quickly, critical is just making sure that our culture is passed on and that our children and our youth, they realize the importance of it and they have the knowledge to pass it on to whenever they have children or whoever they pass it on to, you know? That's what's key for me, you know? Yeah.
Thank you.
Legal.
Yeah, that's a tough question because I think you get a lot of different answers from different people. If I could speak to my experience, like what Cameron was saying as being an urban Indian person, I think growing up in a city and in a place and culture where people think you don't exist anymore is really hard. I know it's hard for me. I know it's hard for a lot of young people today too. And so as you know, as California Indian people, we have a very unique experience with the Spanish conquest era, the gold rush era, the boarding school era. And so that trauma is still felt today, you know, it still impacts our communities today. And so having to, one, navigate trauma and, you know, having access to resources, access to land for, you know, to gather our cultural resources, like, you know, Cameron's mentioning for our basketry and our medicine, or even just having a space for our ceremonies. There's a lot to unpack when it comes to, you know, all the different variety of issues affecting our community. But ultimately, I think what we're all doing here is working together to create positive change for future generations of Native people. You know, I think somebody mentioned it earlier that, you know, we may not see this change in our lifetime, but we're slowly picking away at that issue, right? We're slowly picking away at that boulder, or if I could go back to my story, at that tree that fell in the backyard, we're slowly cutting away at that. So we could clear a way for, you know, the people that come after us. And I think Amber, you were speaking to belonging. You know, that's a reason why a lot of us do the work that we do today, is so we don't feel invisible anymore, right? I think, you know, part of our storytelling events that we're doing, it's one to to do the stories, right? To share our people's history, talk about how the world was created, how we were created, cultural sharing. But another part of it is, you know, it's very intentional having those types of community events for our people here at a, you know, a Western institution at this university, so that our people can continue to come here and feel like they belong, that they have a place here. And so our young ones who sit in these seats and they hear these stories and they hear the songs, they're gonna remember that. They're gonna remember that at Fresno State, I was a little girl, I was a little boy, and I heard one of my elders sharing stories. You know, I heard one of my community members sharing songs. So I belong here. You know, I have a place here to get an education and, you know, continue to chip away at that tree in the backyard. So there's, yeah, like I said, there's a lot of issues to unpack there, but ultimately, I think education is the biggest part of it. I know that I have an elder, he always has his thing to say about education. And really, I'll tell you what he says. He says for Indian people, there's 4 horsemen of the apocalypse: politics, economics, religion, and education. And well, he grew up in the boarding school era, right? Where all there was the assimilation process: kill the Indian, save the man. And so we always have this conversation with him about education. And but if I could go back to my brother David Alvarez, who, like I said, I see him as a true leader of the community. One, because he's at service to his people, and you know, he's a cultural bearer. You know, he carries the thongs, and you know, he carries the ceremonies too. But he's also getting his PhD in Native American Studies. And so walking those 2 paths of, you know, I got my education of the natural law, right? I got my education in the lodge and at ceremony, but I also got my education over here with the bigwigs and the educators and the professors and the politicians and the government agency people. So education, I think, is something that we need to continue to work on, at least in the public school, so that Native students are represented. And again, they feel like they belong and they're not invisible, because education is how we're gonna bring up the future generations of our Native leaders to be in positions to address things like land back, the school to prison pipeline, all these things that are trauma, all these things that are affecting our community. And so, yeah, in closing, I think I'm really honored to be in a position to, you know, work with the people up here on this panel, but be a community member and a relative to a lot of people in this room. Because if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't feel that sense of belonging, right? I wouldn't feel that I belong to a people and a community. And so in the work that I do, I'm constantly reminded by my elders and my coworkers that we all have a place, and we're all here to do good things and you know, create that positive change that we're all working towards. So thank you.
I think for me, I have a lot of piggybacking off of what Anthony shared, but just in my line of work, what I see is that, again, our Native students are not seen in schools, in classrooms, and it is challenging sometimes in the work that I do when teachers or principals don't know who their Native students are. And that's something that I'm always working against. And maybe so the youth are not telling me this, but when I say these things, then it's like, oh yeah, that's what I'm feeling. In the classroom, just in the school environment, they don't feel seen, and some schools are better than others, right? They have programs for their kids, and some don't. And those are the challenges that I see out there. Is I'm always talking about, do you see your Native students at your school district? Do you know who they are? Not just a list, not just a report of the 20 maybe students that you have, but do you know who they are? And that's always what I'm trying to work with or educate. There's a organization called the Red Bud Resource Group that created a document titled Seeing Our Native American Students K-12 Classrooms. And I was like, yes, this is everything that I've been saying. And it's already put together in this perfect little book explaining our history and what you could do in the classrooms. It's just perfect, okay? And I saw that, and I've been using it, and I've been sharing it, because this is what is happening all around us in some schools. So again, I'm always talking about seeing our Native students in the classrooms. And I think the other critical thing that I am also seeing is information overload, whether that's with emails or notifications on your cell phones. I mean, kids have phones from very young, right? Social media is a huge impact onto that. And there's just so much information going around. And then we've got the news on the TV. And it's a lot to manage in the world, and we're supposed to continue to just be in the know of everything that's flying our way. And that is one issue that I see in the youth, but also as adults, you know, because we're also in that too. I think someone else mentioned on the panel that we got our phones even with us in our hands all the time. Right? We never put that down. And I love how Carly Tex said that when they brought the youth out, they said, no phones. I want you to listen and see and pause for a second off of the social media, off of the phones and the text, you know, whatever it may be, and be present. And I love that, because even for myself, I have to put my boundaries up and say, no more, right? For the rest of the evening, I'm done. Because I have to take care of myself as well. But our youth maybe are still learning those skills, learning to manage those items that are right in their hands.
You know, those are all very important needs. All needs in our communities are important, but I think one we don't talk about the most is our demographic has become the forgotten, you know, 18 to 28. It's kind of like a unspoken norm that once you hit 18, you're expected to have it all together. And if you don't, well, that's on you, you got to figure it out. We don't realize that a lot of the time, you never stop, you know, guiding the youth, no matter if they hit 18 or not. A saying my dad always tells me is, you know, I'm going to keep parenting you until the end of time, till I'm gone from this world. And I think, you know, we've been throwing this word around a lot today, and we don't really use this word at FHP. We have something else. And the word that we use that's been used today is aging out, whereas we use the word aging up. The reason why is aging out tends to be a little bit more negative, kind of saying like, when, you know, you're not welcome to come back. But when you say aging up, it's like implying that we want you to come back. And so it's kind of hard when you use terms like that, you know, it makes us feel like, okay, I'm on my own now. I don't have no idea what I'm doing. I have no resources. I don't know who to go to. And, you know, it can be very, you know, overwhelming. You know, because like I said, mental health is connected to everything. And if you feel like you don't have support, you don't know how to pay your bills on time, or you don't know who to go to if you need help at school, then a lot of the time we begin to wonder, why is our stats in suicide so high? Because of this, we don't have that support anymore. So I think one of the needs that we need to focus more on is still guiding our young adults even after they've aged out. So thank you.
Oh, well, thank you. I think we should give a big round of applause. Not only will they be able to sort of provide us, I think, with a perspective of what's important to them and the future for our communities, but they also got us back on time for the event. Yeah, are there any questions? Anyone? The audience.
The ethnobotany program you were talking about, is that just within the indigenous community, or is like anyone kind of allowed to go to that to like learn about like the yoga's like historical use of plants?
Well, the project we're working on right now is, like I said, we have several non-natives because we need kind of a general mix of knowledge, which may not necessarily be in the native community. Expertise that may not, we don't have enough majors in this particular field, say linguistics or forensics or archaeology. I'm working with another person who, I'm one of the archaeologists on the team who's doing that. The other person who's an archaeologist is non-native. In terms of that knowledge being accessible, I think the project is to eventually create like a kind of database or online access vault thingy. So I don't have the right words for it, but just like that knowledge about access, we'll be able to provide that to the tribes. And I think there should be public access. It's just general knowledge and has a lot of stuff to do with not just, what certain plants are used for what, but the linguistics, the cultural context behind them. It's like been decades of ethnographic field work done by Mary Gordon, and it's knowledge which needs to be preserved. She originally wanted to create a book, I believe, but it was suggested we rather put it onto a digital database so that it would be preserved for all time. I would like to see a book. That'd be pretty cool to just have in my house. But if you want to learn more, you can talk to me afterwards or talk to Dr. John Pryor, or I forget what the other lead on that project is, but yeah. Thank you.
Well, since you brought up Mary Gordon, are you gonna be using Dr. Redford's portfolios as paperwork?
Dr. Redford?
Yes. Because I know Mary.
Yes.
The last 25 years.
I haven't gotten to meet her yet because we just started on this project this semester, and hopefully we can get as much work done as we can on it. Like I said, we're just starting on this work, so I haven't gotten anything. I don't know if we're using anything from Redford yet, though.
Because I know I do have some of her database. Like I know linguistic wise, too, she's working with Berkeley, which I was working with too.
Berkeley has all the good resources, yeah.
Well, I go everywhere, Berkeley.
Yeah, they got a little bit of everything, I'd say.
Yes, I got everything. Concerning my people, because I'm a Musashi, Western Honolulu, the Chehe. We just keep going, And but yeah, I did get your paperwork about the items that need to be returned. So we'll contact. It's just being here, being there. But thank you very much. I just wanted to see how Mary was doing, because I haven't seen her in a few years and I understand her confidence on this. But you do have her databases?
Yes, I think it's being transferred over to us right now, and we're going to be doing the work and compiling everything over the next several weeks of this semester.
Yeah, because some of the people that I mentioned are the ancestors are actual direct, some of direct descendants are here. At this meeting today.
I can make sure I pay my homage to you then, and then all everyone else is related.
Yeah, we'll talk.
We will talk.
I have a question. I guess my question is,
what inherited plight as a young adult is that just one inherited plight that you've inherited as a young adult that you don't want today's youth to have to inherit?
I guess the feeling that you don't matter, like your voice doesn't matter. I think as youth, you know, in the past when I was a youth, we often, you know, put that seed, you know, what you say is just as important as, you know, what an adult said. But we stopped implementing that seed. And so now they don't speak up as much as, you know, my age group used to speak up. So.
I think for me, that question just struck to my position again, because when I came to Fresno State, this position was not here, and we're just navigating the campus on our own, like figuring it out, you know. There wasn't an early outreach person to help understand this process of applying and admitting and all through the ropes at this university. So that was the first thing I thought of. And I think a lot of times it's like when you don't have a go-to person, you're just get in line pretty much, right? Just get in line and you'll figure it out. But having a position like this, that's where my role does come in to help and assist the future student.
The first thing I thought of as far as what my family has inherited is lateral violence. And I know, well, at least, you know, just speaking from my experience, colorism is a big issue in the community, especially in my family. You know, non-natives already have their ideas of what Indian people are supposed to look like, be like. And if we don't fit the stereotypes, you know, that the culture has ingrained into everybody, then we're not real Indians to them. But what I've experienced is that we do that to each other a lot of the times too. If we don't all have long hair, if we're all not, you know, brown skin, all these different characteristics of you know, that we have of what Indian people should be. And so me being a mixed race, a lot of people in our community are mixed race. You know, it was hard for me to, you know, like I grew up knowing I was Indian, but you weren't that Indian because your dad's white, you know? And like, oh yeah, you know, you're Indian, but you don't got long hair, so you're not really one of us, I guess. And so it took a long time of hardening myself and learning to not be so sensitive to those things, and learning that really what was happening in those interactions was lateral violence, right? And I look back on those moments and they still happen to this day with a lot of my relatives. And I reflect on that and I just try to remember that it's not their fault because that they said that, because they know what they know, right? And a lot of times when people, you know, say hurtful things, it's because that person is hurting themselves. And so, you know, that lateral violence that we experience of hurting each other, whether that's the colorism or that's the abuse and the violence, all those things, it's rooted in our people's historical and intergenerational trauma, right? And so I think part of what I try to do is share these experiences with the youth that I work with, because a lot of them are mixed race and a lot of them go to school having these same types of experiences of, you know, if you're Indian, you're supposed to look like this. If you're Indian, you're supposed to be like this. And, just, teaching them like, hey, like you're probably gonna deal with that for a long time. And, but learning to cope with it, right? Learning to talk about it and learning to understand that the people who say those things are hurting. And so to pray for it, pray for those people who are hurting, pray for those people who don't know and don't understand, because it takes a lot to change your way of thinking and way of being. And so, it all comes down again to education, educating ourselves and educating the people around us so that lateral violence doesn't get passed on to the next generation.
To piggyback a little bit off of Anthony's statement right there, because I'm gonna be saying my thing as well, but to add on to that, when it comes to lateral violence, that is a very big thing in Native country. I'll say that, me being very brown skinned and having straight black hair, I get treated a little bit more like, ooh, you are what I picture, people picture me as what a Native is. I've been told that. But on the other hand, I have an adoptive brother who he is Chishaya-Pomo and Chiricahua Apache, but he's also African American. And he doesn't necessarily have traditional Native features. Besides being very tall, he's like 6'4". And I've seen it where he gets treated different. Me and him, we came out of high school together as freshmen. We've been friends for almost 8 years. And I've seen him grow and learn so much in just these last 8 years, almost going on a decade soon. He's seen me at my worst, I've seen him at his worst. He's seen me at his best, and I've seen him at his best. I'm very proud of him. And he puts in more work than me sometimes, I'd argue. He has the heart, he has the spirit of it, but then at times he gets treated differently because of how people perceive him and his ancestry, his missed ancestry. But they treat me fine because, or they treat me more exotically, or like I'm supposed to be what they idealize as. But I'm only brown because my father, he's Mexicano. He's the dark skin. My mother is the fair skinned, but I trace my ancestry mostly to my mother. I acknowledge his ancestry as well, though it's a little bit harder because his culture was kind of wiped out in Mexico, was assimilated. So I'm treated a bit differently than he is in certain spaces, even though, my native blood is mostly Mexican native blood. And also I have plenty of Spanish, European. I'm 1/4 Chinese from my great grandfather, if you all can believe it. Yeah, thanks. Shout out to my great grandfather, Pop. Colorism is a big thing. What I hope for one day is that we as Native people can exist in our spaces, in and out of our spaces, without being racialized, without being treated as spectacles or being treated as not good enough. We're either these exotic things that people like to fawn over and think we're so filled with this magical, spiritual essence that they idealize, or you're not really Indian, you're not Indian enough, you look kind of, that's what they act like. I don't need to have my hair long and have my beads on to be Native. I'm Native regardless of how I am. My brother's Native regardless of how he is. We know our songs and we do our ceremonies, and we're both cultural and we both have our knowledge. I grew up with, I've been thinking about it a lot more recently, I guess, with a lot of discrimination from my schoolmates. And Bakersfield's not a very inclusive place, but when I was growing up, me just saying that I was Native got me a lot of flack from white kids, Mexicanos, all the other various kids who I was growing up with. And they would say some very nasty things I'm not gonna repeat here because, well, I don't know, stuff essentially like, well, Cameron, you need to do the do-dirty with your cousin or else you'll lose your blood quantum. I'm like, how? You're 10, how do you know about blood quantum, first of all? Terrible stuff like that. And when I grew my hair out, I got called terribly racist names, you know, oh, you're Pocahontas, you look just like Geronimo, because you're so angry faced. I got an angry face because of my dad, all right? We try to smile as much as we can so people don't notice. You know, I hope that the Native youth who are coming up soon, they won't have to live in this racialized world that we have all been, and it's gotten better over time. I will say that it has gotten better over time. But for a lot of people, the thing in the back of their minds in terms of indigeneity is that blood quantum. And no other people in the United States is treated like this, where you have to show how much percentage of blood you are to be considered Native. It's like we're animals to them. It's like, you know, oh, he's not a purebred. Well, it is a purebred, and we're all mixed up, you know? True. We had to mix with Mexicanos and Chinese folk to survive because we weren't worrying about that. We were worrying about surviving, and we didn't really care who we were being with. We just cared about who we loved. I hope for the end of racialization and for us to just exist indigenously, happily, and without all this BS that gets in the way of just us leading good lives. So I'll end it on that. So yeah.
We have one last question from council, or comment from Councilmember Kessler Martin.
Hi, thanks, and thanks so much for sharing all of this, your experiences with us. I came from San Francisco State University, so also had that experience of being at a CSU many years ago. But, you know, I teach now, and I don't have as many Native students as I would like in my current university. And it's been a kind of lifelong goal to try and get back to working with Native youth in the college environment, because all of those stories and experiences that you were sharing, I had similar ones, and know how hard it is, all the work that you've put in to get where you're at, both from your communities, but also in terms of building a new community in the university itself. So I just want to honor that and all of your work that you've done. And Anthony, something you said really stuck with me, and I think I'm going to carry it forward, which is this idea that we do the work we do so that we don't feel invisible anymore. That's true, right? That's true for me 20 years ago. It's true for me today. And I just really appreciate that you guys are on this path. And thanks to the faculty there as well for holding space for you to come and share this information with us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any thoughts real quick to this panel on how to make academic spaces a bit more inclusive to Native people? Like, what drew you to this place specifically? And you can think about it and just send us some notes later, but I'm trying to help Councilmember Kessler Mata build up her Native student population.
It's a challenge, I would say. I would definitely want you to link up with Dr. Leslie Oliver. She is faculty on our campus as well. Every campus is different, right? So some people have just faculty, or some people have staff on their campuses as well. I'm more than happy to also, share contact and just share, hey, this is what I do. Maybe your campus can get a person over there and start building pathways and relationships. But I think we could start there, is having conversation.
Great. Well, I think with that, really good job, all of you. Really glad that you came to share with us. And I think the council would agree that we'd like to extend an invitation for you all to be on our Native Youth Council, which is going to be up and running. We actually have some of our council members in the room, I think both of them, and Councilmember Elliott Santos is now here for those of you who didn't see her come in, and Councilmember Bojorquez are both the council members charged with kind of leading that space. So we'll be reaching out if you have any free time to be able to engage with them.
I could say thank you, and one of the greatest panels that I've been able to listen to from your perspective. And that's what this council is about, to hear from you. And if I get to work with you, one thing I want to ask you is, how and what can I do to get my youth to college? I have so many things I'd like to talk to you about how they feel about college and at the high school level, like on the Title VI and Title VII, or, you know, the school groups. The idea that we get them through high school is just one step. How do we get them to college? It's hard for them to leave their reservation. It's hard for them to leave their family. And what you said about being invisible, that's so true. But also the other side of that, for some of the younger kids in our school district, what I see is the kids are invisible except for they're expelled more often. They have IEPs that are not being taken care of correctly. Their parents don't know how to help them. And most of our school districts are the poorest school districts in their areas. But to see you all sitting up here and saying these things, it gave me goosebumps and filled me with hope. So I'm sorry I was late, but I came at just the right moment. So thank you all.
Just want to say that I'm so honored to have these wonderful students in my life. And, you know, Ron Good always says that less than 1% is less than 1%. We have to make this a more welcoming place. We have to honor their culture. This is see education. They bring so much to this. So
Thank you all. If we could give them a round of applause. Well, again, you're off the hook for now. Next, we are going to have local tribal testimony. And I'd like to invite up Darlene Franco, Chairperson of the Wauchumni Tribal Council, of Tulare County, and the Wauchumni Tribal Elders who will be presenting with her. After her presentation, if there are any other local tribal leaders or tribal members who'd like to provide tribal testimony or comment, we would like to hear from you first. And then if there are other community members in the room or on Zoom, we will turn to you all as well. And that will be for pretty much the end of, through the end of the day until we have closing blessing around 4:30 or 5. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's been a long day. It's starting to get a little bit hot in here, but I feel the fans going, so that should be good. So I just have a little presentation, but I'm going to go over about some of the work we've been doing in our country. And I know that, we've heard a lot of comments today, and, these young people up here are our hope for the future. All of them have their own gifts, their own unique abilities, and it makes me so proud to see them up here. And, to see Amber, especially in the position that she's in, actually getting more of our youth into the colleges at such a young age and how important she is. That's just, really wonderful. And it just icing on the cake that she's from this area. So that makes me very proud. Okay, so this is Wauchumni Yokut. That's my people, and we are from Tulare County, Fresno County area. Yeah, so you can go. So who am I? I'm a daughter, I'm a sister, I'm a mom. I'm an auntie, a wife, and a niece, cousin, and a friend. And right now I am currently the director of the Native Wellness Program at the Fresno American Indian Health Project. And I sit on a couple of boards. I sit on the Quaker Oaks Farm Board, where we have our Wauchumni farms. I also sit on the Cultural Heritage Foundation Board of Tulare County, where we have our office. And I belong to the Central Valley Agroecology Group. We're a group of women of color. So we work together to help bring, well, a lot of different things. So we're working on our farm. Other people are working on helping people do garden boxes at home. Other people are working on farm management. Other people are helping farm laborers learn how to run their own farms. So we're a diverse group. I'm the chairperson of our Wachumni Council, and then I also, we formed the Wachumni Tribe nonprofit so that we could explore fundraising to do some of the projects that we do. And I'm here today to share knowledge and awareness of the Wachumni people and to offer our assistance with helping some of our brothers and sisters with the work that they want to do in their communities. So Wachumni Yokuch, those are words. So Wachumni, it's the place of the blue heron. And then Yokuch is a word in our language that means people. And you'll hear people say Yokuts, which is just a derivative, I guess. But my mom used to say Yokuch, so that's how I say it. So it just means people, and it's the people of the San Joaquin Valley. We all have similar ways of doing things. Our language is very similar, just a little bit different dialects. Like I say, you did. Someone else, like you heard Amber say hili hili. Some people say hey yuk. People say hey yit. So just dialect variations. So we lived in a perfect world. We took care of the land, and the land took care of us. And you see this oak tree because to me that represents our people here in the valley. And that was a staple, it still is a staple food for the people in the valley here, and actually all over California. Okay, that's okay. So creation. So our creation stories tell us where we came from. And you know, I realize this now as an adult that not a lot of people know where they came from. But when I was younger, my mom took us to the place where we were created. And so we know we can go to those places. We can take care of those places. So we were created here in this area to take care of the land here. Our language speaks to the spirits of this land here. And our tribal history tells us how we lived. You know, we lived with the land. We adapted to the land and the changes that came about. So we lived in rhythm. Traditionally, we were not farmers like we're doing today. Traditionally, we were hunters and gatherers, but that all stopped when our land was taken from us, when fences were put up, when my grandparents were no longer able to go hunt freely, when they were no longer able to go gather freely. So we had to change, we had to adapt. My grandpa had to go work on ranches and farms and learn how to farm, you know, how to make the rows, how to basically tell the plants how to grow and how to feed us. Where prior to that, we gathered from the land where it was at. Okay, next. So Amashpa'an just means basket world in our language. And if you look at a topographical map of California, you'll see the valley here. It looks like a basket. That's the San Joaquin Valley. And that's, you know, one of the richest places here. You know, we're told that we grow so much food here in the valley that's sent all over the world. But yet there's hunger and poverty right here in our backyards. We grow so much food here and then we send it out. You know, and that's thanks to big ag. You know, agricultural people recognize the richness of our soil and the richness of our water. Everything we had here was a perfect world. Then they came in and helped destroy it, or tried to. So we had everything, you know, we had everything we needed. So our world changed. You know, the whole motto, a lot of people know, kill the Indian, save the man. Get rid of the culture, they're gonna get rid of us. But that didn't happen. You know, we're all still here, everybody here. So, you know, we're affected by the California missions. You know, we're affected by the Treaty of the Guadalupe Hidalgo when California became California. The gold rush, of course, you know, caused all kinds of turmoil throughout California. The California Indian treaties that were never ratified. You know, the United States government came through and made all these treaties and promises to our people. And they were never ratified, in fact, they were hidden. The boarding schools, and my mom was a product of boarding schools. She went to, when she was 9 years old, and I can't even imagine when my kids were 9 years old, for them to be, you know, taken or gone away from me. That's just like, I can't even imagine that. But my mom and Delbert Davis's mom, they went to, they first went to Carson City boarding school there, and then they were taken down to the Sherman Institute. And she spent a year there, but luckily there were other relatives down there that told her, Martha, if you get the chance to go home, don't ever come back. You don't belong here. And they were there. They stayed until, since they were little, until they, you know, graduated from high school. So fortunately, my mom got out after a year. She was sent home, and I don't know, something happened, and she never went back. But I didn't even understand the turmoil she had been in until as an adult, because she didn't talk about it. She suppressed it, and she suppressed it for our benefit because she didn't want to traumatize us. But I didn't realize it till she was an adult, and I invited her over one day to watch a boarding school movie with me. And when she came over and watched it, it just triggered everything that she had been holding in. And so it was at that point that I really started to understand what she had gone through and some of the things that she endured while she was there in that one short year. So I can't even, you know, so these kids that have gone through several years, things that were taken away from them. Let me see, land claims, you know, and then reservations, rancherias, trust lands, and just a separation of our people. You know, like I said, we were used to hunting and gathering in certain areas, and then all of a sudden that was taken away. And, you know, my grandparents didn't understand. My great-grandparents, they didn't understand what was happening. And then, of course, agriculture. Dams that were put up, diversion of water for big ag. Next. So Ashu, which is Tulare Lake, which was mentioned earlier today, I think Carmen talked about it. Tulare Lake was the biggest body of water west of the Mississippi. And a lot of people don't realize that. This lake was big. It wasn't very deep, but it was big. And our people lived on, you can see here on this Thule boat, our people actually lived on this lake for several days, weeks. Fishing, and you know, they would actually live. They'd have rafts, and you know, almost so they lived on that lake. But you can see all the tules in the back there. And so now Tulare Basin is dried up because of the dams that were built to divert the water to agriculture. And now there's prisons there. This is where Corcoran is, the famous prisons. And if you go there, the ground is sandy, the fine shells there, it's, you know, it's like a beach. So next. So this is just a map from a book by Frank Latta. I think Albert referred to him this morning. And this just shows all the waters that fed into Tulare Lake. Here's Tulare Lake, and then all the waters that fed into it, the different rivers. Next slide. And then it also, this next map shows how it went up the San Joaquin River and then into the ocean. So we had salmon here. It's like we had salmon here that traveled back and forth, but we don't have it any longer because the waterways were disturbed. And so we don't have the salmon. They can't come back here like they used to. So all these changes that happened and how it affected our people. Loss of culture, of language, sense of identity, and not everybody. I'm just saying this affected a lot of our people. Loss of land and medicines, gathering sites. Some of our people were placed on rancherias and reservations and trust land. Not everybody, but some were. We had a loss of water, loss of our living sites, loss of the ability to raise our families as we knew, which was in community with grandparents raising the children. And we couldn't do that any longer. Loss of self-esteem and value of self, a lot of alcoholism, drug addictions, chronic diseases, suicides. These are things that we still deal with to this day. Next slide. But we're resilient. And this is my mother, Martha Wilcox Tableras, my hero. This is my grandmother, her mother, Beatrice Francisco Wilcox Arances. And because of these ladies here that affected my life, you know, when I was little, my grandma watched me while my mom and dad were working in the fields. And, you know, I learned how to pick and gather basketry materials with her. I would go with her and would talk to the plants and would talk to the animals and would talk to, you know, let them know why we're there. I thought this was normal. I mean, this is what I was raised with. I didn't realize other people didn't do that until I got older. But this is how grandma was, and this is how she raised me. And so, you know, all the teachings I was sharing with my new friend over here that earlier today, that people would come to my grandma and record her all the time. And they would come and visit with her, and they would record her and ask her all kinds of questions and interview her or write newspaper articles. And she's been in books. It used to make me so mad that, man, they're taking advantage of grandma again. But then about, I don't know, 10 years ago, some lady came to my office and asked for me. And she said, she gave me a big old box. And she goes, these are recordings, cassette tapes of your grandma and other people that I interviewed when she was writing her book. And I was like, oh my God. I was so then I was thankful for these interviewers. Because I got to hear my grandma's voice again. I got to hear my mom's voice again. I got to hear aunties and uncles' voices again because of those recordings. So there was a value in it. So despite all the genocide, you know, the Wachumni community is still here. We continue carrying on our language, culture, traditions, and our matriarchs of this community have remained focused on ensuring our future generations. My mom helped bring back our naming ceremonies. When I was pregnant with my oldest son, my husband and I went to her and said, Mom, will you do us the honor of naming our child like the old ways when the mother's mother would name the child? So she was happy, you know, because nobody was stepping up to do these ceremonies. And our son didn't have a name for 2 weeks until she was ready to name him. So we had to be patient and wait. Hospital was like, well, what do? We've got to put something on the birth certificate. I couldn't say, you know, well, do what you got to do, but he doesn't have a name yet. So we had to wait. And so it brought a resurgence of bringing that ceremony back. And like my mom was named in the old ways, but I wasn't. I wasn't until I was an adult that I was named. But my son was named Lohosai, which is after her grandfather, and it means happiness. And then my daughter was born. She was named, her name is Yainiket, which is a very powerful medicinal flower. And she was given the name of my mom, she gave her her name. And then my youngest son is Kiwanis, and that's the shooting stars. And he was born the night of the August shooting stars, the meteor showers. So that was the name of my great-grandfather. So, you know, throughout the years, my mom ended up naming all of her grandchildren. We had ceremonies that whole year to name everybody. And so since then, we do name our babies when they come into this world. They have most of them have an English name and a native name. My kids only had English native names, so that's what they use all the time. And it's because of these women here, and because of the things that my grandma carried on with her basket making and her sharing her knowledge. And you know, like I said, she knew how to talk to animals, knew how to talk to plants, knew how to talk to people. When I didn't want her to talk to those people, but she did. So the obstacles that we face today, we heard a lot of them already. You know, we're not federally recognized. We are recognized through the California judgment rolls. You know, we have that roll number that they gave us in, I don't know, 68 or something. We submitted our petition in 1988. We're number 106 on the list for federal recognition. But the committee looks at maybe 2 petitions a year. And we're, you know, this is going to be generations before they ever look at ours. There's a lot of different ways that federal recognition happens, but it was starting to cost us a lot of time, energy, and money. that we felt that we needed to take a step back from this and concentrate on the other things that were important. Our ceremonies, our language, our culture. And so we kind of stopped the process for federal recognition and focused on the things that we thought were more important. We don't have a land base. My family has trust land that we inherited from our grandfather, but it's landlocked. So we can't get in there unless we fly in on a helicopter or something. But even then, my portion is something like less than 2 acres. So there's a lot of heirs to this piece of property, and we all have to agree on what happens to it for anything to happen. So we do have a place on the Quaker Oaks farm outside of Visalia, outside of Farmersville, that is owned by the Quaker group. And they were friends of my mom's. So years ago, she asked them, can we use some property in the back by the creek that you're not going to use? And so they let us start using it. So we started having our ceremonies there. That's when we started having sweat lodge, naming ceremonies, weddings, mourning, you know, when somebody passes away, spring, fall, whatever ceremonies we have them out there. We continue to have them out there. And so, but we don't own it. We don't even have a formal lease. It's just kind of an agreement. So we've been able to use it. We have our farm there now, and we have youth camps and other things there. But also due to the droughts and lack of groundwater, a lot of the oaks died, or they're not in good shape. And it's because there was a creek running through there, but when the drought happened, they diverted even that creek water. So the creek water wasn't, feeding the ground. The ground water was going down. So it affected our oak trees there. Let me see. So our families, like I said, are no longer living in community. Our kids don't see each other like I did when I was growing up. I see my cousins all the time. They don't see their cousins. They don't even see their grandparents all the time. And because of that, it's affected the way they see the world, the way they see each other. And so we want to bring that back because it's an important piece that's missing in a lot of our young people. They don't have that sense of belonging and community with each other. So we currently have an office space in Visalia where we're trying to build our community. It's a shared space with other organizations, and it's an old building, so we don't always have electricity. We don't have hot water. So we have to use, wall heaters, and we have to use AC fans and stuff, and sometimes it blows it out. So we're looking for a better place, but that's what we have. And, so we're just making do with what we have. What's that? Yeah, we're resilient. Even our elders have to put up with it. So other things that we're doing now, though, we're remembering what's been passed down to us, our oral history, and we teach our young ones. Our young ones, they dance in our ceremonies, they sing the songs, they're storytellers. So everything that we've learned, we try to pass down. We continue to practice our traditions and ceremonies. We are learning and speaking and teaching our language. We take care of our earth, our air, water, fire the best we can. We take care of ourselves, trying to teach each other and remind each other, to eat good, live good, and respect ourselves. And we do these with just community, but also with classes and workshops. So we lift each other up, like Carmen was saying, we help each other. If other tribal members need help, we try to help each other. We encourage higher education, we try to stay balanced, and we keep developing programs that help our families. And we're always listening to our youth. We've done youth listening sessions, asking them what they want to see. We've listened to our elders, and we've developed programs based on that. Next slide. So one of the things we developed is the Wachumni Farms out there at the Quaker Oaks Farm. We have a half an acre that we farm. So in May of 2020, when the pandemic was, pretty prevalent out there, and there weren't much food on the shelves, You know, you walk into the grocery store and there's hardly anything there anymore. We decided that we really needed to get serious about farming. A lot of us had gardens at our houses, but we needed to do this for the bigger community. So we started building our boxes. So we built with whatever was out there at the farm. And then this is what we graduated to, you know, some better boxes, a little bit more organized. This is some of the food that we grew. And so growing our own food, working with the local food pantry, we're able to deliver food to our tribal people, but also other community members that were in need. Next slide. Yes. Okay. So using a fiscal sponsor, because we didn't have, we weren't nonprofit. So we had to use fiscal sponsors to ask for money. So we did, and we did get, you know, a little bit of funding, but, and then we finally got we applied for a 501c3 status, and we received it during that year. And so we did, you know, submit for some funding. We got some denials, but then we also got a lot of support, got a lot of blessings. And most of these blessings have been through private foundations, not so much government grants with a lot of stipulations, but mostly from people who cared about what we were doing and they wanted to offer support. So that in 2021, we were able to hire 2 staff to run the farm, and then also 10 interns, youth interns that worked out there to kind of give them a summer job, and we were able to give them a stipend to go help at the farm. We also had 17 adults and 3 youth complete Indigenous permaculture design course. And so learning about the land, learning about ethnobotany, learning about the different plants, and we all got certified. And we created permaculture designs for our farm, for our ceremonial area, and for our native plants area. So yeah, so it's like, that's all done. We received money for our Elders Technology Project. So through the California Fund, they gave us money to buy laptops, headsets, wireless mouses for our elders. And then my daughter went around and taught them how to use Zoom so they can stay in contact with each other. Because during that time, a lot of people were isolating. So they weren't visiting, they weren't getting hugs, you know, so they were connecting through Zoom and then even teaching classes on Zoom. So, you know, we're able to buy all that stuff for them. And you think, you know, a lot of times, I think it was 15,000. So it wasn't a whole lot of money. It's a lot of money to us. But, you know, so we made the best use that we could with it. And then we submitted a grant to Elevate Youth California, the marijuana tax dollars in the state of California. And we received that grant for our Healing Youth to Heal Our Future. And so we were able to hire a couple of more staff to run that program. And then we have received a small grant from Carly Tex. She called and said, hey, Darlene, can you guys use 5,000 for one of your projects? Yeah, 5,000 is a lot of money to us. And so we, the elders here, they're gonna talk a little bit about what they did with that money, but they were able to use that money in a good way. And then because of that, we were able to receive more money. So they're gonna be able to expand that program. And right now we're in the middle of creating our tribal strategic plan. We've already had one meeting with some planning consultants who helped us, you know, go through our history, and then they're helping us plan our future. So, and then also we have the Women of Color, the agroecology team that I work with. That group has received a lot of funding too. So with that, we were able to hire a couple of more people to work on our farm, our land stewardship program, and then also to fund my position. Like I said, I worked at Fresno American Indian Health, but I will be leaving that position as soon as we hire my replacement, because I'm gonna go work for my tribe. Yeah, so the other things we do is we teach other people. I heard a lot of talk about people not feeling welcome in the schools or out of place, I guess. So we do classroom presentations, and we educate the teachers, administration, and the other children that our children go to school with And that we live in today's world, we're not just about the past. You know, we're here and we remind our children that they're special and they're important, because a lot of our kids go to schools with other people and feel invisible because they're the only native kid at that school maybe. So we try to go in and educate. And this is things that my mom used to do, you know, when we were growing up. She always made sure that the other kids in our class knew who we were and that we were native. And so she did it as volunteers, and we continue to do that as volunteers. But since we have our nonprofit, we created a contract with the school district, so now they pay us to do it. So yeah, you know, because then it helps us, because we can pay our elders for going and doing this presentation, and then we give a stipend or gift card to our youth, because we have our youth up here giving presentations too. You know, they may be third graders, they may be sixth graders or kindergartners, but as long as they're up front, presenting their culture, talking about some of the baskets, maybe singing some short songs, talking about the clap sticks, you know, that's helping us to teach our future generations. We also educate grant makers, because like I said, I'm working with foundation people. They don't know how to work with Native people. And so reminding them that Native people are storytellers. Let them tell their story. It may not always be in, you know, a format that used to sing, but they're storytellers. Listen to their story and be patient. And also that pointing out that Native people have a relationship to the land. It's not always just by the book. It's a relationship, and it's both ways. It's not just humans taking care of the land or humans doing this to the land. It's both ways. It's reciprocal, and also reminding them to be patient and to listen to our people. And decisions don't come overnight. Sometimes you got to go back and talk to your community, talk to your elders, and so be patient with them when you're working with them. And then we also, with other Native communities, we try to be inclusive, because we have also had our, you know, doors turned on us because we're not federally recognized, or, you know, people want to just take their own in, but we welcome everybody to come and participate. And we welcome our kids as their friends to come in, because that's who they're sharing this world with right now. So we want them to come in, and we want to share our experiences with other non-federally recognized tribes that may want to do some of the things that we're doing. You know, we're willing to share that information because it's important. It's important for all of us to be included. And then we offer other trainings like if you want to grow a garden, we'll help you build a box and make a garden in your backyard. Next. And yeah, our latest thing is we're raising chickens now. With the price of eggs, yeah, we're raising chickens. So our vision, we want to build a community that grows our own healthy food, medicinal and basketry plants, have a place for traditional education and healing, and intergenerational community as our old villages used to be. Our elders teaching youngsters as the middle generation provides for the community. So this is one of our pictures, one of our ceremonies of our elders giving their blessings. This is a picture of one of our youngsters picking the elderberries. Oh, the elderberry flowers, because he has allergies, and that's the only, that he swears by, elderberry flower tea. He won't take anything else, because nothing else kills him, he said. So he picks his own, dries it. Next slide. So this is our vision, Shoyamban, our sacred earth, an intergenerational community using pathways. So that basket design in the middle is our pathways basket. You know, created by your ancestors to care for our earth, a place for spiritual, physical, mental, and emotional health, are all nurtured for the well-being of all. And so we want to have like a playground, place for people to visit, our oak trees, of course, gymnasium, community garden, ceremonial grounds, community center, cultural school, tribal office and visitor center, and then housing all around it. We know it's going to take, it's a dream right now. We know it's going to take land. It's going to take unrestricted land so that we can live there and do these things. But we're putting it out there. We're putting it out there now so that we can realize this is a dream one day. And, you know, we see other reservations and rancherias have this. Why can't we? Just because we're not federally recognized, we can still recreate this for the benefit of our people. So we honor our past, living in our present, and planning for our future. These are some pictures of our ceremonies, our naming ceremonies, our dances, just teaching the younger generations, and playing some stick ball up there. And so this is what we do for our people, for our children, for our elders, and yeah, so part of this, and is thank you. So part of our permaculture design course, this is a little art piece that says, when everyone gives everything to everyone, then everyone will have enough of everything. And that was art by my sister Cindy over there, part of her design course. So yeah, thank you very much. And I'll turn it over to these ladies. Ladies, you ask questions.
We love your shirt.
Oh, it was made by her. Oh.
Okay, so Darlene's my younger sister, and last summer or spring, actually, my niece decided she wanted to have a brainstorming session with as many people as she could. We have a facility that we use at the Quaker Farms, which is a barn, but it's a nice barn, so we go out there and have our meetings and when the weather's nice. So we did this brainstorming out at the barn, and one of the things that came out of it, there were like 14 of us that were out there, elders and the younger adults. So as our group formed, we were talking about the history of our tribe and who our ancestors were. So we decided to form this, what we're calling their Wachumni Ancestral Historical Committee. And so the last few months since June, we've had 3 meetings with our families. We called all our families together. The first meeting we had was in the evening time. It was at hotel accommodations that we paid for, but we got over 30 people there. And it was really good because they were excited to hear what we had to say, because we've been having questions. And this is from our young adults, because, well, you know, what happened with grandma? Why did our great grandpa, you know, how come we have property up there and nobody lives there? You know, just questions in general that it just doesn't come up in daily life. So what happened was, and I told our committee, I go, well, we need to have learning sessions for these kids, because somewhere along the line, we're losing our history. We know pretty much what our history is with our grandparents and our parents and what happened to them and where our property is up here in the mountains. But this younger generation, they've heard about it, but they don't really know. And one of the reasons for that is because when these kids are going to school and they were taught, okay, so when you get out of high school, you're either going to college or you need to get a job and provide for yourself or your family. So that's what happened. They were all going to school, they got their jobs, they're busy, they're at their families, they're raising their families. So all cultural things were getting lost. They had and retained some of it, but not enough of it to keep it going to where they could pass it on down to their grandkids. So we felt that it was important that we bring these young adults together and talk about our history so they could ask us questions, and if we had the answers, we would give it to them, or we would do some more investigating. So it's been fun because it's made us go back and relive some of the stuff that, you know, when we were little children, that we could relate to our kids. So what we started out was doing an ancestral chart all the way back to 7 generations. We just took us back to our great-grandfather, and we were able to get pictures out of the Tulare County Museum of all places. So we were able to do a, my sister Ruth did a PowerPoint. So she was able to show pictures of these our ancestors and where they live, and we're able to talk a little bit about them and where they came from and why they had to leave their property and move on. Some of the stuff you heard from Darlene about, you know, my grandfather, my great grandfather had to come down and work on a farm so that he could raise his family. So, you know, that's where they were introduced to the alcohol and stuff. So it's a sad history, it's a happy history, it's a sad history, and an up and down history of our lives. So when I was growing up as a teenager, I remember going to a meeting in Clovis with my mother. And, you know, so I thought about it later on. Probably one of the first meetings that we had on California Indian education. So she was involved in the planning of that over here in this area. So, and then 10 years later, my sister was in college being a radical. She came home and she said, there's funding for American Indian education. You guys need to apply. So she brought her group of Fresno State, her Fresno State group down to Isaiah. We met with the Isaiah Board of Education. And next thing we know, we got funding from California, American Indian education. At that time, it was Title. So I went to work. My sister worked there for a year, and she decided she, you know, wasn't really. She's kind of shy, so she didn't want to do it. So I took over that position for her within the school district. A couple of years later, my mom got a job with Tulare County Office of Education doing the same thing. So we worked together in Title IV. We did a lot of projects together, higher education and the cultural aspect of everything. So that was a lot of fun, but our kids know these. These are things our kids are learning about. Some of them experienced it with us, and but you know, they pass it down to the kids. We were talking about, I was talking with Anthony earlier about going into the classrooms to do presentations when I was working. But after I left, they didn't do that anymore. And it's only this past year, well, my grandkids' teachers would ask me to come and do a presentation. So I was going to school with my brother-in-law, and we'd do presentations sometimes. But a couple of years ago, we were told you can't do that. You have to go to the American Indian program and get permission to go to your child's school to do a presentation. What? That has nothing to do with you. My grandchild's teacher asked me to come in and do a presentation. You know, couldn't find it, so I was let go. So this year, like Diane was saying, you got the money to do presentations in the classroom again, and now we're going to do it.
I'd rather pay us if we do it.
So yeah, so you know, it's important for us to pass down this information to our kids. Darlene did a mock documentary. I think she called it Resilience, where she was talking about the plants and you know, being out in nature. And so we presented that to our group. They really liked it, asked a lot of questions. And you know. So we were going to do some of those cedar chests for them to take home after our third meeting. So they could put like, you know, sage, seed or whatever they wanted to keep and use as their medicine. The other thing that we're doing is we're making a booklet. It's going to be keepsake for the families with ancestral charts, a little bit of stories about the different journey they went through to get to where we are today. So and now we have some more funding, so we're going to do more research to see what more we can find out in the archives. I went to the archives with my mom when we first started doing language. So this is many years ago, and I haven't been back there since. I was at Berkeley. So we have our committee, we plan on getting some of our younger kids involved so that they can go and learn how to do the research, because at my age, I do not want to be down for too long. So I'm gonna give to Judy now.
Okay, so what I just want to talk about real briefly is our Wakchumni people and where we live, where we came from, and how our family came about. Because this Wakchumni tribe that we've been talking about is basically our family. My parent, Martha Wilcox Taplaris, is our mother, and she was her grandmother was Waksachi, and her grandfather's side was Wakchumni. And they lived south of Dunlap area, going up to the Sierra Mountains over here on Kings Canyon. So we lived in that area. That's where her grandma, Dinky, had the trust land. And so that's where my mom was born. Well, she wasn't born there, but that's where she was raised. Her grandma raised her on that land up there. And so, so they were from that area. Her father, Alex Wilcox, he married a woman that was born up at Tule River. And so from the Dunlap area to Tule, in those days, it wasn't, far being there an hour and a half. It was like traveling on foot. So, I have no idea how to do that. But, they got together and her father, Jose Joseph Dios Francisco, he was Yalamni. And he actually was born in the area of Fort Tejon area. And so he got guided to Tule, and that's where he had some property over there at Tule, and that's where my grandma was born. And so her mother, she was from Tachi. So, our family is not only Wakchumni, Waksachi, we're Yalampni and Tachi. So we cover from Lemoore to Dunlap area. That's where our people lived and traveled and to home. so our family covers a wide range. So it's interesting because our kids ask us about that. And so that's a big part of how we began our story, and letting them know exactly where our people were from and who was who. And so during this time, I'm not sure what you said, Darn, about
part of the next phase of this project is for the young people to interview the elders and tell their stories and document it on video. And part of that is to report back to the Truth and Healing Committee here. So documenting from our people and what happened and what we remember, like our mom and our grandparents telling us. So that's all part of this next phase that they're working on.
Okay, so that's all basically I wanted to say. And also, you probably wonder where that name Taplaris come from. Our father is Filipino. And so, his culture played a big part of raising us also. So we're a combination of Native American and Filipino. And so our kids are having a blast learning about that side of our family also.
Before I give this in there, I just want to thank the young kids that were up here earlier, because just recently I was talking to my grandchildren who are from Alex is going to be 18 next month, and up to 30-year-olds, and we were talking about how they sometimes felt like they didn't fit in because my grandkids are part Asian, part white, Hawaiian. So, sometimes they said because their skin was light, light hair, they didn't really fit in, so they didn't want to tell people they were Native American and be made fun of. So I appreciate what the kids were talking about, because what I told them was, you know, you don't have to take that on you. You are who you are. You know who you are. You know you've learned the culture. So if you're Native American, it doesn't matter what you look like, because you know your culture. You know where you came from. Yeah, I really appreciate the kids talking about that. The one thing I hate the most is the social media, because there's no human interaction anymore. And I can't say I'm completely at fault, but when my grandchildren are having serious problems, I get on the phone and call them personally. I'll go to their house and talk to them. And it's just, I just think it's a horrible thing. And you can't pick up the phone and call somebody who may be hurting or who you know might need your help. So I appreciate the kids talking about that. And yeah, so Cindy. You stuff a lot.
Hello, everyone. I just want to give you a little bit of history about growing up with my siblings. And there was 7 of us girls, and the oldest one of our family was my brother. So there was 8 of us kids, and we all grew up together. And we raised our kids to grow up with their cousins. But as the years passed, our kids as kids, which was my grandkids, kind of swayed away from that. So this is what we're trying to bring back. We're trying to bring back our whole community. So we've been doing that little by little through our naming ceremonies and our ceremonies that we have. It's very important that our children know who they are, where they come from. For example, our school presentations, my little great grandson in the 3rd grade, that's when they go through their history. And he said, Grandma, I don't want to go to that presentation. And I asked him why. He goes, because the kids are going to make fun of me and they're going to fight with me, and I don't want to have that problem. And I just felt so bad, because I hadn't taken enough time to reinforce in him that he needs to be proud of who he is. So from that point on, I talked to him a little bit every day until we prepared for this presentation, which was a few months. And I told him, you need to be proud of who you are. There's not many kids in this world that have what we have. I says, they don't know songs like we do. They have other cultures, which is good, but you need to know who you are. And so he was very, very reluctant for us to show up at school. But he did. He brought him up to the friend of where we were doing our presentations, along with my other little great granddaughter who was in the kindergarten. And then we had my niece Gracie there, which is Gracie, 11 years old. And then us, my sister, and Loretta, our new son, and then her other son, Kiwanis. So we proceeded with the presentation, and we involved all the kids to sing and, listen and talk about, our Native culture. And when he came home that evening, he says, Grandma, I'm so proud of you. I love you so much. But, he connected with that because we all talked to everybody. And what we said was very important to the children to listen. Now I have 23 grandchildren. I have 18 great-grandchildren. Then I have 1 great-great-grandchild. So, I'm very blessed because I keep in touch with my kids, but sometimes I don't keep enough in touch with them. So this is the way that we need to come back and show our kids where we came from, where our parents came from, where our great-grandparents came from. And they're all interested in that. So I'm very anxious to move forward with our new education to Berkeley and look up some more of our history. So just want to say.
Okay, this
well, one issue, and I'm directing this to the board. Our big issue as being a non-federally recognized group is that we have a lot of children who are eligible to go to college. In high school, they did good grades, and they did what they're supposed to do, and everybody could probably see this coming. But when it's time to go to college and apply for scholarships and get that BIA grant or Indian grant, they were denied, only because they're not affiliated with a recognized tribe. And so, speak of deflation, you know, they get so disappointed when they're not eligible to even apply for so many grants that are out there for Indian people. Sorry, but the state of California should be able to do something for our kids.
Yeah, I have a granddaughter that started UC Sacramento State this last semester, straight out of high school. Something she wanted to do. She wants to be a Native American lawyer, and that's her passion. So, but you know, she qualified for any scholarships, and it's so sad that she has to suffer, and her parents have to worry about that. And I know they put out a lot of money just for this first semester for her to, be eligible. She did get a campus job, or that helps her to pay for some of her expenses. But, I have to, and I probably don't need to remind her, but I always remind her, you need to focus on your studies, make sure you're keeping up to par so that you can keep on going. She has made contact with the Native American Studies program. She's got friends there that are, interested in Native American history, and I'm really proud of her. It's just, it's scary to think of the amount of money that's going to be spent to try to even get this education.
Okay, I think this is probably a good place for us to stop. But the reason my sister Judy is so passionate about what she was trying to talk about is her career was spent at Fresno City College as an EOPNS counselor, helping Native students go to college, get the funding they need to pay for their education, and help them get into higher education like Fresno State or some of the UCs. And so when she left, when she retired, there was nobody there. Now we have a Alexandria who is there, and she's developed a RAIN program. I forget what RAIN stands for, but it helps transition high school students, reentry students into the college life. And it's been very beneficial. She doesn't really have a budget. She's only a part-time employee, and she's done so much and has really had high success rate with even bringing students from Fresno City College to Fresno State here. And so Judy has been sitting on a committee trying to find ways to help her get a full-time position so she'll stay there and continue to do this wonderful work that she's doing. But if it doesn't get funded, she's gonna have to leave us because she has to take care of her family. So we're on a mission right now to try to get funding to keep her there and to keep this program going. And it's so great. I keep telling her, you need to go up and down the state of California and do this at all the city colleges because the success rate has been real beneficial. Judy's been doing this all her career, and not just our students, but when she says our students, she's talking about the kids from Woodrow's family, from Delane's family, from, all these, our kids that would go to her because they trusted her and they relied on her because she would be a familiar face, a family face, and somebody who knew what they were talking about at City College. So if anything, let's try to get funding so our kids can continue their education. That grant that happened last year or whatever, for the UCs, free education for UCs, you had to be federally recognized. So that's another, kind of slap in the face to the rest of the California Indians. Just what I'm saying. in the seventies, I believe, early seventies,
It was what year?
early seventies.
But that was for California Indians. It was.
No, it was a federal grant. It was a federal grant,
program.
yes. Title IV, that's where it started.
How did we fit in? Not me, but.
How did our native people fit
Yeah,
in?
that weren't probably recognized.
Oh, it was for the school districts. Money to the school districts.
Because I'm trying to figure out, the state of California, you know, they should follow that lead that to get back in the seventies. You know, like earlier, my cousin brother was in take care, worked with my cousin, the president of state, Davis.
Oh, Wayne Davis, yes.
Yeah, and, you know, we had this history of education, and all of a sudden, these funding was cut off. You know, it's like my brother tried to go to higher education in Berkeley, he was cut off. You know, all of the next year.
Yeah, when I went to came here to Fresno State in the 1970s when I enrolled here, I was eligible for educational grants.
That was a Title IV.
No, that was just BIA grants. And if I were to apply today, I'm no longer recognized. I wouldn't have. I don't know when that change happened, that I became ineligible for it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because
no, is federal recognition. Yeah.
But I know they used to like eligibility used to be just for individual Indians to that they had recognized.
Yes, yeah, when I applied for grants and when I was going to college, all I had to prove was my the certified
Roles, right?
yeah, the role, yeah. And so that was my only criteria, but
like you're saying, it's very expensive, you know, have a daughter that's
oh yeah,
student loan out there, she couldn't qualify for the benefits at all for higher education, so.
I know, it's deflating to them.
It's terrible because the cost of education is so high now. But you know, I've been pushing this with you for a while about education, you know, Christina, and you know, we need some sort of verification of who's who, you know. You know, because I'm not going to school no more, you know, but I'm gonna have children and grandchildren.
So I think one tribe has actually started grappling with that, and that's Great Rancheria. I don't know if you want to say anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's not perfect, but there are a couple of scholarships you should know about if you want to go to UC. One is you should reapply to the UC system, Great Rancheria, I don't know how many millions of dollars to fund education for non-federally recognized tribes. We also put in a few $1 million at UCLA for their law school. We fund five UCLA students that want to go to India, that want to specialize in Indian law. So we're paying their full ride. So if you haven't had that in the past, try again, because it's not perfect, but the UC system, we have money in there for the non-federally recognized tribes.
Well, thank you for your testimony, and we'll take all of your comments under consideration. Another thing is, if your granddaughter who is in Sacramento State and is interested in being a Native lawyer wants to do a fellowship with our office for both Native lawyers, and it might be a nice opportunity for them to go.
Great. Yeah, that's something she would do. Sister working at the preschool there.
Thank you. That's insightful. Thank you. At this time, if there are any other little tribes who would like to speak or comment, please feel free to raise your hand. I'll pass it around.
I just like to state that I'm related to Darlene family there on my mother's side. And my father's side was my grandmother Rose Williams, from Table Mountain, where the dam was even there. My grandfather, Wayne Bill, his father's name was Mosusis. He didn't have an English name. But he was from House Basin up to Vermilion Valley. Mother's dad was Sam Lewis. Mono from the Reedley Sanger all through the valley that way. So, boundaries, placement for the people that we knew, that we heard of. But before that time, who says that we were or not roaming all this valley and all these mountains? Just because that California map states out what tribes are from where and when. Most of those people that spoke to him didn't speak English. So how did they figure all this out? That's why I always wondered that. And then for those young people that are on the panel, all you half-breeds, we used to call you. I'm full-blooded. That's how I grew up. That's what Creator made me. And that's what I grew up with. That kind of mentality through school. Through families that weren't full-blooded. I know what you're talking about. But don't worry, because us full-blooded got just as keys. Just being Indian. Indian like the TV man on the cartoon, John Wayne movie. The only powwow song I knew back then was that was the only song I knew, because my people didn't do no traditional stuff. I never seen my family's, my great-grandpa, my grandma's dance. Never heard them sing. Today, I work with men and women, just like this youth here work with the younger generation. Well, the older generation is still stuck. You get to have kids, but yet the moms and dads, grandmas, grandpas still act like children because they have an addiction, alcohol and drugs. And that's who I work with today. In a talking circle, discussing all these things that we discussed here today. What's on their hearts, what's on their minds, their history, their past. It's a long road, it's a hard road, but it's come so far since I've been, I can only remember maybe 69, 70, as far as back I can remember. But yet I know these ladies are very good ball players. My mother. But they've always been in their cultural traditions, like some of the older ladies that they talk about, and their aunties, and our grandpas. Generations are going by so quick. Now my generation is going by, and I'm only 58, but I see a lot of people not here no more. And then I look at these young ones, they're old as my kids. And it's their turn. But they have a big, huge head start than we did. Because they're already at a point in their life of educating themselves, of dealing with all the racism that we have to go through, being with our own people, our own tribes. And we talk about money and scholarships and all these things. Why can't these big casinos throughout California give every Native child a free ride through school with all that money they have? It ain't nothing to them. They can build this library. They can help that hospital. They can buy helicopters and fire trucks, all these other things. I think the first scholarship I seen from Table Mountain was $50. That's all they did. I don't know what it is now, $100. And most of the tribes said we don't do that. So it's up to nonprofits. I like the way the cousins are going about what they're doing. We can't do it that way, we're going nonprofit. I want all of our non-federally recognized people get together and be one big nonprofit organization. That's what I see. Cuts, monos, Versace's, all of us get together. And there's no law against getting together no more. There's no boundaries of where you have to live, where you're from, or if you're full-blooded or whatever. There's not much of us left that are full-blooded. Today it doesn't matter, never did. It was just being that pride. Because if you showed weakness, they'd walk all over you. I grew up with white people. I didn't grow up on a res, but I lived on the res. I have kids from the res. I have people that are, my family are Mexican, white, black, even German. I heard. My wife's grandma said, oh yeah, my dad was German. So well, I guess our kids are part German now too. But it doesn't matter. What matters is our voice and our actions. We can talk about all these things, like how many people go to these conferences and meetings and good words and good thoughts. Nothing gets done. We only put in our 8 hours or 10 hours, whatever we're doing here, and get paid for it. And give a suggestion to our peers and see like that's as far as it goes. And then all I've heard is, well, it's up to you to finish it. It's up to you to do the second steps, to complete your vision, to complete your goal. But what is that goal? What is that vision? Just to be comfortable, just to get some kind of freedom, just to get to a place where you're not told what to do or how to do it. Because that's all we grew up with. And as you're an adult or an elder, and somebody tells you those things, it hurts. Get off my land, you're not welcome here, you can't pick that. I don't care what you're picking. Oh, you're not really recognized, you can't come through. Oh, you're not really recognized, you can't come to this meeting. You can't voice your opinion. I don't care if you have a constitutional right, you're still not welcome, because we're a sovereignty nation. We only allow so many people to be here, or a certain kind. Most of our adult lives here as elders, man, I'm really old if I said that. But an elder is a person that presents himself in the best way he can, or she speaks from her heart, his heart, truth. Because when we speak, we're speaking from memory, what we felt when we were little. Seeing our ancestors and our older people, our parents going through what they had to go through, or whoever raised you. And that's truth. Comes down to truth. And trust. Yeah. Because if we have to, listen to a panel. I was saying, do I believe it? Are they telling me the truth? Because I'm pouring my heart out, and maybe they don't even care, or they can't see where people are from. And just simple hours here, I heard a lot about Native people, family, friends, struggles, dreams, hopes, courage, guidance, respect, wisdom, knowledge. I think that's all we ask for. And it's a time and place to teach these little ones to shake hands. Don't worry about your color. Don't worry about your blood. Your cousins, your family, your people. But is that teaching being pushed? We have a 5K run coming up at the Present American Health Project we're trying to put together. And this vision of a spirit run. And getting a youth of a young lady and a young man from each tribe that we know to invite them to come and represent their tribe, to run that run, maybe like we used to before anything came about here, to get that message to different tribes, or to go visit, or to go trade, to bring them all together and have that run together, and have them shake hands with different youth throughout this valley. And maybe some of these chairmen or these board people might be able to see this, and hopefully they get together and talk about things that they should be talking about. I'm not saying I don't have to talk to you because I don't know you or you're not fairly recognized. Or you just want our money. It's a long ways to go, but it's here right in our face. You would you creator, whoever you speak to, throw these things on the air, because I was told once you speak it, it's done, but not in your turn. And once you feel it, once you give it, it's done, it's taken care of. I thank everybody for their words and their wisdom today. And it's out there, and it'll get done. All my relations, thank you.
Any other local tribes that would like to testify today? We also have tomorrow, if you'll be here as well, so. Yes, see.
Oh, sorry.
But I do know there's another tribal chair, and are you going? Yeah. Would you like to testify today, or would you like to talk tomorrow? Okay.
Thanks. Again, my name is Anthony, member of the North Fork Rancho Yamono Indians, and I'm not a tribal representative or a tribal chair, but I just want to kind of highlight some of the issues that we're seeing with our Native students and families here in Central California. So earlier I didn't mention I also work for a coalition called Central Valley Movement Building. And so we are a coalition that focuses on ending and disrupting the school to prison pipeline in the Central Valley. And so for those of you guys that don't know or haven't heard of this pipeline, this is really talking about school discipline policies and practices that happen in the classroom, in the school system, that push students, in particular Native students, out of the classroom and fall into paths of drugs and alcohol, suicide, and get into the juvenile justice system, right? And so that connection between the failures of some of the schools as far as creating a healthy school climate where Native students and their families feel like they belong. That really speaks to what was mentioned earlier. We have a lot of students who are being suspended and expelled at really high rates. Students' IEPs are being violated. And so all of this contributes to students not getting an education, falling out of the system, and ending up on these paths that lead them into prison in their adult lives. If you look at the statistics, a lot of Native youth who are suspended and expelled, and when they're kids in their childhoods, they end up in prison in their adult lives. And so if you look at the statistics, there's a lot of the school districts that have a highest Native student population. They are the ones who are getting suspended the most and have the most Native youth going to juvenile hall. And so I just wanted to mention this work because it really has other implications into trauma, like we were talking about today, and you know, how the schools are going to react to that and respond to, you know, Native families' needs, and what resources they can provide that are actually culturally relevant to our Native families. And so we are a big supporter of Indian education, Title VI, and police-free campuses also. We need more social workers, psychologists, Native advocates, people to actually work with the Native students and their families, when instead of police on campuses that are policing our kids, you know, right within their classrooms and their schools. And so I just wanted to bring this issue to light. This is something else that we're working on. It's a movement. And so, yeah, just want to share that with you guys. Thank you.
Any local folks who want to testify? Anyone else in the room like to give any comment?
I just wanted to thank everyone. I just wanted to thank all the panelists for, and especially this younger generation, for coming up. It was very enlightening. I learned a lot listening to everyone speak. And it, I mean, I don't know if anything's going to come from all of this, but I think just this communication is a big step forward. So, but thank you.
I think we've got a couple.
Hello, my name is Veronica Ramirez, and I'm a student here on campus. Something that kind of resonated with me throughout this whole session was there was a pressure on the school systems and our state of how do we get more Native students into campus? How do we get them to pursue on a college career and higher education? And, you know, we have obstacles that affect Native students every day, and issues with, you know, funding and, you know, all that stuff within school systems. But I wanted to ask a question to everybody here. But, you know, as a community, what can we do on our part to encourage our students to get into campus? Because, you know, schools can't reach out to every Native student out there, but it's also on our part, on our end, at home, as parents, as cousins, as sisters, as aunties, as uncles, to reach out to our youth and be like, hey, to encourage them to go to school. So what can we do on our end to support our students to end up in school? Because schools can do so much, but it's also on the home end as well. So it's just something I wanted to resonate with everybody. You know, what can we do as a community, as leaders, to encourage, and organizations to even encourage more Native students to go to campus, to go to college, to encourage them that they can go to school. It's possible, it's there, it's acceptable, and there's obstacles, but we overcome them as we always do. And us being here and encouraging students to go to school are all forms and acts of resilience. You know, us being in a room talking about issues within our tribes is an act of resilience. So why at home are we not, or I shouldn't say we're not, but where is that encouragement at home and from our family and our communities to encourage our younger students to go to college, to finish high school, to get good grades, to pursue on anything more? So I just wanted to leave that and just kind of let everybody think about, like, on our end, what can we do?
The library wasn't.
Let me ask you a question. You're a student here?
Yes.
What motivated you to come here? What in your family brought you here?
For the folks that are zooming in, the question from Councilmember Lucas is what motivated you to come here?
Something out of your family sparked an interest. What was it?
Yeah, so not to get too much into my life, but I'll give you a brief. I'm first generation. I'm half Mexican and half Chumash. I come from a family of farm workers. All my mom, my dad, my uncles, everybody worked in the fields, and we're all from a small town called Fireball, which is like about 45 minutes away from here. None of my family had access to education. They were in schools where they told them, oh, you want to be a dentist? Oh, you should just work in the field. You should go work at Red Rooster, which is a tomato packing plant in Fireball, where everybody works seasonal. Growing up, I grew up in a matriarchal family. My mom was a single mom. My dad wasn't really out in my life for a period of time. And my grandma also pitched in, and everything that happened in our family ended up with my mom and my grandma handling it. Growing up, I wasn't really encouraged to go to school at first. It was very much like, oh, just get through school and you can figure out what you want to do. And then I was in high school and I met a teacher, and the teacher was like, hey, you want to go to college? And I was like, I don't know. I was like, I never thought about it because nobody in my family ever went to college. I had no college around me. I had nothing. And I just took the risk and was like, well, I was going to join the military, but that didn't work out. So I was like, nah, guess I'll just try out college. So I went. I actually failed out my first year, which is going through personal stuff. And I met people around me who encouraged me, actually friends and some of my family who was able to inspire me more to attend and pursue on. And I ended up finding studies and classes that sparked my interest. And I was like, you know what, I can actually see myself going to college, and which is encouraging more to pursue more and involving my family and telling them like, hey, I'm going to this, I got invited to this, I'm part of this club. And seeing the reactions like, hey, you're doing stuff that we were never able to do, that we were never able to have access to. Inspires me and motivates me more to be there and to be there for my community and to be there for those who don't have that support, to be there for my parents who didn't have that support growing up, who come from a generation where they had to hide who they were, where we would gather as a family and, hey, we're all Native. But once we get out in public, my mom was registering us as white on the census because she was ashamed of who we were. I do it for my grandma, who's a matriarchal, who raised 12 kids on her own, worked in the fields, you know, and taught us and our beliefs and encouraged and instilled in us that, hey, us living together in a home and me being with you is a form of resilience, you know? So that's what encourages me, and seeing people out here, meeting elders who, you know, who told me that they go to college and they have degrees, and meeting teachers and faculty and staff and peers around me who are interested in the same thing as me is what encourages me to go, what encourages me to keep pursuing on. You know, I want to see a change in this, what I like to call in the valley, a big little community. You know, inside there's a lot of Native people here, but on the outside looking in, people are like, whoa, there's Native people in the valley? We're a big little community, but why not be a big community, you know? So I want to make that change. I want to be there for everybody. I want to be that support to say, hey, we can do it. We're here. So why not encourage our youth to do it? I want to be able to make that impact. So that's what encourages me.
Thank you. So for the folks in attendance, please be thinking about her question so that the youth council can think about that a little bit more, about how to support and create the expectation of college without undue burden. But also I want to give the same offer I gave to the young ladies who were presenting earlier about we have a fellowship that's open to people who are enrolled in college and professional school. If you can get course credit or if you can get funding, we can host you. And I don't think we have any limitations because I don't think they'll tell us no. So if you're interested, you could do it remotely, and it's a good way to get some policy experience and how to make kind of large scale change within state structures. And then we have a couple back there too. I don't know.
My name is David Alvarez. As I mentioned before, I'm from the South, and
I heard a lot of good things here in a good way. I'm not from this area, I'm from the south, but I have a lot of ties here. I have a son that has children here now. His children are being birthed here and they're being nurtured by our relatives in this area. My grandchildren don't attend our ceremonies because my son is in these programs, in the education programs here. He's teaching here and he's also attending a university somewhere else. So he's doing both things at the same time. So he can't consequently take his children out of the area. So I want to thank all the elders and all the people of the land here for nurturing my grandchildren here. And you nurtured my son as well. He came here at a young age and he came through here and pretty much he knows more of his uncles here than he knows his uncles on the blood side. So all your aunties and your uncles, I want to thank all of you, all your relatives that are from this land. I want to thank you for opening that door for me and my children here. So I've been here for coming back and forth. My sons have been here and my children. So 3 generations of my people have been nurtured very well here. And what you have done for my children, I'm sure you can do for your own children. You know, those ceremonies are important. That's where he's from. This medicine is good. I remember coming to these rooms when this place first opened up and see good things happening all the time. Just keep going. I want to thank the young people that were here today. They're our leaders for tomorrow. You know, I looked at him. I talked to one of the young boys and I said, you're the pioneer. You're making things happen. This panel has never been put together. You guys, they're like one of the young ladies spoke. She says that program wasn't here for her. She had to be that trailblazer. They're making history here. They're developing these things for their children. And you know, it's slowly processed, but I saw them first when they first arrived here, and I see them in the panels doing this kind of stuff right alongside with my son. So there's a lot of hope. You know, they all said that where, you know, life is about hope, and hope is about where you find hope, you'll find a treasure. And you know, there's a jewel here. Our future of our people is the jewel. That's that treasure that we're looking for. And it's pretty bright. I see a bright day for tomorrow. Hopeful that we continue doing this work that we're doing here. I thank all of you, the speakers that came here, the ones that put this together, or the elders that came here. I know it's real difficult for elders to travel. You know, us young guys like me at 70, it gets a little bit difficult sometimes. So I want to thank all these leaders, particularly the young chairman. There's some young people here, they're chairman, they're taking on those responsibilities. I want to thank all of you for stepping up to the plate and, you know, taking that step there. Sometimes it's difficult, but we got to do it. There's elders here, some, you know, they gotta take a little break. You got to jump in there and do your thing. So I want to thank all of you, especially a person that's coming in from the outside. That door was open for me that way, me to come here. And, you know, I want to give back too, so I come here to support. I'm always here. I heard one of the young ladies says, my dad says, I'm always going to be taking care of you. We're always going to take care of our children. Really, she's always going to take care of our children. Don't ever feel that you're alone, that your pop has to do it. We're here for you. We're always going to be here for you. Oh, all my relations.
Hello, so again, my name is Erica and I'm here today with the Fresno County chapter of the ACLU. I was wondering if there was something of a union, alliance, coalition for tribes to find resources, outreach opportunities, things, a lot of the stuff that we've discussed today, so that we can continue to have these conversations, to find solutions and alternatives and continue to progress, so it can be done in this lifetime. I heard a lot of unfortunate verbiage about how maybe it won't be done, but I think we need to continue to have these conversations to provide these spaces so that it can get done now. So, and I think a lot of that comes from, as we've seen and heard, it comes from us working together. So I was wondering if there was a space for that. I mean, I'm grateful for this space that has been provided today. Also, thank you for the opportunity to have been here. And if there's not, how can we make sure that something like that is established in the next few months, that we can provide resources for people, a central location, I don't know, a website, whatever that people can go to, that tribes can go to get information about things, have access to resources, that they can take advantage of. I just also wanted to let you all know that a part of one of our goals this year with the ACLU Fresno chapter is we are going to try to help in the next coming months with helping tribes that are not federally recognized get recognized. So please feel free to, I'm going to hang out for a little bit, connect with you. I'm going to try to run around and introduce myself to as many of you as I can. But we want to be here to support you in any way that we can. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for your words, your wisdom, your blessing. I've been feeling very emotional just being here today, and I really appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to speak really quick to that question. And there's a couple of different loose alliances, but nothing kind of overarching. And I think it may take a bit longer than a few months for that to come into formation, but we're hopeful that through these conversations, through the council's work, through kind of the thoughtful iterative process of what they're trying to accomplish, that this can turn into something that is kind of a broad-based pan-tribal reconciliation effort. Other countries who have done this, it's taken a long time, some of them several decades, to even get to a point where they're doing really impactful work. We don't want it to take that long, but again, I think we also want to be mindful that if it moves too quickly and ignores some of the things that a lot of people feel very deeply, that it may not get done right and in a way that feels mindful of the community's needs. And so I don't know if I'm overstepping or any of the council wants to weigh in on that, but I think ideally you would want to create something that is a common resource for Native people generally. Does that sound right? Everybody's getting, okay, so I got one not, so I'm gonna go with that.
Hi, my name is Roman Raintree. Done my family model, showing up in the Okeechobee. Most of you all kind of already know me. It was wonderful hearing all your stories. They've already kind of expressed my sentiments. Mine really is just kind of an opportunity to talk to you, Ms. Snider, in the sense that, I feel what my brother's saying, about people coming, when people were listening to our elders and Angie and Lawrence, they were talking in their time about the future. They were talking to me. Now the future is the president. That's the future right there. And that's why I asked the question I did, because so much of it is tied to an acknowledgement and a story. And I understand you guys are doing stories, which is like so much research, like basic broadband in the foothills. We can't even connect with the rest of the world, And so I guess, I asked, my hat, and come in here on behalf of the Coalition of California State Tribes, a group of, or a coalition of tribes that are non-federally recognized, and those that are supportive of tribes that are non-federally recognized, but already have acknowledgement. They've asked me to ask you, will there be an opportunity when you put that topic on a future agenda item? Yeah, just something, or something to that matter to stimulate, like in a good faith, moving forward. Because a lot of times people come, it's like people have said that, just to be a little bit more forthcoming, the plight of this. Not once I've never sweated, not one member of my community here. I've never sweated here. I've had to go to college to do that. And it's indicative of the plight here. And then here we are on the anniversary of when the federal government 170 years ago decided to obey what early California legislators requested that the federal government do. And so, it's hopeful because now it's not non-Native people, but it's Native people who are coming and asking us to share. So I wonder, it's hopeful and it's wonderful to talk to you because that is the first step of story and dialogue and and coming together and even organizing. It's just a humanistic dialogue. So I wonder, will there be an opportunity for that conversation to continue past this? Or is this truth and healing just collective stories at the moment going around the state? Because for us, who've been waiting and experiencing intergenerational trauma and the ramifications of that for, you know, centuries now and in decades, well before I was born, of acknowledgement, you know, we've heard that, and it gives us hope that now our own people are here. But I hope and I believe you're not just another pundit giving us the rhetoric, but will there be another opportunity? Because I speak for myself, I feel like the truth is we're the most disenfranchised tribal entities in California, and the healing should start with us. You know, we don't have those resources. Really appreciate Green Ranch Loretta, but it does feel like an afterthought. You know, we're competing against our own people, and I mean, I'm appreciative, but you know, at some moment, you do feel invisible. You do feel unacknowledged.
Thank you, and I appreciate the question. And so I'll answer it in a kind of two pieces. And I think that the goal of this process is to create broader based equity, I think, across Native peoples generally in California. So that's both federally recognized tribal people, non-federally recognized tribal people, people who no longer have membership in tribes. And so we're hearing all of the issues. We've heard very clearly today that a lot of the inequities stem from lack of acknowledgement. So one of the things that could happen in the future is every time we have these meetings, we ask for issue areas and topics that people might want to discuss on these panels. And that could be an area of focus for one of the meetings itself. It could be an area of focus for a hearing. And then there's also a subcommittee that was formed, but none of the subcommittees have really moved since maybe about the middle of last year, once we started kind of figuring out how to deal with in-person and non-in-person. But the idea is that subcommittee would create its own chapter specific to non-federally recognized tribes and the issues that are creating barriers and recommendations. And that there would also be a lens for this issues of lack of acknowledgement across all of the other areas as well. So I know that several of our council members are very focused on making sure that this does turn into some real outcomes and real equity and real access for non-federally recognized tribes. I don't drive that process, but I am confident that they will include something that will be meaningful and will call on the state to do something more impactful and responsive to what all of them are hearing throughout the course of this entire process.
Timeline for that though?
Well, they've got until 2025 to issue the report. So I think at this point, what we're trying to do is figure out how to do those subcommittees in a way that feels responsive, whether it's a hybrid of online and in person, where we're, you know, during the course of these meetings, potentially doing working lunches with subcommittees so that we're actually having, you know, the outcomes and the recommendations that in real time, basically, or whether it's more convenient for folks to meet online, and then that's kind of how that work happens. So we're, I don't know if everyone remembers, but we were pretty much on lockdown until March last year. So we've been navigating how that looks. But I anticipate that both the business meetings and all the subcommittees will be starting to meet more vigorously starting in the next month. Thank you. I know we have at least 2 comments online. Yeah. And did any of the council members want to address anything I just said? I know you're all looking at me.
No, I guess I'll put my foot in my mouth. But hearing your question and debating what I wanted to say, and an elder said it here already, my elders used to say it, when you speak something, you give it life. It's something that resonates with me, and I remember that when I when I speak, because my words have been given life. I can't take that back. Because reception of what I speak, I can't anticipate how someone's going to perceive the words that I'm speaking. As a council member, with my fellow council members and my council members that are on Zoom, we are tasked right now with listening and gathering data and information. And as a non-federally recognized tribe myself, would we like to see action immediately? Absolutely. But understanding the process and the constraints in which we're dealing with right now, Christina spoke to beautifully by saying our report is due in 2025. In 2025, we will be giving our recommendations through that report to the governor of what we would like to see these steps to look like, what we want to see the wheel to roll and move forward with. It's not ideal. It's not probably what everybody wants to hear in the room, but that's the reality in which we're dealt right now. And if you would like to have additional conversations, I would welcome that for anybody. It really is, to me, I'm happy that it's in person, because there's more that can be dealt with in person than over a computer screen or a TV screen. We can sit down. I can shake your hand. We can go outside, light some medicine, take care of ourselves and have tough conversations. Because they are tough conversations, especially when you're dealing with the weight of pointing fingers at each other, which you heard already in the room today. We need to stop doing. We need to stand together. We need to work together. These are things that we need to do. And I'm grateful that my fellow council members stepped up to do this work together. I'm proud to do it with them. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. We have two raised hands. Oh. Okay. So we're going to call on Kathy. I'm going to allow you to this time.
Hilly. My name is Kathy Corey, and I'm Chichansi and an elder. First of all, I want to say how amazing I think the panel that discussed the youth and all of the ways that they are being assisted and all the issues that the youth have that need to be overcome to have them be parts of the community and feel accepted. One thing that I have not heard that directly today, but indirectly, is the effect that tribal disenrollment has had on our community in this area, and particularly in the area of our youth, because we as Indian people truly are better than this. When we look at our community members and all of our children who are our future generations, and look at what we are telling them when we disenroll their parents, we disenroll their grandparents, we disenroll them, we are telling them that they don't exist to us. We are stripping them of that community sense of self and feel. And that has devastating effects on our youth. When we have issues of chemical dependency, we have issues of abuse within families, we have issues of MMIW, our people going missing. We have issues of homelessness and no housing. What are we really telling our community when we strip these things, these supports from our people? Because we are just adding another layer of violence that now is coming from within our own community, from people whose minds have been colonized with different issues, values, and things than what our Indian people have traditionally. I am here to make a plea to all of the tribes that are disenrolling their people, past and present, because it is happening in our area today, to really look at what's important, really look at how you care, really look at what you are doing to or claiming to be there for your people when you take supports away from them that put them in, further situations to bring harm. We are still here. We are all Indian people. We are all California Indian people. And we have suffered the same histories from the state of California. And those histories, in many ways, through lateral violence, are being perpetrated against our people today by our own people. So I'm just asking you to really take a look at your heart and try to decide if this is the path that your ancestors wanted for our people. Many blessings, and thank you very much for your time.
We have a raised hand from Keish, and I did answer your question privately, but I'm gonna allow you to speak at this time as well.
Hello, I want to say thank you again for hosting these meetings. I'm Mike Lumos. I'm with the Keish Nation Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians. I respect that you would like to answer privately, but I still want to bring it bring it up verbally. So we applied for the Truth and Healing Grant. We were really excited. I was telling my nieces and nephews, my cousins, like, hey, we could really start reviving our language. We could really start helping my nieces, my cousins that are struggling with college, struggling to get an education. And when we submitted the application, we followed the criteria to a T. We inserted our genealogy, certified genealogy, showing which ancestral village we came from. We showed our certified degree of Indian blood. We had a we also, one of the criteria was a letter of support from another tribe. We submitted that, and yet here we were denied. And I thought this grant was meant to help the indigenous people up. And we were very scorned, and we sent out a follow-up email quickly saying, hey, why weren't we why were we denied? And we never got a response. So it's stuff like this that makes us wonder what's really the purpose. Are you just trying to show good faith and then reallocate the funds later on? Because it does mention that on the website, that all remaining funds from the grant that is raised will be reallocated. So it's making us want to withdraw again. Like, why should we trust big government again when they're just say, oh sure, we'll help you out, and then deny when we show certified genealogy, showing our degree of Indian blood, showing respectfully what we're going to use the grant for. So you could respond to my email. I would love a response. It's the only reason why I didn't bother to show up, because I was like, okay, I was looking forward to driving over there today, but what's the point when you're just going to say, oh, we'll take care of it and just dismiss it? Thank you.
Thank you. And I do again want to clarify that the Truth and Healing Fund is not administered by the state or by the council. It's administered by the Decolonizing Wealth Project. So we have very little information about how those decisions are made and what kind of funding is available. So we would again encourage you to reach out to Decolonizing Wealth Project to understand a bit more about how they're making those decisions. I'm going to hand it over to Councilmember Elliott Santos.
Pretty loud, but I'll take it. I just want to say that the testimony heard today hasn't fallen on deaf ears. I am the chairperson of a federally recognized tribe, 70 miles east of San Diego. We are not wildly successful. We apply for grants day in and day out and live under the thumb of the federal government. Much the same struggles that you discussed today are also felt by small or federally recognized tribes. Every single day it's a struggle for me. We live in San Diego County where there's the school districts in town look nothing like ours. And I can't even blame the school for what happens to my children because they can't help anyone in that school. All the kids are impoverished up on that mountain. So I can't drive with them and can only try to stand with them for a small place in this world, forgotten because we're all poor and we don't have enough votes within the government of the world to make a difference. Everything that I've heard today proves that there's no equity among California Indians. I want to say I can't speak for all of my fellow council persons, but I believe we want to stand with you together. This has been going on for so long, it can't be handled or discussed or taken care of in a month, a year, or in 2025. There's so many struggles to deal with, but we're here having the conversations, and that's the greatest step in the right direction. And we all have to be brave enough to have the discussions that hurt. We have to let them all out and discuss them because we've all been traumatized in some way. But what I can tell you is just what my fellow commissioner said. We can't stand here and blame each other. It's time we stand together. Federally recognized, non-federally recognized, disenrolled, defendants, different colors. What I heard from the young people today made my heart so happy. Yay, I feel it in here. We are going to make a difference, and we are going to stand together. We are going to bring our languages back. My dad passed in 2015, and he was the last speaker of our language at Manzanita. We are trying with everything that we have to bring it back. But I want to stand here with you. I want to hold the government accountable. We want to send our Native kids to school and to college, and we want them to be governors, county board of supervisors. I want to see the first Native American president. And I saw some good candidates over here today with so many words. Like I said, it inspired hope. So all I can ask for all of you is, let's stand together and make a difference. And if you're not Native, stand with us too, because we need you. When we tell these stories, I always tell people, because I have some people looking at me like, why are you telling me this? I didn't do it to you. You did not. But you are the people with the power and the votes to change what those other people did. Takes everyone in this room to stand together, everyone in Zoom land to stand together, and we can't stop. And I don't care if it takes 20 years or 50 years, we're gonna get there, because you know what? We've come from the most resilient people I know. They don't expect us to be standing here, the government. We weren't supposed to be here. They didn't know what to do with any of us. So divide and conquer is always the game to finally finish off what they started so long ago. Flat out. Murder, genocide, assimilation, everything else you can think of. Guess what? It didn't work. It's not going to work. We are going to accomplish this. Just give us some time, give us your input. Let's rally together and just please know it didn't fall on deaf ears. It's coming, and there has to be a solution for all. Miranda, thank you.
Councilmember Lucas, would you like to say something?
I want to walk back and give Angela a hug. Yeah. We're from the same geographical area. I think she articulated pretty well who we all are. So we've been down a rocky road over a number of years. But one of the things I would like to just comment on is constructive criticism, if I may. We heard a lot today, and I've done my best, thank God, that Courtney Coyle, who's my friend and my attorney, should make sure I am here, and what I don't hear, she helps me understand what's taking place. And I can never give enough gratitude for that blessing. So you need to know that. Angela said, if you're not Indian, please stand with us. This is one woman who always does. So I always need to say thank you and acknowledge you. And I know I've embarrassed you. That wasn't my intent. I want you to know the depth of my feelings here. Today I heard a couple times the word that your ancestors were ashamed of who they were, so they didn't acknowledge their Indianness. I'd like to ask you to really think about that. I think we're from the same generation. I may be from an older one. I hide my age very well. I'm knocking on the door of 88. But I remember my father, who went to his grave with more knowledge than I have. And his philosophy was, that's the society you have to live in. You must understand it. But through all of these gatherings that we have, one of the things I've learned is that we have to make adjustments to our individual lives in order to survive. That's an ancient process. So when you say your ancestors were ashamed, I'm not sure I agree with you. I think what was really true, we knew full well if we identified ourselves as Indians, we were going to be killed or chased off or hidden someplace. So the idea was to re-identify ourselves or not identify ourselves as Indians. I would like to change that philosophy and that thinking. I would like you to think that we made adjustments for survival for ourselves and for those children that were yet to be born, which are now your grandchildren. The other thing I'd like to comment on, and I did when I first heard it, when the state of California opened up higher education for all federally recognized Indians. Again, it's the government's wedged into separating us and making us feel less than valuable. I'm really angry over that. And I really do think that whatever prompted the California state school system to open the doors for federally recognized Indians, they can do the same thing for non-federally recognized Indians. And I would like us to see if we can investigate that and open that door for these kids. Education is really the key. I worry about our people being educated in higher institutions because it's mostly the colonial mindset that is there, but we're still individual thinkers. If we still have the conversations with each other, we learn from each other. But the one thing I understand about higher education, it opens the door to the world. And I don't know about you, but I've seen the world get smaller and smaller and smaller. But I want us to share that world. I want us to share that knowledge. I want us to be creative. I want us to be proud of who we are. I want us to stand together and understand we're all part of the human spirit. So, hope I haven't talked too much, but thank you.
So we are a little bit over time, and I wanted to invite up, and I hope this isn't a surprise, but Darlene Franco, if you'd like to give us to close this out.
Thank you so much. Thank you everybody for being here today and for listening with open minds and open hearts. That's all we can ask for. And to take from this information what's good, what's going to help you, and what doesn't, leave it behind. You know, if it's not serving your purpose, leave it behind. But yeah, I want to offer a song. Just